all wants 200, baby.
You ready to get back to the trading action?
You aim, you shoot, and make money.
It's going to be a great day. You guys know where you're at.
Hello, everyone, and welcome. We got Mitch kind of cheating on us just for a second here, but I'm sure he will be back in a minute. So just taking a look here at what's going on in the market right off the bat. Obviously not the best. Right? We are down a little bit from what we're seeing off the open, and we need to look for some levels about maybe when we could hold areas, things like that, just to see, right? I'm not too worried about kind of what's going on here. I don't think that, we have to be scared about just this little dip, but, like we talked about yesterday, is we had the opening action, and then we had Trump speaking at night, and then, from there, it's could have been, I think my quote was, I'm expecting a huge gap one way or another. And that's kind of what we're getting. And kind of makes sense if you look at the short term that the market would be looking for an excuse just to chill out a little bit. Like, that doesn't surprise me at all. So as I'm going through and I'm looking at this and looking at this pullback, again, it kind of makes sense, right? It looks a little bit nasty from like a 1 minute chart, but if you zoom out, you realize, well, we've surged from, this low to, right, the tacos that we were fed all, was this Tuesday? And then up here at Wednesday, we had a pretty decent gap up, and we held that gap up, and now we're pulling back into it. So if you're a fib guy, might be time to look for a fib. Maybe do a little bit of a pullback there, right? The 50% mark is right below us. I have a system that runs fibs, and the 50% mark seems to be kind of significant after a big push higher. So could be a place for people looking to pull back. So the main thing that I'm looking for, and I think the thing that matters more than anything else, is we know the big guys, the large institutions, don't mess around the pre-market. There's not enough for them. There's not enough liquidity. Unless they have to for some reason, there's a huge news event, these guys sit out of the pre-market entirely. They wait for the cash open where there's enough liquidity to fill their orders. So two kind of scenarios I see here today. And one of them is, oh no, we're rolling over and we go back and we maybe challenge lows or break down or something like that. Obviously bearish. The other thing that I could see that being equally as likely is that we pull back a bit here, and then all of a sudden everyone's like, okay, good. Now that we have pulled back, we're looking to, I missed the first move, right? Maybe they missed the move from here to here, and they're saying, oh, well, good, we're getting a pullback. Finally, great, now I can buy. Because every time the market moves higher, you'll if you talk to enough traders, you hear they go, I missed that. I'm going to wait for a pullback. So that could be what we're seeing, and it depends on just whether or not we hold into this zone or not. So today's going to be a pretty important day, and then of course we have the long weekend, and there may be a little bit of fear out there of, do I really want to hold into this long weekend? There could be that kind of let's take a look and see. Maybe there's enough people that don't want to hold in that long weekend. We see like an elevation of a VIX, because you can see an elevation of a VIX and not of the VIX and not have the market move down. That's just because more people are buying puts. You got to remember that the VIX is not a traded instrument. That's not generally how it drives its value. It's how many people are buying puts on the overall market. What up, man?
What's going on, man? I hope you guys were like me and happy about the downside of things. People saying it was a good morning to start. It's a good morning indeed when you got the VXX at 34.35 yesterday, baby. Hit that horn. Let's go. Playing to the downside. The dark side she goes. Guys, I almost got the low yesterday. Like, the low yesterday was what? 34.21. I'm like 10 or 15 cents off of it.
I always need to translate that to actual VIX numbers. What are we at? 27. Okay, yeah. The you just need to always do that conversion in your head, guys, right? What the ETF is going to say is not the number of the VIX,
No,
so
it's
just make
not.
sure you're equating those. Just because the ETF, right, has a bunch of other stuff, but yeah, basically, just what I was saying is we talked about this yesterday. At some point, you rip up like what was it, 7-8% in 2 days. You're gonna have a little bit of a pullback, and the question is 6%. The question is, do buyers come in on this pullback? This is kind of the
Yeah.
most important area, I would say, for technicians out there, because if we dig in here and move higher, then that was our higher low, and that's what a lot of technicians look for. No
I
one
think the
knows.
important thing also is to think about what happened yesterday, right? Did we get anything to change? No, there wasn't. This rip to the upside was very overblown. Very overblown. Nothing has changed in the rhetoric. This is where I'm like, what material thing have we gotten that changed? I asked some traders out there on Twitter, right? Because I felt there was no material change, right? And then, of course, Michael, what did I get? I got, that Trump will bend and turn if the market's breaking. I'm like, haven't we known that for
10
you
years
know what I
now.
mean? Like
Yeah.
like 10 years? Exactly. You know what I mean, Michael? So nothing changed yesterday. The only thing that is going with the facts, the Strait of Hormuz still closed. Still a problem. And even if it is what he said, right? If we, like I mentioned yesterday about oil, even if we go away and we just leave the strait, what do you think? There's not going to be problems in oil? I think he actually created more uncertainty in the oil game yesterday than he created certainty. He made it worse. He made the problem worse. If he couldn't, he did it. You know what I mean? And I don't think that was his intention. If there was anything that I think he wanted to shore up, it was the oil trade, not necessarily the war trade. War can go on. War makes money, right? Michael knows it. War makes money,
Mhm.
right? We got to
Always buy oil
we
for
put all
trade.
this spending into the defense bill and we use it and then we recycle that, right? Like, you know what I mean? It makes Lockheed Martin love us and it made Raytheon love us and we keep this party alive. But I think at this point we got to think about the oil as the most important thing here, not Trump. Oil is the important thing here. Trump will make the whipsaws, and we talked about this yesterday, how in the Trump market, we get the biggest whipsaws that ever has been in the markets. 8% moves have happened
Mhm.
underneath Trump multiple times. That's why I pointed to the Ryan Dietrich tweet yesterday, right? And I think that this is what we can expect, right? And in bear markets, you get wicked bounces, right? And I think that essentially the
You think we're
number
going into a
one
bear market?
no, I think what it is that we would be in it right now if it wasn't for like ASML, that SanDisk, that Micron. So essentially, this could be what we're going to get. I don't think we even get maybe to 20%. Maybe we get to 15%. We're getting close to the bottom, at least for the short term, because the short term focus is not the AI destruction. It's really the oil trade. The oil trade will give us at least a little relief. Then I'll be concerned about AI in the future. But how do we measure today if we get a bounce back, Michael? I say you watch specifically the names that were weak yesterday, software infrastructure names, software application names. So the IGV will give us a quick sign if this is a bounce back. IGV
Well,
rips back, we're looking
I
good.
I think you just look, and we mentioned this as well, is that like all the time, the big guys don't trade. The large institutions are not trading as Trump is speaking and pushing markets around,
Exactly.
right? That's more
Yeah.
like degenerate behavior. There's not enough liquidity. You got to always imagine institutions generally don't cause gaps because there's just not enough. They don't care, right? So if you're trading like XYZ penny stock that gaps up like 10%, there's zero amount of institutional involvement in that because it's just not big enough for them to care. They need to invest billions to even make it worth their while to look at the thing. So I'll be very interested. I think more than we've seen in weeks, the first 30 minutes or so today is going to be the most important, because when the liquidity comes in, are they using it as an excuse to say, okay, we're going to sell down after this pullback, and maybe then we make a lower high, or Do they come in and they say, oh, good, we missed the 5% rally off the lows? Maybe they puked stuff out on the bottom, which I was showing you charts that hedge funds were, right? They were deleveraging as fast as they could on the way down. And they go, crap, well, now that we got a little bit of pullback, we got a second chance. And I think that all comes in like that first, basically while we're on, I think is the most important part, because
Mhm.
as the idea or as the day goes on, we got to remember we've got the long weekend coming. So, we have this time in which there'll be, less and less action, and you get people leaving their desk early, you get less, right? So overall today could be a really high volume day in the morning while people kind of decide, because I'm sure there's a lot of conversations over the last couple of days saying, man, we missed a wicked rally and our careers are on the line if this thing rips back up and we're not involved. That could create that buying pressure, but at the same time I could see an argument for we got a little bit of a bounce, let's use this bounce to de-risk a bit. So it's yeah, I'm not speculating now, but I just think that first half hour is going to be huge, because that's going to tell us, yeah, are they hungry to buy the dip? And if they are, you should see that, because we got no real economic reports left today. You should see that buying come in that first hour period, I think.
Yeah, we can go through some of my trading note that I was pretty much covering on Trader TV. Of course, I can't cover all of what I covered, so I'll bring it here for you guys, right? We have it here. I just did this just for today, right? I love, trade. I love that. I told Brendan, I was like, you like my institutional style report I can send you now? And it takes me like, he's like, what, this took you like 5-10 minutes? I'm like, nah, maybe like 20, but still,
Mm.
you know what I mean? This is what it's about, guys. So areas to look at, right? What we got: no ceasefire, no straight opening. War ending in 2 to 3 weeks, but only on U.S. terms only. So, do you really think that's going to happen? Let's just be honest. Iran's been saying clearly, no, 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 no. And the number one thing they want in guarantees is no more assassinations, right? I mean,
What do they just say? Oh yeah, sure. Like, how do you guarantee that? Like, it's like, yeah, you won't. Like, there was the Belfast Accords with Ukraine,
exactly.
where Russia was like, we'll never invade you if you give up your nukes. And then
Yeah,
what do you
dude,
do if
like,
they
come
decide
on.
not to do it, right? So
Yeah, that kind of stuff is just, that's why I tell you guys, you got to try to focus on what's actually concrete, right? Like, not just, oh, I'm saying, even the say of 2 to 3 weeks, that's 2 to 3 weeks if everything goes perfectly planned. You know what I mean? And what goes perfectly planned? Nothing in life, right? All right, so sector ideas. Basic materials today, coal bounce back setup. It had 3 consecutive down days. Well, I can just attack it on the update now, right? Mean reversion, right? So we'll look to see HCC, BTU, METC names you can look at there. Then chemical names. I still got HUN. We'll see if it makes the move. I'm not gonna push that one. I really like the leader in the space, DOW, that has continued to show the strength in chemicals. Then agricultural input plays, right? If oil goes higher, these names start to continue to climb higher. That's CF, NTR, CTVA. CTVA is, of course, your seed stock that I've been talking about, seed genetics. Then aluminum stocks, big breakout yesterday in CENX. I'll continue to ride that. I'm still in it, guys. So I'll look to see if I can get aluminum to ride back up. There was mentions of tariffs last night on aluminum, but that gave a short little move back down. And I think that was more noise of traders and big traders, noise traders trying to kind of distract you and get you out of the position. I think this could have a big rip. Big reason why. I think everyone thinks about the oil trade here, but the aluminum actual smelters have been attacked, right? We haven't heard too many oil infrastructure attacks, right? We just have the straight blockage, right? But in actual aluminum, where these places are literally getting bombed. So if they're getting bombed, guess what? That's no easy cleanup, right? So I think the aluminum trade could stick. AA Alcoa, KALU, a speculative name, just started to get going, right? So you can look at these, and guess what? We covered these aluminum names right here for you guys in a big breakdown. This is what it's about. Why you're here at Trade the Pool, guys. Other than that, the energy framework trade, right? You can just look for the industrial trade to turn right back to the downside, right? Those names were hot yesterday. They could come right back down. Cat, those types of names. Oil trade will be one trade that you can see it come right back to the upside, right? We'll keep watching. That's why I told you guys on the XLE, I'm not getting bearish until it actually shows me to get bearish. Right now, it's still as strong as ever. And then just look at the memory trade to see if that continues to hold. If these names really start to go, let's say WDC, STX, SNDK, if those would break back down below their lows, this market does go to bear market. But if those can just hold, and which I think happens, maybe you get a little bit of some correction in those names, but I don't think these trends break right now. Reason why? The AI trade isn't going away, right? Regardless if we have this situation in the overall market, the hyperscalers have zip mentions of CapEx spending pullback. Unless you see something like that, that's when you get really concerned about these names. But if that doesn't come, guess what? The money is already understood. So it's almost like these are priced to perfection, I would say. They're priced to perfection right now. They could continue running even because SanDisk came in with what? An even higher bar guidance. So these are your NVIDIAs, right? Of like, when NVIDIA was rocking and rolling out of the bear market, these are those NVIDIA plays. They've continued. Keep your eyes on those. That's pretty much it. And then, of course, financial services, asset management, credit services, you see those start to really crumble. That is a danger area to look at in the market. All right, let's talk a little bit about the competition, man. Let's do a quick little rundown. Now, if you can pull up the leaderboard, you can pull that up. And guess what I have on the screen right here? BATL spiking. It's getting close, man. It's getting close. This pre-market, it was at 640s, and with oil spiking right back to the upside, and a lot of shorts on this on the run now. If you were short yesterday, guess what? Yeah, imagine if you got short yesterday, right? You're like already $2-3 underwater. You could be almost down 100%. So we'll see what happens here. BATL coming back. What's happening in the competition? Let's check in here.
Yeah, Kevin. So I don't know if this is updated, so we'll have to check.
Oh,
to see.
That might be the situation. Of course, we do want to give our Jewish friends their nice holiday time. So we have a lot of workers that are off right now, so we wish them well. So maybe we'll get an update. I promise you we'll get an update. I'll confirm when we get the update. But for right now, Kevin in the lead, right? Taking it.
Yeah, it's showing like a sizable lead. But if you look, he is down on everything except battle. So if battle gets, and today's it, right? This is the end. So if
this is the
battle
end,
has some rocket ship of a move or something today,
only friend,
that could be an upset to end all upsets. If he's walking around
if
with
this
his
thing
chest
ends,
out
well, let's just take it on a Monday. Look, right? When was Monday? Where was the price on Monday? That was
take a look here.
Monday was the 30th. Okay. So opening price, let's just go with the open to make it easy for us, right? 607, right?
Yeah,
so we need to get back above 607 for him to be in the red. It's at 526, so he's definitely given up a lot of the gain, right? Let's just be honest. He's given up a lot of it. It was above
hit,
6.
like, it did that little
620s.
spike above. Yeah. So that would immediately flip that account like
into the
negative,
red,
just like this.
Wow, this would be the biggest turn in market madness history. Can we say that, Michael?
Well, and we've seen him, strutting his stuff, posting his chest out about how he's going to win. But this is the risk.
This is the apparent risk of shorting penny stocks, right? I mean,
you could get any amount of news come in. If this is the hot stock of the day,
oh, it's going to be epic to bring Kevin on.
Well, like, I don't think it would shock anyone if this thing's going to 10 today. I don't think anyone would be surprised if I go, hey, Mitch, I called you. I go, yeah, battle close at 10 today. You go, yeah, it's a little tiny junky, right, penny stock. So
it
sure,
is.
You know, if oil stays
It's gonna
elevated,
move,
oh,
and it's gonna
yeah.
move, right? It's gonna move up and down and all around. And oil had been going down the last 3 days. So for BATL to had been going down, it kind of makes sense,
Mhm.
right? Right. And now you're getting oil to lift. We could see a quick lift here, right? The question will be the close, right? It's going to close at the liquidation time, right? So we will see today. Does Kevin get it? Can battle continue to hold on for him? Today's gonna be a big day. I'll tell you one thing. I almost want to trade it, and that's how you know I got some revenge,
Well,
factor.
it's not looking
Cause
bad. Like what,
Oh
550?
no, it
It
looks
seems
great.
to
It
have
looks great.
if it can
I
get
would
through
look
that
for an undercut
550.
of 5, right? One more cut towards 5. You hold right there, and maybe come back to like 470s, and then really rip through
Yeah.
a 5, or an opening move right towards 6, right? Like just
And
big move up, and then you can try to play the pullback. Let's talk about really quickly before we get towards the open. I wanted to talk about the numbers that came in. I don't know if you were able to cover those, but let me just really quickly kind of just bring them up. We did get initial jobless claims to hit today at 202,000 versus 212,000 estimate. You could pull up the SPY for us there, Michael, and see,
yeah, this
did we
looks
get any
pretty.
reaction at 8:30
No,
from
not
these
really.
numbers? There was
I
really
mean,
not. It was really
it's
muted, right?
yeah, that's the 830 candle or
Yeah, I
930. Yeah,
mean,
that's the candle right there. So nothing, nothing really. And again, it's just the market's only got one thing it can seem to focus on at a time. So right now, it's just the comments about the war and all that. But again, just a shout out to our buddy Steve, who loves his kind of 50% pullback. I drew that from just you take the low to that 5% rally we had. And funny enough, like right there. So he came just shy of that before doing a little bit of a turnaround. So
mm,
if you're with Steve on these 50% pullbacks of big rallies, it seems like that's an area that it's respecting. And that's 644-ish. So you can keep an eye on that 644. And right, if you believe that this is if you believe that this is the thing, then
I'm ready to
that's an area to
cash.
play off, right?
I'll
So
tell you one thing. I'm ready to cash out the gates on the VIX, on the VXX. It's
you
just too
gotta
much of
we've
an
been
overnight gift. But
yeah, we've been saying it. You gotta just like, I was
take
telling
the
everyone
gifts,
I bought
right?
on Friday, and Monday we had this huge rip. So I'm selling a little bit Monday, a little bit Tuesday. And if we
Got
dip
to.
again today, we'll buy
You don't
again,
feel
right?
bad. And you
You
don't
just
feel bad when you sell a little bit and then it dips against you. You feel really bad when you don't sell and then it comes
yeah.
back against you. That's why I think right now it's all about just trying to play the small man game, right?
Mhm.
Right? Like I don't think anybody should be looking at their account and thinking, "Oh, I need to be up 30% on the year right now." No. If anything, I just need to continue to stay steady. Stay steady, guys. Stay steady out there, traders. Listen to those words of wisdom. Sometimes we can, especially Michael and I that's been in this for a while now, you kind of know exactly what you should be thinking, but are you doing it, right?
Mhm.
That's the biggest question, right? Which is playing the small man game right now, not trying to play the hero. It's
Just
not about calling the bottom, right? That's not going to
grinding,
help
right?
anybody.
Yeah, there's times to really swing, right? And that's when the market, like all last year, was an amazing year. I had a
Hey, you
huge
could
year last year.
have. That's when you go on margin.
Right. And I mentioned that I was buying, I went to the bank and I said, I need more. And I went and I started buying, down in the dumps. And yeah, the whole year was amazing, right? I over doubled my account last year. And this year I'm up like, I think like 6% or something this year. And it's just
Yeah.
because I am mostly sitting a lot in cash, and I am buying dips and I'm selling rips and doing day trading and just trying to tread water, make a few bucks and be there for whenever we break out again, which is true. I read a stat that if you bought on every 10% down month, which we had on the Qs last month, you have a 92% chance that you're up 6 months later. So 92% of the time, this market's going to be higher 6 months later. It doesn't mean it doesn't go lower first, but your win rate after kind of a pullback like that is just huge. So, right, that's what we have to do. And then when you're looking more kind of swing trading, we're getting these buy dips, sell rips, rinse and repeat over and over and over again. And that's kind of what we're seeing today. So again, we've got 5 minutes, and I'm just going to be very interesting to see this opening range break, because I wouldn't be surprised if we do a little bit of nonsense, but I wouldn't be surprised if we just rip right from the open, because people, these hedge fund managers are like, oh, good, we finally got the pullback. But I don't. Who knows? We'll find out when things open. So I know there's a lot of these penny names I see going through chat here, like what COCP. Oof. Yeah, that's a double. And Sky Q. Anytime I see Q as the last one, I'm like, is this a bankrupt company? Is this or is this actually the ticker? Yeah, so another
All
double. So
right,
there's a lot
guys.
of these crazy ones.
We will see what happens here. It's going to be a wild open, of course. A lot of traders caught underwater on the bull side, so we'll see if they also just run to the cover, right? So it's going to be fun. Sky Q, though, yeah, the high flyer of the day there. We'll see if we get another pullback there. I'm looking for a move back below 5.
So
That's
yeah,
oil and
Tim
gas,
asking
though.
if I trade off all these stats. Like, yeah, absolutely. Right. That's why I told you guys on Friday. I said I bought a bunch of SPXL because I just have my 2-period RSI system that just said to do it. Right. And that was Friday's close at kind of 169. I've just been taking little bits on the way back up, and we'll see what happens. But that's all I do. That's why I called my website Stats Edge Trading, is I just look at the stats and I make trades off them. It's my way of
Yeah.
staying impartial, and I calculate insane amounts of data. For 1-minute candle data, I go back 10 years, and for daily candle data, I go back 35. And just, yeah, it's all I do. I'm purely quantitative.
That's what it's all about, man, and it works for you, and that's what matters the most, guys. And I think that you guys see it. And the number one thing also is always think about this in the long run, right? What can I be thinking in the long run? Also, what works the most? Because I think a lot of traders think like very short-minded,
Yeah.
right? We're all kind of thinking about the next trade instead of thinking the long term. And even for like myself, like I find a lot of times I'm missing out trades or not taking perfect setups. Why? I'm just not at the desk. But essentially with the bot, if I have the right watch list and I've already checked on it and done some morning routine, I could be getting into positions and getting triggered and then being alerted, right? And then things like
And
that, right? And
living a better life. That's the big, and I always
just
look at that too.
overall, right?
There's
It's a
a
balance
mantra
there, right?
of system traders, like, and mine is always the next 1,000 trades. That's always what I'm worried about. I'm not worried about the next trade. I'm always worried about the
Exactly.
next 1,000 trades. And like yesterday when we
100%.
left here, I grabbed my son. It was his birthday, and we went swimming. Spent the whole afternoon swimming. The bot's just out there taking trades, doing its thing, and I can do that because I'm not doing the grunt work of pushing the buttons to enter and exit orders. That is fully systematized. And then I always say, if you can't systematize that and you can't fully automate that, that should be your goal. Is, you sit down at the end of every day, and a great question to ask yourself is, what didn't I need to be involved with today? Right? What could I have, especially in the world of AI, what could I have pushed off? And doing that doesn't make you lazy, which I think is some people's worries. It just means you're freed up to think about other things, right? To do the more high level stuff, as opposed to being the guy to hit the buttons. Because the thing that will separate you from the greatest traders in the world is not whether or not you're the best at hitting the button, right? It comes down to overall idea and planning and strategy development, and that's what will make you a great trader. And then anyone can hit buttons, right, at the end of the day. So
All right, let's stock and roll, baby. We're about to hit to the open here. It's 6 seconds for the open. Let's rock and roll. I'll let you guys know if I cover here. More than likely going to be covering out the gates here in the VXX unless I see a quick spike here. I'm seeing a quick little dip there. About to take some profits. It's holding in there, and I'm out there. Let's go ahead. Let's take some profits.
that's a little bit of a pop right off the jump. Now we're like 5 seconds in, so we got to be a little patient on that. But
Just put a stop on that low there on the VXX. We'll see if we break it.
So far to the upside and to the downside on oil. So this correlation is definitely back, right? Where you're seeing these two sides. And that's probably saving our boy. Let me bring up Battle on another screen here.
All
Going
right,
down.
now I am
He's
putting a
saved.
trailing stop on the VXX here. I'm saying that, hey, I will ride you only if you make me more money now.
It's a good way to do it. Again, another one of those takes the emotions out of trading, right? If it's going to keep
Oh
going,
yeah, at
great.
this point.
And if not, it's going to...
I am seeing aluminum up, and I'm looking around the board. What's up today? Only energy. Everything else down out the gates here, led by basic materials and the industrial trade. I talked about it, how that could be the quick trade to the downside. Look at Caterpillar dropping fast here. Now down 2.7%. You're getting a lot of downside action in farm and heavy construction names. Why? Those are the names that are really oil exposed. The other trade that I talked about, the airline trade, UAL already down right now, DAL down there. So you're seeing that trade fall quickly. The cruise lines could be another trade, right? So cruise lines will be a name that I'll be looking at to see if we get a bounce. And then what did I talk about yesterday? TAN. TAN is another one that I'll be looking at today to see if I get short. But that was up at 57 yesterday. It's already down to 55, so it needed a little bounce there.
Yeah, SPY
right.
is
Cash.
challenging its high here. It's looking like it's trying to break through at least that opening, just 1 minute range. Again, I'm so zoomed in on 1 minute charts right now, just because I do think there's a world where people are just so happy about that dip and they get involved and start pushing higher. And I do have BATL up on a thumbnail chart on the bottom here, just in case. But currently it's sitting. It hasn't moved just yet. I did a little smack talk in our little company chat there to Kevin to see if he's
See if he's out
sweating
there.
it. I just see if he's sweating a little 30%
Sweating.
pop. You know, it's a low float. It could go, if I told you it was $2 at the end of the day or $10, you wouldn't be surprised. But so far we've reversed. It's this line, just FYI, it's not a super interesting one to me, but it is the 61.8 of this last giant move. Also kind of lines up with this prior high. I think that's where we're battling, is this pre-market range right here. So far we're up from the open, but we've just been hanging out across the board, right? We have the Qs kind of relatively weak, but just on beta terms. RSP did not get that pop off the open, so we're seeing that more just in the large cap tech kind of space. Silver down again, 6%, just can't get going. And oil, right? So I think you
Aluminum
want to watch
takeoff, baby.
oil. 140 on the oil space. You got to check that out.
FCX pop in there. Also, what's popping was aluminum names. So Alcoa, nice little pop there. Just keeping an eye on to see what happens. Coal, talked about it, guys. HCC right out the gates, already up there. Gonna take a shot there in the account if I can grab it in time here.
Asking any opinion on CVX? Not right here. No, after you get something that's strong, and if it cracks like that, to me that's time to stand back, right? Just let it do what it's going to do. If you got the pullback, you got a pretty wicked gap today, but that's going to be pretty much 100% related to what we saw in oil. So, right, that gap, if we end up breaking, maybe a little bit of a continuation. So you got a nice gap on oil, but that's just moving with oil. So you just need to really keep that in mind. What is it that you're seeing in the oil space here? Another attempt maybe coming here for the SPY at highs.
FCX holding well there. Could break above the 60s. Keeping an eye on that one. Keeping an eye on coal and chemicals.
Just going, checking out the streets here, seeing if there's anything news.
TROX, a name that I didn't know
Nothing.
before that I'll take a look at.
Just a bunch of Tesla delivery news.
Volume's a little slim.
Oh yeah, so Tesla got killed there off the delivery news, but it's trying to recover. I guess they delivered 10,000 less cars than expected. That doesn't seem a lot when you're talking 400,000 cars, but that's all I'm seeing right now.
Got Q going back to like 5. Is that what I see? Oh yeah, there it is. There's that dip that I was looking for in Sky Q. I'm gonna take this in the. I want to take this in the account here, the bigger eval account here. That already did by a little bit. Man, that bounces quick in the 80s.
Yeah, the SPY rejected again, trying to get
86,
through
85.
that high. So it looks like my completely buying right off the rip, not happening. So we'll keep an eye on that. So far, it's just been a little choppy. I didn't expect chop. I expected some decisive news or move out the gate. Battle's just still sitting at 5, not really moving.
It bought a little bit there of Sky Q in the eval account here, and I'm gonna go ahead and add in a second here. We can go green bar above 5. That's really where I want to put on the size here. There's 496 coming back up. 5 hits. Let's go. Now sized up. Now looking for pullbacks below 5 to hold. And if we can get towards 530, I'll take another ad. Sky Q, baby. Sky Q.
We did get a little update on the madness here. This thing updated.
On the madness.
Kevin's still up 100K, but he was up like 250K before the market opened. So reversed a lot of those gains.
Adding.
First trade just came in for me for this opening range break system, and that is Pfizer to the upside.
All right, guys, positioned in really well here for Sky Q. Now it's starting to continue going here, guys. I got 4,500 shares there from 503 now to 520s here. Let's see if we can get a run to 6, make a good, $4,000, $5,000. Let's see what happens. There it goes. Nice little rally to 520s here. Big wall is at 530. That's where I want to look for this to continue to run here. If we can go to my screen, we can take a look at the trade there. There we go. You guys see the trade right on there. You guys see the buys. Look, they're really measured right now. So at least I feel like if I didn't know the sizing, right, and I just looked at the execution, I'd be happy with it. So that makes me happy about the position. Sometimes you need to be thinking about that, right? So don't think too much about the sizing. Just think about where the entries are. That's exactly what I had in my pre-market outlook for this stock, and I executed on it. So now I just want to see if it comes into fruition. We'll see what happens on that. Up already about $1,000. Could take a little bit of a cushion trade, right? Like take half of it off there, then use that 500. So I don't mind doing that here, just because I've been doing that a little bit more. Just so take the cash a little bit there, pay myself some, and then look to put it right back on. I got sizing there on pullbacks to add here. So any pullbacks I'll be able to add into this. And if it starts to just do a breakout above the 540s, I could still take one more kind of add on the breakout look now. So boom, still got 2,500 shares, took some profits already on the day. Now looking to work. This is what I feel like on the bigger account you kind of have to do. By not taking the profits there, I would have been feeling way too much pressure on the trade. Now I can relieve the pressure and let it work. Look at the 530s right here. 15,000 shares right there. That's your wall. That's your wall to get through. And there you go. You start to pin it and you start to get above it. Now you want to see, boom, quick reaction to the 540s. Looking good here. Sky Q. So now pullbacks to that 530. I don't mind adding to that area. So I'm going to put 526 just to give me a little bit of some bid, like liquidity search here, but willing to add here at 530 pullback, and then going to look for a breakout above that. And I can hold break even from that point on that ad. So boom, looking to nail this Sky Q. Let's go.
Just watching here, the market continuing to bleed a little bit. It's not too dramatic right now, but we are getting closer to those pre-market lows right down here. And remember, that was also that 50% kind of retracement zone. So let's mark these right here. So here's our pre-market lows, and that's going to be the area that, at least in the pre-market, buyers stepped in generally going to be more retail, smaller places that do that, but we need to. It seems like an important area to hold, right? Or at very least, or do an undercut and rally, kind of rip right through. It seems like if we lose that, we're kind of drifting. Right? We're in this kind of no
Healthcare
man's
going
land.
green, energy continuing, technology a little blimp on a bounce, but yeah, you guys see it. It's still the downside action came in. The VXX actually shot right back up, right? So I might have sold it a little early, but I'll take the rip and sell. At least it's a full trade the way that I wanted it to be, right? So we'll look to see VXX continuing the climb here, markets continuing the tumble.
Yeah, and I'm not seeing any fresh news causing this at all. It just seems like this is the digestion of the speech last night and all of that. So
Capital markets really breaking down, in financials down 2.26%, overall 3%. Specialty finance really breaking down. What is that outlook? That's interest rate sensitive names. Credit services leading downside action. Financials breaking down hard here, guys, down 1.69%. Industrials down almost 2%. So big downside action in those names. And you guys know how we've been talking about it. The banks go, it's not going to be a good thing. I was asked today about SoFi. I was like, yeah, it's monetary policy, dude. Like, until this changes, I wouldn't want SoFi. And I love SoFi. You guys know it. Like, you can't marry stocks, guys. I didn't want to tell Sean live, but it's like, dude, you can't marry it, right? Things have turned, right? And that's just how it is.
Right. And again, I always like the stat of that. It's like 80% of stocks have fallen 80% and not recovered from it. That's why things like the S&P 500 and which are momentum based strategies, whether you believe it or not, the S&P 500 is purely an algorithmic momentum based strategy, and it just naturally kills things that start to suck. If you shrink enough, you are kicked out of the S&P 500, and if you are big enough, you have more of an impact on the S&P 500. It's why it's done so well for a long period of time, because it's essentially just a rotational system of let's get rid of the stocks that are shrinking and let's buy more of the stocks that are doing well. So it's momentum by nature, and that's why if you're going to buy and hold something forever, something like the SPY makes way more sense, because it is just naturally killing, right, the bad stuff and keeping the good stuff, and most stocks are going to be crap. It's just the statistics behind it, right? It's only a handful of companies that kind of rise to the top and continue. And then eventually all of those fall out of grace. Like GE was the perfect example of that. For years, it was the most important company in the world. And then it almost went bankrupt in 2008. And now it's making a little bit of a resurgence after all the splits. But, if you just held that forever, you would have had to sit there for ages in order for it to become a good thing to do. SPY just tried to put in a little bit of bounce there. You saw my screen while I was ranting, and that got smacked down as well. So just displaying a little bit more weakness. So for me, now we've got two pretty clear levels. We've got this pre-market low, which is also that 50% retracement of the huge rip we've had this week. And then you also have this high, which was today's high, and then also this pre-market high as well. And so those are the two zones of interest to me. And like I said this morning, I expected something to happen quickly today. And if we don't get something in the first half hour to hour, I don't know if we will, because you have the 3-day weekend coming up. You're going to have people starting to leave early. Less and less traders on the desk means less and less decisions to make. But I would not be surprised to see an elevated VIX today, just because there's probably more insurance being taken out on the long weekend in the environment that we are in, as opposed to anything else. Again, it wouldn't surprise me if people were just like, you know what, just for protection's sake, let me buy a couple puts expiring this month and just have that so I can not be glued to my phone all weekend and hang out with my family during Easter. Just looking here, seeing if there's any news.
Just did bought their BTU, looking for also HCC, but the problem with HCC is the spread, so I got to be really wise on the spread if I want to take that shot. 92 seems like a good pullback to get after. I'll wait for the 92 pullback. See if I can get a 92 pullback on that one. One thing I don't like to do, and I've been noticing it more and more, is try to if you're going in the same industry, almost time out the trade. And I think that this is what I'm also going to be doing for my basket approach that I'm working on to try to systemize. Like I'll tell it to basket buy, but I'm going to tell it to probably buy like the top 5 names and then buy them in like 15-minute increments on a certain moving average pullback or something like that. Right? So it needs 2 conditions met. It needs a time one, and then it'll need also that pullback to a moving average. That way I'm just being smart and not just loading in all at once, all in the names that like that's you get too chasey, right? Like I want to get in HCC right now. You guys see it spiking, right? But it's so hard. The spread is very hard. But I do see this name has potential, right? It has about $1, $2 risk, and can easily get back to 99 today. It could get to 100 today. The way this thing moves, so we'll see what happens. At least I have some exposure now, and I can look for pullbacks to try to get entry.
Tech asking, why is gold and silver taking a hit? I don't know. Right. It's again, I brought as soon as this
AU's
crack
going
happened,
higher though. Gold is doing it gapped down, but remember it's just trying to do a little bit of a stop out. Since the open, it's actually gone straight up.
yeah.
So sometimes it's just a stop down, and then it's to move right back up.
Well, and I brought those
Like, I like AU.
analogies of what happened when these things got cracked before, right? Silver's done this like 3 times before, and so far it's following the textbook perfectly of soon as it's done, people don't go back. Right? They've had their fun. Now they're looking at other things like aluminum. Seems like it's in kind of an interesting place next.
I
A lot of
really
that.
like AU here, guys. I like gold here. I'm gonna be
Oh,
the contrarian side here, guys. I actually really like gold here. I really do. Like it's been holding up for the last 3 days, so that's why I'm not chasing here. I hate chasing. You guys know how I am. If I see like 3 or 4 days, but we're getting an opportunity here on the pullback and gap down. I don't know if that was Rando that brought that up, but I feel like those are one that I actually like. NEM is one name you can look at. AU, they're both looking great right now.
Yeah, the SPY. I'm looking to see if there's any news. The SPY did something.
All right, guys. Still, guess what? Hanging out in Sky Q. Like, still hanging out in that name there. Looking for another rip. Right back to the upside.
So yeah, we're challenging that high again on the SPY. I'm not seeing anything that had us do that flip, but that happened, pretty fast and furious there. Just we hit a low and went from there. I don't know if that's start of a buy program or what, but let's see if we can get back to that all-time highs. We did that reversal pretty quickly, and we're seeing that again, the complete opposite in oil. That's all you need to look at is that opposite taking place in oil. If oil starts to drop, you're likely going to see this linked because right now this is the relationship. And the thing about these correlations you just got to keep in mind is they come and they go. You have these great correlations that will work for ages, and then they just completely disappear, never to return. And I always give an example of someone I know who traded a gold lumber correlation. He wrote a whole paper about it. He launched an ETF, and it worked for ages and ages and ages, and then just stopped one day. And that's why multiple systems are so important, is because when these relationships go, there's no telling if and when they'll ever return. Tried again there and then just backed off pretty quickly. We're looking at like 647.50 and a get and a hold through that zone. And we're just every time we hit it now, right? 1, 2 times here, and then now here we're just kind of backing off it. Just doesn't have the guts.
Alcoa hanging in there. That's another one that I could take a trade on. Also FCX on the bigger account. I'm going to be looking to try to get some of that. So FCX holding in here looks really well off of that 60. See if I can do a quick little trade here in
So yeah,
FCX.
I've got another trade. I'm long ICE and RVTY. Little bit of a rant I'll do later about systematic trading, in which I found an issue with my with the entries of this, and there's only one way I would have found this issue. So we'll talk about that just a little bit later. But about the work of a systematic trader, we talked about, I'm not here hitting the buttons. Doesn't mean you got nothing to do, right? There's still, and thankfully I had a process to kind of suss out these differences to show me where a lot of this stuff was going wrong. But a decent little day today, right? Just flat to a little
Cut
bit
out
up.
there's Sky Q. So took about $1,200 hit there. So it's a pretty good hit.
BATL not moving. I've got that just on a thumbnail chart again, just to.
It's just stuck.
It's right. It's been as high as like
it popped to
550.
540. Yeah,
It's
540.
Because I've been in our little Slack there. I just asked Kevin if he's sweating, because those moves are huge.
I got this. I got this.
Oh, it would be like, again, I'm just, we don't win anything. We don't get anything if we win, right? But it's just for the entertainment value. I think the funniest outcome would be Battle just like ripping to 10 today. That would be the most hilarious outcome of the whole thing.
Yup. All right,
And
FCX kind of holding in. I'm trying to make my money back in FCX here today. We'll see if we're able to make some money in FCX.
When you're doing something for the memes, you're definitely looking for the most funny outcome. Let's see if we can get that. Let's take a look back here in the SPY. Oh, we made it through that high for just a minute, and see if we can actually break through that zone. If we can actually make it through that 647.50 high. Now we just got to hold. But so far, that's kind of what we want to see, right? We came down a little bit. We didn't even really challenge that pre-market low. Now we're turning just to break out a bit. So if Trump's got a technician on staff, then he'll probably start dishing out tacos right here. Just start here. Now's your moment. Right? The market's feeling good. We're breaking out to new highs. Start throwing out the I had a great chat. I had a great chat with someone, and it was the best chat. And just turn it positive
best
today.
Chat with the 3 senior citizens.
I thought that tweet did not get nearly as much love as it should have.
Don't worry, man. I thought it was a good one. I was
like, come on. Yeah, but this is, we talked about this with the Stock Traders Almanac on basically all week, and 21 out of the last 25 days were positive today. So for us to kind of continue that streak, we would need a hell of a rally from there to get to that point. And then, we're looking at, looking at these charts again. They're just showing the perfect. Nice job, producer. Right, these are just the seasonality charts for the rest of the year, and they show bottoming action occurring in March, and then strength into April. So far, we've been lining up pretty perfectly with the seasonality as it's been happening. That doesn't have to remain that way. It can change at any time, obviously. But let's see. We're down, 1% on the SPY. We're down 1.5% on the Qs. Anytime we quote these up 25 or the last whatever, it's always S&P 500 because it's existed the longest, so you can do the most amount of testing on it. So that would mean a 1% rally from here, which would be should be quite the task. But I've seen crazier things,
BTU looking great, guys. That's actually starting to kick off to the green, so looking good on that one. Just trying to get back in Huntsman. That's the biggest focus for me. That's my red position in the swing. But climbing in CENX, so looking to keep climbing on that one. SPY still struggling here. If I look at what's changing though, technology is ticking green. That's important to catch where though, right? Communication equipment. So your AI kind of infrastructure, Cisco, a little bit of a push up, Sienna and LITE ripping to the upside. So to tell me there's no names in the green, that's why I tell you guys you really need to know sector and industry rotation because there's plenty names in the green here, even though with the SPY struggling here. So look to see other names. SATS, right, with the Tesla rumors, not Tesla, the Starlink rumors. So SATS, and that one getting the lift there towards 124. So there's some names doing well in computer systems, right? SNDK, which is the trade that I told you guys is the bullish trade that can hold the NVIDIA of the market. Your SanDisk going right back up, your WDC, your STX. This is how you turn the market back to the upside. So if anything, even for myself, I'm like, yeah, short the VIX right here, Mitch. Flip, Mitch.
Yeah.
Flip, Mitch.
Well,
Flip fast. You got
yeah,
your
as soon as
moment if you want.
we were struggling hard with that kind of 647.50, and as soon as we got through it, the buyers just kind of stepped back in. Sometimes that's all it takes is the market to wait a bit and just to not crash, and everyone's kind of just waiting there and saying, okay, let's give it a minute, let's see if we're going to go nuts. And we didn't, so now it might be time just to step on the gas. I would be, if the seasonality holds true and we're able to get positive today, again, that would be very interesting, ripping into the close here. That would be a fairly large deal to go from being down 2% on the day to flat. That could give the short something to worry about. Well, they're sitting there on the long weekend. It might not be the longs having a bad time, but I think could be the shorts just sitting there just chewing their fingernails all weekend.
Watch your USO, watch your oil names, right? Like I've told you guys, those are going to give you good signs, right? If USO just starts tanking, that's a good sign that you're seeing the reversal. That could help the industrial trade. So right now, what I'm looking for is one more bounce back in the VIX to get short on the VIX, and then to maybe look to see if we see some upside come in. What I want to be looking for is names that start to rally and industrial. This is why I love looking at change from the open. Today's a perfect example day, guys. If you look at change from the open, what it will tell you is what's really going on. Everything is like a sea of red if I look at the color. But if I look at just change from the open, that tells me it's so many, like a different story, right? Like you look at computer systems, it's down 1.72 overall, but up 1.39 from the open. That's how it can be deceiving to have overall percentage change versus from the open change. Look at the VIX just melting now, right? Like I had a chance there to jump really quickly. It's already gone down another 20, 30 cents.
Yeah, this is starting to look very buy programmy now, right? Where it's
This
just
is why you got to be
1 minute
quick, though. You got to
candles.
be quick.
Yeah, right, and it makes
You know
sense.
where they put the stop? Dude, it just, I got to go to my image. This is what it's all about, guys. They put the stop right where it should be, man. Right where it should be.
I do love the quote of that.
The 50%
I forget,
retracement,
some old
man.
guy goes, "Hey, put your limit where you think you should put your stop loss, and you'll be surprised
50%
how often you
retracement.
get filled."
50% retracement right on the dot there for the 645 hold and move right back up. So boom, boom. Now you got your 50% retracement of the prior move. Now you bring it back. Does this mean that it's going right back to the high? No. I do want to tell everybody that this doesn't mean that. But even me, I'm thinking, all right, now you're going to get some momentum right back. Look at the names that were winning yesterday. See if they start to pick up.
Well, and I think that's a good point. Like it doesn't feel like a V bottom scenario like we saw with these others, just because like it's like the faster the down, it seems the faster the recovery. And this was just a slow grind, to down was like 11% on the Qs. But there wasn't like any one day that was bigger than like 1%, just a slow kind of decline down. So that might mean a slow decline back up. And just from recent examples, if you look at 2025, that was a fast move down and then just recovered. And then if you go look at 2022, it was more of this kind of slow bleed lower. And again, took some time, but yeah, I see Tuna's talking about battle going lower. So saved by the skin of his teeth. It looks like Kevin was. There was a moment there where if that battle had just ripped, it could have. I think it
I'm
gets
sure
to the.
even Tuna felt attacked.
Yeah, he
That's
was.
why you're battling back. You're like,
Yeah,
no, we said that was going down. It was going down.
yeah. It. I don't know.
No,
Again,
let's just
the
be
most.
honest.
I'm happy
He,
for him, but the most fun outcome, I was kind of hoping for a rip. I'm not gonna lie,
in the
just because it would have been
pre-market,
funny.
let's be honest. If he would have been sitting at the desk and seen that at 6:43, would he have been able to hold on?
Yeah, I don't know. That would have been like a near like a 70% rip up in your face. That would have been a
Ye-
hard one.
That would have been a hard one to hold. I will say that. You know what I mean? And if you have a system, would it sell out there?
I would hope. Like that's
I
again,
would hope.
it's
Now
the
you're starting to get really underwater real quick.
well, yeah, and you can have again a battle could turn right now and go to 20 at the end of the day, and it wouldn't surprise me because this thing's one of these low flow penny stocks. So, it's like it's the same as shorting these low flow penny stocks intraday. You're right very frequently because often these things are going to just completely disintegrate because they're scam companies. Every now and then you're gonna get was it QMMM and TCGL and a couple of these that go up like 20,000% in a day and can completely wipe you out. So again, I was just for the memes. If it was real money, obviously I wouldn't hope that it did that to him, but because it's just fake money, I kind of did. I kind of did. Might be me to me, but I was kind of
The
hoping
little
for a
inner
VATL
bear,
like
the
a
inner bear
little
in you.
yeah, VATL like at 20 would have been funny for me.
It would have been a good lesson to remind yourself why you're not building a system to short penny stocks.
Yeah,
It would have been
yeah,
that real
that's
quick
true.
reminder, this is why we don't do it.
Too many horror stories I've talked to. I've talked to people who made a lot of like a ton of cash doing it, but it's you're walking a tightrope. One stock that gaps like runs and halts and then just gaps through your stop and you're losing like 10,
Did we
20
just get a
times what you
fake
expect
out?
in a
Did
trade.
we just get a fake out? Did we just get a fake to the upside? Oh, today is a perfect day to ping pong and just break traders' minds. So I'm gonna be careful not getting too caught in the ping pong. Because if you just ping pong right here between 650s and 645s, I guarantee you there's gonna be some traders ready to throw their computers out the window. This is how you know that today is a frustration type of day, right? What is it? It's an expanded range. We look at the weeklies, guys. Don't get lost, right? The weeklies are still what? We bounced to 660, rejected the resistance, and are stuck in between the range. Literally stuck in between last week's range, right? So all we're doing is just trading in between there. While all of us are just spending money, the institutions are like, well, look at these guys just spending money today, guys. So just be careful out there, guys. Try not to overthink that everything's going back to, let's say, 700 on the SPY, or that everything's just going back to, let's say, 600 right quick, right? Right now we're in the chop zone.
Yeah, and we're getting to that half hour in. Everyone's kind of getting itchy to start their long weekend.
And
It's
we
like
got to get through the day trader time, right? What's the day trader time? The first hour of the day. The market loves to trick all traders in that first hour of the day. This is why a lot of traders and some traders say forget the first hour of the day, right? Because there's always a lot of fake outs on the first hour of the day. So let's get towards like 10:30 and see what happens then. If all of a sudden things start waking up, that could be a sign, right? I think, a lot of times you got to think about it. Institutional traders, they're literally like they will lose their job if they trade that first 15 minutes. I've talked to certain people on the desk, and yeah, they'll literally lose their job if they trade the first 15 minutes. The best traders trade after that first 15 minutes, and that's even like we're talking about top traders, right? Not the bottom tier trader. The bottom tier probably have to wait towards first a whole hour. so that they can get a recap from probably the good guys, the good traders, to being like, hey, this is what's actually happening today. I don't care what you had written in your journal yesterday, and go implement positions based on this knowledge, right? So,
And yeah, we mentioned that how these guys get filled isn't just by hitting a button and buying shares like we do,
yeah,
right? They're deciding when to turn on algorithms, right? So, that they would something that I could see happen at a lot of hedge funds today would be, okay, the market gap down, there's bad news, started to dip off the open. They just say, okay, let's wait. And then as soon as, okay, it doesn't look like we're crashing, now let's start buying the stuff that we wanted to buy today. Turn on the algorithms that spread out, and you can look all this is public, because as soon as you leave your firm, of course you're allowed to say whatever you want. So that they explain this, they're usually some sort of VWAP related algorithm, and the idea is to send out orders randomly in
randomly,
random
exactly.
sizes at random intervals throughout the
So no
day.
one can peg you. No
So
one
no
can know that it's you.
Well, that's what I used to do when I paid for my whole university prop trading, right? I was there for like 5, 6 years, and that's what we did. We would just look at the tape, because that was before these algorithms and this computerization
Utilities going
existed.
higher.
And you would see, oh, every time this stock gets to whatever, someone's selling 10,000 share lots. And you could read that on the tape. Now, no one would ever be dumb enough to do that. They would just turn on an algorithm. But yeah, there was a whole game to be made of trying to find a large order that had to be pushed through a stock, and you just front run the heck out of them. And it was just this back and forth game of you and the guy on the tape, over and over and over again. And then, just like anything, they're like, I got to figure it out. Yeah, the Qs are starting to break out here. The SPY did a little bit of a 5-minute pullback. It's continuing as well. We're only down now 3/4 of a point on the SPY. We were down much, much worse. XLV looks like it's about to go positive on the day, so green to red on that. Same with biotechs, looking like they're going to go positive on the day as well. Finance just a little bit behind that, so those big ones. Mag 7 and the Qs lagging a little bit
Finance
as
still
well, right?
struggling significantly in the problem area, so just be careful in finance. I will say that right off the bat, because it is still struggling in the problem areas.
Well, you're not going to
Credit
like that I'm
services,
stalking.
asset management.
You're not going to like that I'm stalking this owl. I think I might buy.
That's
I'm looking
that
for it.
specific one that's about to break the lows.
Yeah, that's the one I want to buy if it fails. I'll find the chart. Where was it? Let me grab.
Oh, my boy likes to play with knives.
Sure do. Mean reversion's got a wicked win rate. Here it is. So
I mean,
this is Blue Oil
you
Capital.
got a lot of red at least on the chart. That's for sure.
The institutions are starting to short now, not before. Right. This is why I don't believe in like the big money controls the market, because these guys are wrong so much that it's just
GV
like,
ripping.
why can't you? So this is the bottom indicator here is just the short interest, and it's spiking. So the hedge funds are hammering the short now when it's at $8, not before when it's at 26, 27. Now when it's at $8 is really when they want to push on it. So I'm just watching this one. It's going to be pretty simple. If we can get above kind of 850, I'm going to buy some. I'm going to stop below. I'm risking this, right? Tiny risks, little shots. If I'm right and this thing, ends up not even retracing all of it, but say it gets back to 10 or 12 or something like that. Well, I'm in at 850 and I'm risking to 8. So I'm risking like 50 cents. If I can make $2 off of a 50-cent risk, I'd be crazy not to. So I'm looking for that gap down kind of reversal to take place, and then that's the shot I'm going to take. I don't have much finance exposure, and I want a bit, so I want to find the stuff that I think's got the best risk reward to it.
My biggest question would be why finance? Why now? But you don't worry about those things.
Nope, because it is insanely oversold, and when it's insanely oversold, there is a bounce coming. And the fact that everyone in the world is short it and everyone in the world hates it, that means I want to love it. Everyone
go.
thinks it's an awful
There you
company.
go. The contrarian here coming in.
Give me. You hate the thing? You think it's going to zero? Good. Give me some.
No, I
You're
don't think it's
shorting
going
it
to
at
zero,
8?
but I think you're going to get at least some regional bank breakdown first. And I think I'd wait for that first. When you see the bank go, that's when you buy it.
Well, it's the same. We talked about the same trade I took on HIMS on, like, it's the exact same. Talked about this live on.
And the
this
fun
show
part
right
was
here.
I felt the same way, right? That's how life is, guys. That's how trading
Yeah,
can be, right?
that's what makes the market. It's two people disagree.
But that's what you want to do, right? That's what you want to do. Just
Yeah.
live and breed what you do, right? Don't
This-
stress too much. Just establish what you believe in, right? I don't catch falling knives. Michael makes money playing with knives. But
so yeah, this is
that's what
just
matters most.
And again, just to recap that trade, it was the same. It was incredibly oversold, gap down, was able to recover and not get quite green on the day, but fill a lot of that gap. So I just bought some there. My stop went under the low. I waited like a week or so and then just got this gift out of nowhere. And I mentioned that I was selling it right on that open there. So the SPY. So that's the same thing I'm looking at on.
Ooh, I actually like that DXYZ here. Do I dare? The chat trying to make
This
me
is the
degenerate today.
space one, right? You got
Yeah,
access to SpaceX in it.
Let's be degenerates today. Let's take a little bit here. Oh, you saw how they just jumped it? Whoever just bought. Yeah, you can go. As soon as I go to put out the order, it's like, okay, I'm gonna spread out by 48 cents. Forget your 20-cent spread. So I'll try to get filled here at 28s, guys. That's what I'm trying to get filled here. And risk 27. But that's just a nice, simple trade there.
Oh.
If I can get filled. If I can
holy
get filled.
Smokes. Look at Kodak. Crazy.
Yeah. I'll give him some flowers when he deserves it. Because I am a little bit back and forth with this guy, but JC Peretz, I think, called out Kodak. So give him some love there. If you guys know JC, nice little breakout there.
And your attitude on JC is everybody's attitude. And I think he does it on purpose. He is a very
he does. He's very polarizing figure.
But I've drank with him many times. You talk to him in person, he's a little more chill, but that's just the way he is. He just says the first thing that comes to his head, with no consideration of who it's going to piss off. And
don't worry. I think I'm the same, and that's probably what it is. When you get two alphas in the room, they're gonna butt heads, man. The alpha mentality.
Well, and he is insanely laser focused on only things that he thinks will make him money, and he will just not even have a discussion. Like if you try to sit him down and have a discussion with the Straitofhormuz or the Fed, he's just not even gonna like spitball with you. He's like, I don't care. That's not gonna make me any money. Let's go look at So that's what he does. But Kodak, again, it's one of these companies that every time I see it, I'm like, oh yeah, that still exists. Like if anyone ever brings up BlackBerry, I'm like, oh, right, that the BlackBerry still exists. Good for them.
Doesn't want to fill me, guys. I'm gonna have to cancel and wait for a little pullback here. It's the only way I'm gonna get in. If you're just sitting there and the stock doesn't want to let you in, cancel your order and watch how you might see a little pullback. You see right there, I had the opportunity. Just the offer went down for a slight second to 27.94, and I could have grabbed below 28s. Right? Like you gotta be quick. But by taking it off there, taking off some pressure, we started to see some downside fill. Right? So now you're seeing even 27.91s fill. Right? So you got to be looking into the tape, right? Know what's the tape, kind of getting after it like that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and it's how you have to play the liquid games. It's the way. I'm not anti people trading liquid stocks at all. I think the lower the liquidity, sometimes just the higher the edge. But it's going to take a little more finesse, right? It's going to take a little more limit orders and smaller sizes and understanding that if the thing rips, you're going to get slippage on the way out. But yeah, I don't think there's anything necessarily wrong with that. If you test most strategies and then you test the same strategy on like extremely mega liquid names, usually you get some, if not all, edge degradation. And it's just because the lower the liquidity, the less institutional involvement. Because, like we talked about, the institutions are not going to trade, like super liquid names. And yeah, so there's that back and forth that you have there.
Trying to pay attention to CENX here. Of course, this is one of my high flyers. I'm up over 9% on this position. No, so just trying to consider if I cash it here. We'll see what happens. NEE is a nice one. I like this one, guys. I love it. I love it. Love it. Love it. Talked about it going to 100. And it's on its way, man. It's on its way. It hit 93s now. Undercut and rally. And it was a beautiful buy if you guys got that. I would love to get it back at 93 here. Yell at me if it starts to get down there, but Nextera, Excel would be another one. Look at XEL's chart today. You'll see it there. You'll see what I mean by that chart. I love charts like this that show you wicks and tricks to the downside, and then you just get the nice little upside move. So if you look at the daily chart, look how you see a bunch of wicks right underneath. Buying pressure. Every time this thing is pulling back, you're finding buyers. Little wicks can be those tricks. See if we get another lift there, and that can go higher. I would love to see this trend line approach right back towards 82s. All right, guys, let's go take a look here. CENX, looking for this to kind of break through the highs of yesterday and then continue. It broke it right out the gates here. Now we need to hold the hourly pullbacks so I can set stops in the green there and just let it go, right? Because at some point it needs to recover 63 and get out of here, right? Get out of the rut that it's in right now, kind of sideways action day. But nice little breakout at the gates there. So looking to try to ride this aluminum play. Like I've talked about, I think aluminum is in for a bigger run. I've already taken half, so I can keep riding this. We'll see what happens.
SPY surging just a bit here, trying again. A lot of topping tails starting here on the 5-minute chart.
650
could be
range.
Yeah, it could be starting to chill out a little bit.
Look for energy stocks to give you the key here. I think that's what you watch for, because USO can recover quickly right here, right through 138.
Let's see.
I still think the oil trade is still going higher, man. I remember I talked about USO. I thought it could get to around 140s, 145, 150s. We definitely have done that and then some. So I think we're getting near. I think we're going to get like one more like hoorah kind of scare. Maybe it's an energy like being attacked. Trump did mention yesterday that they would start to attack energy infrastructure. So those types of things, it's like I literally like I'm sitting like and I read that and I'm like who told him that that was going to help the oil price? Because there had to have been someone being like, hey, like say these things, it's going to help oil. Because that's the only thing that matters here. It's not necessarily the stock market. Oil comes down, and guess what? The stock market will come ripping right back up. So I don't know. It's interesting times. Let me just say that much.
Yeah, I'm impressed. The strength that we've seen from the bulls off the open here.
Gold still strong too.
A lot of day to go, obviously, but it's other than that, first little 5-minute dip or so, we've just been popping from there. So we're seeing good strength for I talked about the two scenarios that I saw, and one was just people go, oh crap, and we roll over new lows, and then this was the second scenario of people were like, oh man, I missed the first rally. Now I got a dip into that range, and we can start buying it from there. Now it could be this insane mother bar scenario where you've got this huge rip, right? You had a gap up and a continuation, and maybe we're stuck inside this range for a bit, but very quickly, what I'd like to see if we're going to continue here is just let's go and fill the gap. If we turn it green today, then holy smokes, uh, anyone who is short is probably starting to get a little bit nervous. So
I don't think not necessarily, dude, because you're still holding the weekly patterns. This is where I keep pointing to. We can't get stuck on the daily pattern too much, man. We're just rejecting the highs on the weeklies. Until you break the
US
weeklies, I
is
I still think it's still a bearish chart. Regardless, the trend line still holds to the downside. V recoveries need to break prior, like we need to break the trend. We keep doing what? Higher lows on the weekly, or lower highs on the weekly. So until that changes, I think you still are in a bearish chart.
the just a press release from dude of U.S. not engaged in any discussions to release additional crude oil from strategic reserves, Energy Department official says, which is interesting because
That's your next bailout if Trump wants to pull it.
right, but it's for the U.S. oil. I listened to a podcast and I looked up the stat just to prove it, but only like 2% of U.S. oil needs the Strait. So that's why he keeps saying it's not our problem and like putting up his hands and backing off. It's interesting because it seems like it's a much bigger problem for like Japan and South Korea that import all of their oil, whereas the U.S. can be a net exporter anytime they want.
That's
So
just that, but
maybe a plan.
that's just a like a cop out, Michael. Because what matters more is the consumer, right? Because we're an economy of consumers, right? Like if the consumer stops, well, then guess what? It doesn't even matter what you can pump here in the U.S. What matters more is the price at the pump. The price at the pump hitting above 4 is really affecting people, man.
Right, but what if, like, say, only 2% of U.S. oil goes through the Middle East? Like, only
Yes,
2%.
yes,
So
but that
shouldn't, in
doesn't.
theory, if it all gets cut off, shouldn't the price only go up 2%?
That's what you would hope, Michael. That's
Like,
what you would hope. I would say like this: like if the world worked in a perfect realm, yeah, what you're saying would make complete sense, and then we'd only see like 2.96 or like 3.20s in the pump. But no, we're seeing the $4. Why? Because it's the integrated names that you get your oil from. Regardless if that's where US pumps, right? Where do you, when you go to the gas station, you're probably going to your Exxon Mobil, you're going to your Chevron, you're going to your ConocoPhillips, right? You're going to, and that's the truth, right? That's where the truth lies, is that it's in these integrated names and they set the price, right? They set the price, right? The global market sets the price. And so, yeah, Trump can try to push that narrative, but the truth is the global price of oil matters more.
yeah, well, let's screw 'em. Just us and you, Canada. We'll help you make it. You guys refine it. Just keep it all locally. Deal with it from there. I do love he used
The
it as a
market's starting
marketing
to hold up a
gimmick.
little bit here. I think you watched the TLT as
Yeah.
another sign that's doing really well today, guys. So the TLT is something to kind of keep your eyes open for.
Well, oil is looking. This is looking like a potential breakdown here in oil if this base that we're hanging out in continues lower. That wouldn't surprise me to see that go, and that would obviously be more bullish for everything. IWM has been the strongest here. Like, just look at this chart right off the open, and then away we go.
Energy
So
loves to do hourly long pullbacks and then come ripping right back. So that's the hard part about it. It's a common pattern for oil.
we are ripping IWM, ripping in the SPY, but the Qs are still the laggard. They're up from the open as well, but still about 1% down on the Qs, right? RSP is now outperforming the SPY. So just showing it's more of like the every stock that's doing well versus just large cap tech. So with MAGS down 1.5%, maybe we get a little reversal there on MNGS. If that starts to catch up, we start to get the big boys really playing ball, which I think a lot of it is Tesla, right? They had that bad news in the open. They haven't had the buying that the rest of them are happening here. So right? Tesla had the delivery number failure, and they've been kind of weighing us down a little bit. So we just need that to turn just a bit, right?
Yeah, we'll see what happens, guys. Here it is. Let's bring in my man Josh in the house. What's up? What's up, my friend? How we doing? Knock, knock at your door. You know how it is. Where's my tea? Where's my coffee? Where's my juice, Josh?
Yeah, where's my juice jar, baby? Where's my juice jar? I love it. And how do we talk gas stations and not bring up Buc-ee's, baby? Come on, if I'm getting gas, I'm
Buc-ee's.
Buc-ee's.
Where does Buc-ee's get their gas? Let's
I
find
know, right?
out.
That's a good
Facts AI.
question. Where does Buc-ee's get their gas? That is a good
Let's find
question.
out. Let's find out. All Buc-ee's carry Buc-ee's branded fuel, which is supplied by RB Stewart Petroleum Products of Arlington, Texas.
Ooh,
There you go.
So
That famous
Texas.
place.
Texas. Let's see where this is a part of. Let's see if this is a stock or something. Let's see. Da, 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 da. Oh, this is a smaller company in good old Texas.
gotta love it.
Gotta love it. Gotta love it. I gotta do a little bit more deeper research, but I don't think you can invest in this one. That's the only problem.
Gotcha.
All
Hey,
the
maybe
best
when they go
companies,
public,
man.
They're huge. Buc-ee's is big. That's a big thing. Have you ever heard of that?
Yep.
I know Nauss, you're up
Privately owned.
Canada, but Nauss, have you heard of the Buc-ee's and seen them?
No.
Yeah, it is.
Oh, that's for you Canadians. You love it. They got jerky there. They got maple.
Oh, there we go. I'll take it.
Yeah,
Goes right up my alley.
Homemade jerky. Homemade jerky, baby.
Nothing
they
better
got
than a good road
think about
trip
it.
with beef jerky and
It's like how can we describe it, Josh? It's like a Costco, Walmart,
yeah.
gas station,
Yeah, it's got like
sporting goods store.
right. Yeah,
It's
something for
all
your
in
mom for
one.
Easter. Yeah, get your mom something for Easter there. Even it's like you go, Nas, you see this place and you are like, is this like a Walmart? What am I? It's got like 100 pumps. And it's full. You'd think, oh, 100 plus pumps. They're never. No, every one of the stalls is pretty much usually booked. And I mean, it is a must stop if you pass a Buc-ee's in the United States. It is gotta stop at Buc-ee's, bro. Yeah, you'd love it. You would love it.
sounds like an experience, right?
Yeah,
Sounds
it
like something
is.
to go just to.
Yeah.
I've seen a handful of videos of like British people and stuff going to America and just like getting so stoked. Like I saw a video and he's driving a Ford F-150 and he had like a big gulp in his hand with like this like really posh British accent. It's like I feel so American right now. Good for you. Good for you.
Good stuff. Yeah, it's especially with the kids. It's definitely an experience. If you're ever around one, they're slowly throwing them out there in different states. We're gonna get our first one in Arkansas soon, so it's an experience for sure. Yeah, you stop in there and the kids are gonna be like, "Can we stop at Buc-ee's again?" It's gonna be one of those kind of things.
Yeah, we were worried about our boy Kev for a second there with Battle gapping up 50% in the pre-market. We're like he could give it all up right here. He could be dominating the whole time, and in one day go to the. But no, it looks like it's working out for him again now. So he's probably back up. He was up 250 when we were looking in the pre-market. Last time I checked, there he was only up 96. So he's probably on his way back down. But there was a brief moment where you can almost like hear the sweat kind of go down. He had that trade the pool headband on to stop him from sweating so much because it looked a little dicey, especially I'm sure if
What do you think that headband's
up for
for,
this
man?
candle, right?
What do you think that headband's for, bro?
He would have been underwater a ton if we,
Nah.
you had that spike come through.
Hey, it's hanging in there though. It's right off the support. The 450s holding in. Who knows what happens in the afternoon? We know how these like to go. But overall, let's take a look to see what's going on. Will we actually break this 650, man? It seems like there's a wall here. Is there an iceberg order we don't know about? Because, man, this is sticky here. This is sticky.
650.50.
Sticky, icky. This is what my man would say. It's a battle of Normandy.
I like it. Stalemate, baby. It's a stalemate.
There you go.
Just a quick question, and I just got to duck for just 1 second. But quant question: whether to include pre-market data on a back test when no orders will trigger in pre-market. depends. It's the same. It's going to always be this way with quant stuff. But right, if you include pre-market, it's going to change all your indicators, right? So if you're using a MACD, an RSI, ADX, ATR, whatever, if your pre-market data is on, it's going to include that in your stuff. So what I usually say is if you're back testing things that you could trade in the pre-market, large cap tech, mega movers like penny stocks that are really on fire doing a ton of volume, then yes. But if you're only trading, if what you're trading would have no volume in the pre-market, I would remove it, because then you get say you're using a moving average and you get like one print that's like $1 million out of the money. It just skews the moving average entirely. So if you're going to trade, or if it would have the volume to trade in the pre-market, include it in your back test. If the other way around, then lost him.
No, they tried to pull the rug on me.
But yeah, so
they tried.
Just to recap, if you're going to trade in the pre-market, include it, or if the thing could be traded in the pre-market, include it, and if not, like if you look at the SPY, a lot of pre-market data there. I don't know. Let's just grab like a random ticker. I know it doesn't trade much. This outlet thing that just this is the pre-market print. There was one print right there in the pre-market. That's just random noise. And if you're including that in your data set, it's going to be like a garbage in, garbage out scenario. So, all right, guys, I'll be right back.
Do it to it, brother.
All right, guys, hanging in there. We'll see what's going on. Just trying to hang in to see what is battling right now. Haha, pun intended. We'll take a look to see what's going on in the SPY. Seems like there's a little bit of a iceberg order, but I talked about the 445 being like that 50% retracement level where you could see the market put a little bit of a hold and a stand. Now the question is that will the institutions be willing to step up here? I think that's really what it is. Retail's already trapped. I will say that. I think retail's trapped already here in the longs. So now it's more of a matter of will it hang in here? You see that 650s. It seems like we can't get to 651 right now. So I'm just going to be looking at the hourlies, waiting for that to kind of start to clear at 651 if I want to take longs, especially in kind of more of the swing mentality. We'll see what happens there. But SPY getting smaller and smaller candles on the 15-minute tells me to look for the hold of 650 and a break of 651 and see if we can actually climb. We'll see if we get that. We're getting that as we speak, looking at that. I'll show you guys that on the 15-minute. You see how you get in these smaller candles? At some point, you look for it to start holding kind of the first rip. So to me, that means this area needs to start holding if you're going to continue to push back. You cut that, you could probably come right back down to like, let's say half of this candle, right? So we'll see what happens there. Josh, how are you seeing things? Are we going to a long rally here? Is that what we're seeing?
Oh yeah, well, yeah. Small caps are kind of hit today. They took a hit, and that happened from ELAB yesterday. But yeah, I like SPY today. Stay up here, I like that area that you're talking about. So yesterday, same thing. We talked about that when I was with Steve during the lunch recap, saying are we going to stay bullish or positive or not? Boy, we cracked 656. I did not see that big reversal. So you even go back to yesterday, when I didn't see it coming all the way back down, essentially, as it did almost a low of day. Today, though, I don't see that happening. It seems like we're on a skyrocket right now as we're hitting new high of day. Yep. Probably going to test into yesterday's lows, in my opinion. Really hitting into pre-market lows of yesterday. So that into the low of yesterday of 653, gonna be a true battle of resistance. But overall, she's a beaut for the day. I'm a little surprised she's this bullish, but that's just the thing in the market. You're getting these dips and rips.
And I talked about it. What are the names that are leading to the upside in the queues? And that's what you want to be looking at in the SPY. And what is it? The computer system names. I've talked about it, guys. It's your STX, right? It's your SNDK. You see how bullish that chart is compared to the SPY, right? This is what I've been telling people. What's holding up the market, guys? So some people were like, oh, doom and gloom today. I was like, you don't need to be. You could be going with these names, right? You could be going with like an ASML, right? How many times have I brought up this trade for you guys, right? There's a reason why, because these are the names that are hanging on. Your TER, right? And when you know it, when like I'm not even looking at these charts right now, I kind of know they're green, right? And it's just because these are the winners. These are the leaders. Stick with leaders, guys. We talk about it all the time, and sometimes we get distracted because there's so much action. But if you just stick with leaders, you'll be doing all right. guys.
Relative strength. It's like the
Yeah.
most studied thing out there.
And I think sometimes we get really distracted, right? Because there's still some strength out there, right? If you look at the weekly on all these, you won't get scared, right? And look at the SNDK and just take a look at it on a weekly basis, right? Is this a scary looking chart? No. If
Yeah, there's
anything, it just gave
still
you a golden opportunity to 600, right? So
yeah, there's still 39% of all stocks are above the 200-day moving average, and 30% of all stocks are still above the 50-day. So yeah, there's still a lot of strength under the hood,
yeah.
right?
It's just leadership changes, and what you want to also be doing is understanding when certain stocks change trends and when they hold on. A very simple way is like looking at like a 50, a moving average. Like you can use that SNDK, right? You look at it on the daily. You came right back to the 50 moving average, the EMA. You undercut it for 1 day, and you quickly recover, right? And then the recent period was on Monday the 9th. And then on the daily, that's kind of on the dip on this one. And where did you do? You didn't even tap the 50 EMA. So if we're not breaking through the 50, that just should tell you that this name is still remaining strong. Yes, is it watching out short-term 9 EMA trades? Yes, but it's still holding the longer-term trend. And it's a big trend. Look how strong this is getting today.
Wow,
This is your leadership. Leadership
something's
with
happening
strength.
right now.
XLI
We got
ripping here. We got a big rip in the XLI. That's oil going down here. I'll tell you that. I don't even need to look. I've given you the play already. Look how USO is coming down here fast, right? So there's a quick reaction. Make sure that you're watching your trades to make protection on. Big liftoff in certain trades out there, guys. So pay attention.
Everything's green now. Dow green, SPY green, NASDAQ green. Russell just hit up 1%.
I'm closing the
everything just
oil, the coal exposure there, and gonna protect Hunt, but Hunt took off with that, so I'll just move the stop up there, and just look for things to start to run and certain things to break down. USO broke down there. This is why I told you guys what would happen to the XLI and how important oil was. Look at the oil reaction. Look at the XLI reaction there. That's XLI. That's an ETF making a move like that. So there it is, guys.
Tanking.
And
I don't
VXX.
know.
So something happened there. Something
I'm
happened,
looking.
guys. We'll find out. Of course, everyone on Wall Street knows already. So we will figure this out a little bit later.
Iran drafting protocol with Oman for Strait of Hormuz traffic.
Wow. Big breakout there, guys. It's time to make money, guys, on the big account, guys. I'm up $3,000 here, guys. Look at the bottom here, guys. So look at that as I get BE to start ripping higher, guys. I'm actually looking to add on BE here as we're pushing stronger here. These are the AI trades. Now I'm looking for pullbacks to add, guys. Pullbacks to add is what I'm looking for. FCX doing really well. I'm going to probably cash FCX here just to pay myself a good $1,000. Of course, earlier today I did kind of close kind of a red trade there. So I'll probably be closing FCX here and just put a stop at 61. Let that keep going. And if it goes right back up, I'll still be deep green there. Big account doing well. Let's go trading, guys. What are you guys seeing out there?
Whew, I just love my Amazon. That's nice today. Yeah, that's a massive move right here. Whoa.
I'm just seeing everything flip, right? We got software positive. We got the Mag 7 is still lagging, but I think that's probably just entirely Tesla at this point. The SPY just flipped green. IWM is nicely green, right? Finance green, XLV green. I think I need to look down just to look up, but I definitely got triggered in my owl long. So pray for me there through 850.
It looks like we do have a guest. We're in a little bit of a fast market here, so we'll bring him on. Miguel, excuse me that we didn't have this kind of set up here, so I'm sorry that we don't have a kind of an intro for you, Miguel, but we'll bring you onto the screen here. We'll talk about a little bit of some trading, a little bit of some crazy markets going on, so kind of hard to kind of drive too much into an interview right now, but definitely want to bring you on here. So producer, if you can get him on here onto the show. There we go. So it's good to see you, Miguel. How are we doing out there?
Very good. A little bit choppier in small cap land, but it's but small cap land has been on fire recently, in recent days, recent weeks. So there's been a lot of opportunity to the long side and a lot of opportunity to the downside. That's my specialty, is more of small caps. So, but and this is also my first live stream, and I'm just like kind of watching how you guys are like going back and forth at it, and wow, can I just say that you guys are pros at this?
This
At
is
least in-
wild times and wild
no need to
markets
glaze
right now.
too much, but yeah, we just
Mm.
it's just four dudes who like talking stocks, hanging out, right, and just
Yeah.
seeing what's going on. Which
Oh, and let's not forget ARAB. We got to bring up
Okay.
AERB before the day's over, guys. Speaking of small caps,
oh yes,
we
let me
got to
grab.
bring up this.
Mhm.
We got to bring up AERB. Oh, Mr. T12, look at the chart. Yeah,
So
this is
he's
Oh
uh,
my
this is awesome.
goodness, yeah,
so he's Dunzo, is he? Is that the
that
gone?
is horrific.
Let me.
Guys, at least I gave him some money before he left. I remember I was trading this thing, man, and it was like popping, and I was up like $300, $400, $500, and I was like popping beers in the back, and then it just pew, right back down.
There we go. For those
That's how
who
it goes,
missed,
right, Miguel?
Hmm.
oh man, he's changed.
Oh.
He's changed his
Is
website.
he
a lot.
doing crypto now?
Oh wow, American what? Yeah, he did a little bit here. Okay.
Yeah, so
Now-
for
now he's a
anyone who missed
patriot.
the iconic stream, I'm sad that wasn't like clipped up and sent everywhere. As we spent a lot of time on one boring day scrolling this website of this stock that's gone from. Let me just check on. Let's go AREB. It was like a million, like $18 billion a share or something to zero again and again and again. I'm like, what the hell? What the hell is this company called? American Rebel? Yeah, $19
Yeah.
billion a share.
And
Uh,
and that is
down to
mostly
zero.
what you're going to find in these small cap names, is a lot of the daily charts and a lot of the weekly charts are going to be very constantly or parabolically trending downwards, like capitulating all the way down.
Yeah, it's reverse split, and then that increases your prices and use that to raise money and so on and so forth. But we went through, yeah, you can get your own beer from this guy. Where like, he just sings songs about how much he loves America. Yeah, I don't know what. I don't even know what this is. So, oh, there we go. That's what I was looking for.
There we go. Current stock
Beer
price
to keep him
646.
alive.
My butt.
Yeah, where does it 6 Yeah, he turned that off a long time ago. Because we're at 6 cents and now we're at zero essentially.
Yeah.
Oh, that could be as viewed as deceiving investors, my friend. Not something I would be doing.
Well, it's funny. I don't know if you saw the MicroStrategy chart, but they had this. He had this chart on this website of what happened if you invested in MicroStrategy versus like Google or gold or whatever. And when it turned out that MicroStrategy was the worst investment ever, he tried to like pull it from his website. But then I guess the SEC said, no, if you're going to put that chart up when things are good, you got to leave it up for some period of time when things are bad. So there's a chart on the MicroStrategy website that shows that if you invested in like anything else in the world, you'd be doing better. And I think it's amazing. Let me see if I can find it. But yeah, this old American Rebel Holdings on the.
Yeah. I was just going. I was watching the small caps.
American Rebel.
I saw that was T12. I was like, hold on, what? That's T12? No way! I gotta tell everybody. I cannot believe they finally did it. We gotta bring it up. This is awesome. Yeah, it was. It was back on. What was it? November, October. We had that on the stream, Miguel. And it was a slower day, and we spent probably 15, 20 minutes, and then pulled up some songs, and it was. We were all laughing, to say the needless to say, and yeah. So and then Money Mitch goes long on it for a breakout. Of course, it doesn't work out. Whatever. Next thing you know, it just dumps. We keep bringing it up as it dumps away in reverse splits, and then I see it T12. I'm like, oh, this is gold. I've got to bring this up on the live stream. That we go from. And we were jokingly saying we should just short this down to nothing. I mean, we were just like, this is going no. Why wouldn't we? And sure enough, just all the way down to the dirt.
Yeah, and that is that's going to be a lot of small cap stocks. You can't bring it up anymore, but there used to be another stock that was very, very similar to that. It was a BINI, but I don't think that appears on Trader Revolution anymore or TradeThePool's platform. But that stock was also like a very or maybe it does. If you like scroll out all the way on the daily chart, it's just like
Yeah,
Where was that stock price at?
54 billion a share, I think now,
Yep.
down to 8 cents.
Not a bad return for a short.
Do they still have Mullen? Mullen was the king.
Oh, you mean
of this.
Mullen? Yeah, that was another one. Yeah, that was
Mullen
I think
too. Yes.
that was in
I think
the.
that was Benny. That was Benny.
Oh, was it? Yeah, because one of them I remember
the name changed.
hit like quadrillions or something before
Mhm.
it went. It would, yeah, if you invested, it was worth something quadrillion dollars before it went down.
Yeah.
Yeah, oil's continuing here, right? So the initial, if we go into like a 1 minute chart,
What
it looked like we
happened?
were
Have
just
we
gonna
even
bounce.
found out what happened, or is he
Yeah,
still just
there's
talking to everybody that has made money on it?
no. It's Iran is drafting protocol for Strait of Hormuz traffic. That's the
All
that's the
right,
Bloomberg headline.
that's at least something material. You see, that's what I've been telling you guys. What's of material? Everything that Trump's given you
Strait
is
of Iran, and then
nothing.
again, both these are from Iran.
Nothing,
This is saying
right?
Hormuz
So,
Strait protocol not to constitute restrictions. So they're just gonna let them through. That's interesting. So again, this podcast I was listening to basically saying that they have to open up at some point because America doesn't use it very much, but like every other trading partner they have does. So eventually, you're hurting your friends by leaving the thing closed more than you're hurting your enemy. So there's a point where you have to go, okay, I'm hurting America 2%, but I'm hurting the rest of my trading partners 20+%. So I got to go, okay, well, even though, I was trying to use this as a leverage point, if the leverage point is hurting my allies more than hurting my enemies, then you got to open it. But that's the current rumor. That's what's causing oil to tank, and that's causing, right, IWM to go positive, the SPY to go positive. If we can hold this landing, everything's kind of flipping. The Q's a little bit behind. But again, I think it's all Tesla, right? We need Tesla to recover to get the Q's, the Mag 7, all those names to really perk up because it just hasn't been able to do that.
and we get the gift of 136 on USO on this bounce. I think that's the one I'd like to short here and take a shot. Have to be small because the idea is for you to get a real drop in the oil markets today. If you get that, you get a nice trade, right?
Well,
Look for
Kevin's loving
pullbacks.
battle. I'll tell you that. Kevin just dumping right back on down.
Is he loving it though? Is he loving it though? You know what I mean? We'll see at the end of the day. That's what going to be the telling sign.
Yeah, I was rooting for just so I wouldn't have to hear the guy just like brag all the time.
I mean, it hit 643. We had the shot there.
Just rip, just so I don't have to hear it.
That's you don't have to hear it.
That's why I was rooting for Valerie to be blunt. I'm like, I just don't.
The portfolios, dude. Yeah, that's what should have won it.
She's not going to come into stream and just talk smack randomly and then just leave, never to be seen again. He'll do that. You just wait.
Yeah, we'll see what happens there. And it just goes to show you, one position can make you a lot of money.
Yeah. And you leverage as well as he does, you can bank. It's good stuff.
Well, but on the opposite end of that,
yeah,
could have gotten blown out
yeah.
in one shot. So that's the thing with small caps as a whole, right? Double end sword.
Mm-hmm.
Look for the truth. Right? Look for the truth. Everybody eyes open for the truth now. Now's your chance, Trump. Now's your chance.
Oh yeah, if you want to start handing out tacos, now's your time. Right?
Now's your chance, right? Let's be honest, right? This is like you just opened the newsstand. You got the I can hear the Taco Bell noise in my ear, just dong.
Well, you can see him in his throne room there, screaming at some poor intern to get me my phone.
Get me my phone. Get me my Twitter. No, forget.
I got some told you so's to yell, right?
You see, they're gonna deal with the strait. Everything's fine, guys.
I told you yesterday.
You guys didn't want to believe it.
Well, so far, again, a lot of day to go, but so far it looks like that gap down was a gift for anyone willing to take it. Right, it was a gap down and then rally to go positive. So we were positive at one point. We're kind of sitting a little bit down now. We'll see if we can we can kind of reverse that to just be positive total. So that I think is huge. Just, most people, and I'm just trying to fix things here. Most people, right, they're not looking from the open like we are. They're just looking at the end of the day at their portfolio saying, hey, am I up or down? They look at it and go, oh, I was up today. So it must have been a good day for stocks.
Swing
And they're just-
ideas. What about XLI here? What are you thinking?
So I don't know if buying after this move. It's looking pretty nice. XLI there. I got my owl. That was my big discretionary purchase today. I took a bunch of swings, but that was the trade I took. So I'm in there at 850. Stop under $8, and I don't know. Give me 12. I'll be happy. I'd be really happy. That's a 50% return. So of course I'd be happy.
Slowly watching small caps here, really slow today. A lot slower.
Yeah.
I talked about that
The
yesterday.
only thing that I'm really watching right now is GV, which I think is the only main runner that is still up. Everything else has pretty much faded down. And anybody who was short pretty much has made their gains already for any of the other high-flying names. GV is the only one that has still yet to really come down. So, wait, is there a way for me to share a screen?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
It should just be a little under where you see our little preview. There's a box.
First share
there
it. It might take
opening
a second to get it up, so just share it, and then we should be able to get it up in a second here. Producer will have to kind of switch something
Okay.
up.
Okay.
He'll get it up there in a second.
Yeah,
as long as
it's
you have it
the-
shared.
It
you'll be
should.
able to
It's
find
it's the screen with the up arrow on it. That'll be the one you hover over and it'll say share screen.
You got Windows, whole screen.
Okay.
All right,
I'm
watching
having a
out there,
little bit
guys.
So watching. I saw you
difficulties
mention
on my end, so
SATL.
I think I might have to restart my computer to go share my screen here. But
Not a worry, my friend. You
yeah,
can just
it's okay.
describe the
Maybe
trade if
next time.
anything. Yeah,
But
no
it looks
worries.
like
We'll have you back
GV
on.
is going to really be like lifting off here. It has like a little bit of a consolidation after a huge run up, flagging a little bit, and it could continue more if volume continues to increase.
Yeah, it's a good day too, right? So you're picking a good day. If you see the
GV as
upside
in
move.
like not GEV but GV.
Got you. Visionary holdings. Yeah, we'll see if it continues going higher. One of the things I do believe in is that when you have a euphoric chase type of trade today, if the market just starts ripping higher, it creates FOMO. So a name like this can actually create more FOMO, and then the fear of missing out of the trade, everyone starts piling in. So
Yeah,
it's not a bad trade
definitely.
to watch, Miguel. So
And
there's
nice
a recovery there now in certain areas. I'm going to take a shot here in XLI. I don't even have the amount. I tried to get some there. I need more. I need more buying power.
Don't mention about shorting my my SATL there.
No, I like it for a long.
Josh,
I'm not shorting that. I like it for a long.
Oh,
it's
good.
a long play for me. Yeah.
SATL
In
looks
there,
very,
in
very
there
great.
at 5
Yeah.
on that guy.
Love it. Yeah, that's a good bounce long play today. It is hitting that kind of top channel resistance from the last few weeks here, right at that. It's been trying to push up, and I feel like it's going to. But yeah, I've got a line in at 715. So if it gets through that, I'm looking to get up into the 8s, if not 875. I'm sure you want to see it at 10.
Yeah, I would like to see it at 100. But yeah, this is a swing trade I have, so I'm out of this Monday. Is the exit point.
And that looks like a really great trade. If you look at other stocks that are related, like Lunar, also kind of breaking out of their channel, consolidation to the upside. So that looks very nice. Good trade.
Well, it's a lot it's in play right now, right? And everyone's going to space, having a good time. So that's
when are we doing that? We should go. We trade the pool goes to space.
Sure.
All right, Cat, you heard it here first. Let's. I don't know how you probably not enjoy. Come on, man.
Yeah,
Let's do it.
What's a blue ocean or whatever the
Oh gosh, no, not happening.
space. You're not. Come on. So someone's paying for you to get launched into space.
Space.
You're not doing it.
You don't
Space is
want to
fine,
pay
space is fine,
like.
but I'm not going in the. I thought you meant that deep blue sea thing.
No,
I'm not,
I forget what Bezos.
Oh, you want to go back to
called.
the Titanic?
no, yeah, no, I don't. No. I'd rather go to space before I do that thing.
With like a PS2 controller.
Yeah, right.
You,
Yeah.
you don't want
Yeah.
to sign up, Josh?
No, yeah. Just count me out of that. I'm running away scared.
I took a DXYZ there, guys, just to give you guys a little speculative trade on the swing side of things. I think Michael should join me in on this, and we should all cash on lovely Elon Musk. But we'll see what happens.
Well,
DXYZ.
I've got my space exposure right now with that SATL, so I'll
You go with that one. All right, there you go.
Pure algorithmic.
Satalogic. I like it. Satalogic. I like the name.
Yeah, it was just right here on this day, on this red day.
PL ripping higher. You got your whole
Labs.
space team doing well. So Planet Labs doing well there. Rocket Labs looking like a good recovery. ASTS looking good today, going back towards 100. Wise is doing well. XLI, guys. XLI is doing well today, guys. Remember, don't forget where it is, right? You're talking about industrial names. You're talking about aerospace and defense. And the fun part, RTX and LMT going higher with the war supposedly ending in 2 to 3 weeks.
Yeah, our RSP is looking real good. So your average large cap stock, well green. And then the SPY is trying to kind of perk back up here. So you're right. Someone's got to give Trump back his phone. Let's start handing out the tacos. Let's just
go. Now's your
rip right into
chance.
everyone can feel good for their 3-day weekend.
Now's your chance to say that I was the reason why they're thinking about the Strait of Hormuz. Iran is concerned that we're going to take out their energy. Send them to the Stone Ages, should we say.
Yeah, whatever you got to do to wrap it up with your buds, whatever you got to, whatever you got to say. But now is the time, right? They're dishing out the I told you so's. Get this thing up 2-3% today. Just rip the face off the bears.
You also held on the resistance to the key, guys, so don't get it twisted. We still could see a little bit of some ping pong, kind of hourly long pullbacks here. I think you got to wait. I think it's going to be the lunch algos that take the trade, right?
Cleaning this up here because none of these lines matter anymore. Yeah, but you look at the SPY. So let's say we close right here because this is it. We can't look at weekly candles much here because we're not here for Friday. That to me looks a little bit like a bottoming weekly candle, right? You got what 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 weeks down in a row. That was my purchase, right? So I bought on Friday's close based off that algo, and now we're back up. So one more continuation week from there, I'm gonna think the low is probably in, and that doesn't mean that the high is coming anytime soon. We could just be back into this range that is oh so painful for so many people that we've been in now since, geez, yeah, you could almost have created a human in the length of time that we've been hanging out in this range on the SPY. It's going to be frustrating for anyone who's like a buy and hold type. Probably having a real bad time.
USO is starting to break right back to the downside. So if you want to take that trade and you think this is the big oil breakdown, you're getting your shot today. I think is the day, right? Because at least now you have something material to go off of. Is that the Strait of Hormuz becomes Iran's control here, and that they're able to just let boats go through. Let's see if that actually works out, right? Because that's just like, you're definitely jumping on speculation, but now's your opportunity.
Well, that's the name of the game, right? If you jump on it when it's confirmed, it'll all be priced in by then. So bonds must be rallying a bit here too. I'm just seeing talks about how yields are kind of collapsing. Yeah. So this is the best thing for
talked
just
about it early.
Yeah. What's it? TMF? There is a leverage. So if anyone wants to trade, because this is an interesting chart to me, right? We have this kind of clear support here at like 86. We undercut it, and then we kind of come right back through it. So if you want to play that, there's a TMF, which gives you triple leverage bonds because God knows, just trading the TLT is watching paint dry. So 3 times paint dry, I guess, a good thing.
Hey, if you're gonna try it, let's do it 3 times.
Absolutely.
All right, guys, we're going to wrap it up here. Thank you, Miguel, for joining us today, like always.
Sorry, I couldn't have as much input.
No
this
worries,
time,
man.
But,
We'll bring you back, right? Stay in touch with the team. We'll bring you back for another time, and maybe maybe a little bit of some pre-market outlook or something like that on some small caps.
you know what?
Will
That
be
sounds
great
great.
to have you
I'll
on.
prepare something for you guys.
All right, sounds good, Miguel. Take care, my friend.
Okay.
All right, guys. We'll start the wrap up here. Last words, Michael, for the traders out there, and then we'll let my man Josh take the wheel and control. And now you got to hold up the market, Josh.
I know, man.
Hey, we got the bounce the other day. You said, hey, whatever. Remember how I
Yeah.
remember that? Yeah. So
You did.
Do you have Trump? Do you got him? Call him up.
Give him a call,
Let him
man.
know.
Say,
Let me
now's
know.
your time.
I'll call him Uncle T.
Hold on. Now there's spikes in USO. Who knows what's going on? This
Hey,
market
stop
is
talking.
wicked.
Hey, Uncle
Wicked.
T, get off the mic, man. Would you say that everything's listen? Okay, I appreciate it, Uncle T. All right, there we go. There. Look,
That could have been some stops triggered there. I think you got to continue to watch USO. 136 is the level I'd like to short. That's just hourly levels. But that's just because I'm trying to give it some bounce back, right? I'm trying to give it the bounce back. If I don't give it the bounce back, I get caught on the little simple move back up, washed out, and then the trade works out anyways, right? If you think the oil trade is going to really break, you don't need to chase it. You need to be smart about the levels and understand where your risk is, which is up there to 141 right now.
Yeah,
right? So
let her
understand
go,
your
let her
risk.
go wide if you do. And that's kind of my, just my wrap up before I go here is just if we hold, which is all on Josh, we'll blame him if we don't. If we hold, that was a face ripper, right? And that's 2 face rippers we've had. We had a gap up, huge pop, then a gap down, and then we go green again. That's 2 times that bears just got slapped. And the right, they can't do it that many times. Generally speaking, if you're bearish, you're in it for the short term because no one's betting that the market's going to go to 0. So these guys are usually pretty quick to kind of turn tail and to run. So that's why I started to pick some up today. I took that owl trade, a couple of those things as well. But yeah, just we got to see where the close is, right? It wouldn't surprise me if we come back down. It wouldn't surprise me if we're up another 1% from here because of the news-driven environment that we live. If that report comes out that was fake, then right back down. So be patient. Come check back on the close.
See you guys later. Take care, guys.
Later.
Hey, happy Easter to you two guys as well. So y'all have a good tomorrow day off and enjoy and get some good, your baked hams and your deviled eggs and all that good stuff. Y'all have a good holiday.
You have a good one, my friend. Get yourself your chocolate bunny.
Oh, well, my mom's birthday Sunday too, so I got to take care of mom's on Monday.
Get those bunnies.
Yeah.
Anymore, guys? Go with the lilies. The lilies.
Oh yeah. Yes. I like it. I've been going with the lilies for a while. A little switch. You got to switch it up every once in a while.
Gotta switch it up, guys. You can go lilies, right? You can go with the daisies, right? A little sunflower. Roses are so
like
old.
flowers. It doesn't have to be roses all the time. Just flowers, right?
Yeah, no, it doesn't have to be. Have a good one, guys. Take care.
Later. All right, so SATO satellite. I love the Satellogic. Yeah, this is my top mover on the day. Now it's a slow mover. I know, and it's only up about 20% on the day, but that's what we're dealing with over on the small cap sector. Do have Swimmer up, good 31% on the day. It was a good pop earlier. I think Tack and any guys that are in chat or gal, Steph, Mike, Mr. D Rider, how we doing? Derek, how we doing? Steph, Tack, Michael, Mr. Anthony, Shaw, how we doing? Smoked Tuna, always in the house smoking some good tuna. And of course, everyone else. Snowman in chat. Joe, Florida Joe, if he's still around. Ayush in the background, thank you for all the help and support you always give us. Fabian from earlier in the day. Fred, Austin, Ingrid, Aussie Chick, if you're around. Thank you guys for coming over. I know it is a Friday, so to speak. Tomorrow we are off for Good Friday. Why observance? My mom's birthday on Sunday, actually to Easter, which is Sunday. We observe it on Friday, which is Good Friday. Usually, typically, say if July 4th is on a Sunday, we will observe it on a Monday, the closest day to it. But Good Friday is the reason we are off tomorrow. So enjoy the Friday off. Take it out. We talked about this on Wednesday, I think, on the lunch recap with Steve. Hopefully Steve should be joining me here in the call-in show in about 55 minutes, which today's topic, why did you get into stock trading? All right, so we'll talk about that. But me and Steve will get into, hey, take the day off. Enjoy. We talked about that. We'll talk about it again today. Enjoy your day off. It isn't always about, I got to do this, and I've got to trade. I hear that a lot throughout the years. I hate days off. I hate the weekend. There's so many things I love to do and can take care of, taking care of yourself on those days off. Anyhow, so Josh, time for Fritos, chili, and cheese. Yeah, that sounds good. A little chili, little Frito pie. Love Frito pie. Love some Frito pie. Mr. D. Ryder, how we doing? I got to go and concentrate. All right, you do you, buddy. Let's go to Buc-ee's. Yeah, Buc-ee's. I'm not a. Listen, Buc-ee's is Buc-ee's. It is what it is. But I didn't know if Mike being up in, because we're starting to slowly get him, in different states here in the South. And I was like, oh, all right. When I was getting on, I lived in Texas for a while, and of course, that's huge in Texas. That's where they're from, if I'm not mistaken. Obviously, right, where they get the oil from. So it's a huge. You can't disrespect Buc-ee's in Texas. I was like, oh, if you ever get traveling, yeah, especially you down south, Mr. Michael Nauss. You got to stop by, especially with the kids. They'll love it. A little overrated in my opinion, but it is cool. It's something different, especially if you have a family. I couldn't imagine, going into that place. But just back in the day, too, let's just be honest. You're on a road trip. You run into some gas stations, and you get that, hey, I need to use the restroom. And they hand you a key, and it's got like a spoon on it or something so you don't steal their key. Like, who's stealing the bathroom key? Why y'all got to put, why we attach something to it? Like, what's that even going to do? Like, anyway, so funny when they do that. And I'm not even taking those keys. I'm like, I don't even know. You haven't desanitized that? That thing has probably got Germ City limits on it. And you want me to take that? Heck nah. SPEC up. Josh, what's going with SPCE? We'll take a look at it. SPCE. 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 All right, so we got a little bit of movement on it today. Nothing too crazy. Up about 8%. So we do some movement, right? We got the bull flag. We got the bull flag. Next leg up. One leg, two leg, three. Most likely going to get a little topped out here coming up soon, in my opinion. Go back here a little bit further back in time. Do we see previous charting that we're going to start running into? And we do see a little bit of that coming in hot. So we got a little bit of resistance. Yesterday's high of day is going to see that 260 into the pre-market after hours high. And really that main strong resistance is going to come in heavy here at 270 into 275. So SPCE, clearance on the way up. 260 is going to be your first resistance stoppage. And then over that, we have some moves into that 270 corridor, possibly up into the mid 270s. Do like it. It's a nice, good bullish play on the day here on SPCE. I like going back here, and we'll just take a look at the hourly on plays like this. And here we go, finding the bottom down here, the quick sweep up, back down. Now just a green day. And overall, like I said, just have this resistance on the way up that we'll be running into overall. SPCE most likely channeled up. But again, we are set up overall in that daily move down, right? We keep staircasing. So eventually when we break this level, we'll move back up into the previous level's lows and then work our way to the highs, right? Slow and steady, Eddie. And Miguel, thank you for coming on. We'll get more on. Love to talk to Miguel more often. I was hoping maybe he'd stay in this hour to talk small caps with me, possibly. I was like, oh, maybe got a little small capper coming in and helping me out. Talking, and of course, Mr. Kevin is not around too often anymore. He's going to come over, though, at some point in time and dish us the serving of I told you battle. Oh, BATL. What we got? What do you go? TAC. Yes, way to go. Topic for the Callinshow. Yes. Why did you get into stock trading? Mike, you here? I don't know. Mike D. Ryder. I don't think Michael Nauss is in here anymore. No, he's gone. Mitch and Mike are immediately, they're out. It's like, I feel like what's so funny, my dad was a morning show host in radio, and it was literally this time at 10 a.m. when they would get off. He would get off at, 6 to 10. My dad would get off, and he was the, as soon as he had that, exit, whatever, but I mean, it was like, my dad, he was right out of there. Usually because they'd have a guest and this, that, and the other, and the two, because Dad was the main guy that stood, was in the main guy. He was the booth, led the show or whatever, and there was two other co-hosts, David, Basil, and Rima. But regardless, those guys would chit-chat and talk to the guests that were there. My dad immediately was like, right out the door. He's like, I'm out of here. Do I have to cut any commercials today? If not, I'm out of here. I mean, because I would go join my dad, of course. So, but I'm just being up there. I'm like, Dad, that was so funny. Because I'm a talker. Dad at this age, Dad used to be, and now he, once he's retired now, but when he got to that like 60, late 50s, early 60s, he's like, yeah, I'm done. Done doing the chit chat. I've been doing that since I was like me, since I was young. I would just want to go home and not talk, watch sports or whatever he would watch, sit in his recliner. And yeah, good question for the day. I was like, Joe, hopefully Joe's doing good on the surgery. Seems like he is. Mr. Manflow to Joe. Asked me for the topic for the day. Forgot to get back to him Tuesday, got back to him yesterday. And yeah, I was like, well, I don't think we've talked about that, me and Kevin and all the call-in shows. And of course now Steve's doing it for the call-in shows. But why'd you get into stock trading? It's usually, I would say for most people, financial freedom, right? You're getting to it. You're getting into this because whoa. All right. Okay. All right. Whoa. Hopefully I'm still here. My computer is doing some kind of freezing action right now. All right, so we good to go? I'm making sure I'm not in any. Okay, I know what happened there, Ayush. I'm like, what? I have like all my stuff just did my some kind of computer like a refresh there. I was like, whoa, what just happened to my computer? Oh my gosh, that's all good. We're rocking and we're rolling. Okay, I want to make sure we're good to go there. Okay, good to go. Good to go. Anywho, so yeah, I was like, man, a lot of people get into it for financial freedom, right? You're getting into it because, hey, let me get this out of the way here. Boom, bam, put this over here. For financial freedom, back to that. Anyway, I have a 9-to-5 job. I want to get away from my 9-to-5 job essentially, and I get that. I mean, that was me at first. I worked multiple jobs. I didn't have a 9-to-5. I was hoping that, you see all these people streaming live. Oh, I can get this financial freedom. I just want to make money so I don't have to work for, the boss or the man or the woman or whatever, right? And you could make money at home, or on the road. That was a huge thing for a lot of people. Well, I can do this and travel. And so I think that's where most people come to it. But there's always across the board where, it was, I've heard throughout the years of, I've always was intrigued, I'm doing good. I've invested money or I've made money. I've have a lot of those doing the one-on-ones are essentially, they're 40, 50, 60, and they've made a good living on what their journey and their career was. And now they've always wanted to dabble into stock trading. So it's not a they've got financial freedom. They just want to expand it, so to speak, right? It always intrigued you, like I said, maybe there are people that even my age when you're 20, 30, and it was a little of that, not to me, it was more financial freedom, but it was also intriguing. I'm like, man, I never thought about it, but some people find it fascinating earlier on. But there's many reasons of why did you get, your grandpa used to, get you into, or my dad back in the day, or my mom. I've heard those stories where usually it's like their grandparents would help them out or got them into trading, and they never really did it, but they were always did it. And so, like, it was one of those things. It was a family that got you into it. I think a lot of us, like I said, it's for me, and I'll get into that. But you're struggling in what you're doing on your normal, daily journey, and you need something else to push and get you over that. Man, I'm struggling, going from check to check, or man, I really need to pay these bills, or I've got a car note every month. And now I need to sell the car now because and I'm now, it's so you're going through this battle of essentially bills, like I need to add more to it. And I think the world we live in now, you're starting to see multiple income streams is it. If you can dabble in and have a main income source, income stream, and then you have a second one and maybe a third one and then maybe a fourth one, right? And the more you add into that, so that's huge. And it was one of the things I thought early on, like it can't just be, stock trading, Josh. You need to be able to do this. You need to be able to do that, pull in these different ways to be able to invest. But Miguel, good bring up there. GV's one that's still holding, and the other one that's still holding for the day in the small cap sector was BDRX. So BDRX was another one. So GV and BDRX was the other one holding up today as well. Not doing great. It's below the VWAP. That's my 50. I have the 9. I don't want to have a ton of different moving averages, so I like using the 50 on the 3 and the 5 minute time frame. You can see we get bounces off of them as it rolls up. And I use the 9 over on my TOS on this side. So, and I like a lot of you guys, I think you need to have multiple charts up. It's definitely look at one. You don't have to stare at 15, 20 different tickers. I think that's really going to be hard for you to be able to do early on. But find, 2 or 3 different charts so that you're looking at it this time frame. You're looking at it in this time frame. You don't want to just be stuck in the 1, stuck in the 3, stuck in the 5. You want to be able to float through them. Find your favorite, sure. But then learn your edges as we move through, as you move through your journey. Just don't be stuck. I used to be stuck on the 1 minute time frame all the time. But BDRX is one that's still holding up. And again, like I said, I'll go back over to Swimmer, SWMR. Those are really your main movers that I'm looking at. Of course, SATL is another good mover for the day. Let me put this over here. After my reset there, that was wacky. I was like, what is going on? Monitor just started kind of cutting down on me. ELAB is starting to come back on around just a little bit. SPY really too much. I'll show you guys what I see overall in the hourly time frame in just a minute. SkyQ, COCP, the place from today, and I talked about this, and I'll go over to ELAB in just a moment. Just first ELAB, and then I'm going to show you SPY. Let's see, Coach TV. Hey Josh, can you put the decal on your charts? Cannot see the ticker you are looking at. Can you put the decal on your charts? What are you talking about, brother? You can't. What are you saying? You can't. Let's see. You cannot see the ticker you're looking at. The decals. Oh, I think it's just. Is it just? I thought they are on. Usually I do see them on my ticker. I see what you're talking about here. Is it? Yeah, I don't know why it's not showing on like Swimmer, SWMR. I don't know why it's not showing there, brother. Showing on, yeah, I see it's showing on some of these, but I don't know why it's not showing on SWMR. SWMR is the top mover in the small caps, at least as far as I'm concerned on the day. Now, and I think GV might be up more on the day. And so, yeah, so that's sorry, boss, if you can't see the ticker I'm on. But GV is top ticker. And I think a lot of the times what's going to happen is the small caps. Like this one you can see here actually is on there. But a lot of the small caps, we're going to run into small cap trash, my man. You're going to run into a lot of small cap trash, and that name's not going to be there. Why? You don't need to know the name of that company. Let's just be honest. You know, you going to remember that? Nah. Very, very unlikely. What about RCAT? We'll look at RCAT. I'll take a look at RCAT. I've seen this play pop in the past. What's this? Let's go to, yeah, that's what I thought. Red Cat. Yeah, Red Cat Holdings. Nice bull flag. Nice little bull flag. Now, again, up on the day, what, 7%? So you have a slow movers. What was the one that, SPCE? This is an SPCE right here. This reminds me of SPCE written all over, right? And all you do is you just come back here time frame wise. We start backing ourselves out a little bit. Start backing ourselves out. Where can this play run to next, right? Well, we're resisting right into this, we'll call it $13 area. Somewhere right around 13 is going to be some resistance. You can see right through there, sandwich area, old resistance, new support. Now this, if it holds, in my opinion, this little juncture right through this mark, right through here, right around 1285 to 1275, I don't see how this doesn't get up to 1330s today, if not up to around 1340 or so. Does it fully get back up? You know, it's got a ways to go, and this is where I like zooming out even more so here. We go to the 4 hour. This is where then I go out to the 4 hour time frame and start moving back even further in time. Do you remember? Do you remember the time? Ooh, do you remember the time? Come on. Come on. Come on. Because what I really see is this, right? I'm really seeing this where we're getting this one little outlier outside of it. We're right back into it, you know. That looks pretty good, you know, for the continuation on up. You can see the main resistance here on the way up here. We're having some higher highs along the way, which is nice. Building up off this uptrend channel for you know what the past year now. Gosh, God, how's it? Cannot believe it's already been a year. Anyways, man, I can't believe it's already April. How is it April already? How has this happened? April. That's nuts. Time flies. Time flies. It's crazy. Time flies. I like RCAT. I've been trading. There you go, Shaw. Shaw. Tack bringing up them slow and steady eddies for the day. I like it. He says, do you remember the time? All right. Battle, we got 30 cents. So nice. Tack. RCAT 2 hour. I like this. It's a nice uptrend chart. It's a nice uptrend chart. Again, today it's not. We're not dealing with anything. Whoopsies. Let me mute that again. That was from earlier in the day. Nothing today that reeks of. Anna was up a little bit earlier in the day too. Remember, Anna was up a little bit. Nothing today that catches like the ELAB, which we're going to go over to ELAB real quickly here. We'll go to ELAB. We'll go to 5 minute time frame. Poof! All right, so ELAB. Let's go back a little further in time. I love it. Here we go. All right, so beautiful spike, squeeze up, hold. The next day, consolidate. We call this mid-candle breakout, right? Essentially third day squeeze, continuation. Love these setups here. Boom, bang, ring. Then literally yesterday, I put out a APB saying on Trade the Pool, tag them. They put it out anyway on social media. What hot stocks to watch after the squeezed in after hours and had some fun here in after it squeezed in power hour and then a little bit more so in after hours. ELAB was on high watch for the next day. There were two things that were going to happen. It was either consolidate, have a chill day, do what it did here the second day, and we'd squeeze today. Not so fast, my friend. Or it was option B. We were going to consolidate into this beautiful downtrend, right? So if I come over here and look at this, if you check out what I see, do you see what I see? We sing songs and songs. Sometimes I can't sing them well, but we'll sing some songs today. All right, so boom, look at the beautiful downtrend break. We squeeze, we go banana Joes, as I call this, right? Florida Joe would probably love that. This goes parabolic city limits. I'm literally like about like today. You saw probably our faces, especially mine, when SPY went on that crazy rip. I'm like, what? Where are we going? What's going on here? This was bang-a-ring-horrific. And I had actually dipped by orders and told people at 665, blah, blah. I was too scared as it came down. I was like, this is going to be the hangover play. It's I don't like it. And I look back. So I dipped it at 3 on Monday. We dipped it at 350 on Tuesday. And how I didn't take a third time's the charm yesterday. This is one of those plays where you just want to smack yourself in the face and go, Joshua, why did you cancel your order? Came right off of where I said it would come off of, and really should have been one of those plays like TCGO where I would have been holding most likely, hopefully, some shares, because it never even came back to your entry price, right? My point is the real story to this story, right? Not the moral to the story. I don't know if there's any morals to this. But the outcome of where we're at today. We're slower today. We don't have a lot of movers that are going big, right? Why? Because when ELAB gave back gains, I'm hoping ELAB is going to stay in the $10 area. If we start to zoom in from yesterday, and I'll start to zoom in a little bit more so you can see this a little bit more clearly. I thought we'd hold somewhere in here. Like I truly did. We did at first, right? We came down, we're trying to hold. I'm like, okay. I came back in my office. I mean, I didn't really see this actually happen. I was working out, walking the dogs, whatever we do this time of the day. Or no, yesterday. Was I done? No, I had one-on-one. I had a one-on-one. I was on a one-on-one at the closing bell. But this was afterward. No, because that's 50 after. So right here. Oh, yeah. So right here, I'm walking the dog. So this is 4:20 locally for me, 5:20 Eastern. So I'm walking the dogs. I don't get to see this. And I'll never forget coming back in the office. And I was one of those almost times two. Because I did it on the way up. Like, what? Where are we going? This is crazy. Out of nowhere. And then just like almost as fast as we went, we're right back down. When you do that and you cut back even more so today, it's going to scare a lot of longs off. I said this, I know if Aussie chicks are around, Fred, anyone that's in my live stream or on my Discord, I called this out yesterday. I said today is probably going to be a little lackluster. It's going to scare a lot of longs off. And the point being to show you that, and the real telltale sign of that would be just going over to plays like COCP. Your top gainer here in pre-market on some pretty decent news is done in red for the day. We go from $1 to $2, we go 100% up and right back on down. Oh, what was the other one today that was up? Oh, gee golly, I can't remember all the tickers now. What was the other one? Oh, gosh, team, what was it? COCP, and there was another one that was up today, and now it's dumped back on down. I forgot it, dang it. But we've had nothing that's held up is my point. And that just shows to speak back to that ELAB play. When ELAB did that yesterday, today we are going to be a little lackluster when it comes to the small cap sector. But there was another one that I forgot what it was that was up this morning. And so then you're left with the slower movers for the day. And again, don't forget we are off tomorrow. So what we typically say throughout the years, if you're off tomorrow heading into a 3-day holiday, true holiday weekend like Easter, you may be a little slower on this Thursday, typically more so than you would be. If it was a 5-day week, there's no holiday, maybe today's still spicy, even after ELAB crashes, Today, just not getting that in small cap sector. Oh, nice. Good job, Smoked Tuna. Good job, brother. Yeah, I had dip buys on. Anyway, I was in a one-on-one in Power Hour. I was trying to get a dip buy, and then it started squeezing. I was like, oh, anyway, it is what it is. I had dip buys on a couple of plays. What was the other one yesterday? That CYCN. That was another one I had dip buys back down. Anyway, it just never would come down to me. It just stayed in that $6 area forever, which was tradable then, but I'm just saying I wanted one low, and it just never got to it yesterday. ELAB doing an offering. Yeah, that's just nasty. ELAB was nasty. Shorted Turb, made bake. Yeah, Turb was nice this morning. Turb was a good bounce play early on this morning. Of course, the oil plays that were up. But Turb was a good long to start off with if you got some good longs and some good bounce plays. So we can just go back and look at Turb. I do want to get to SPY real quickly. This bounce back down here. We had a couple of good bounce plays off that $3 area. And then it's really just overall became shorter's paradise. You talk about, if you almost said if you shorted is what I meant to say. If you shorted at 5, that natural resistance area, not knowing that this could squeeze and go from where I know early on. I'm sure like even, Nauss was saying, I'm sure there for a minute, Kevin Avery, if he was up early enough, saw that move. If he probably was going, oh boy, okay, this is interesting. Not what I want to see in the challenge. And we just come right back on down. Nothing in the end that really says, oh, wow, watch out. No, look at Battle. Battle dumping all the way back on down. Now, I know we're seeing some low movement back on up, but it's not like it's a great long play. Just not seeing a lot of that action for the day overall in the small cap sector. All right, let's go. Good job, though, Smoke Tuna. Good job, though, brother. Good job, though, brother. just show you this real quickly here, team. 4 hours. So right here, I think it started for me, yeah, pretty much right there. And the SPY and the downtrend. And so what I'm seeing on the SPY essentially is just starting it from up here and then running it down about as tight as you can. Not that we're quite there yet. I think mine's, yeah, about right there. I think I have mine on TOS. It might be a little bit lower, but not much. And we're just running in this downtrend. You know, it's kind of like the megaphone. I know I love how he calls it a megaphone. But Steve calls these megaphones, right? And they can really get volatile. And this is kind of that, where you don't have a perfect pure channel where the lines are parallel to one another. It's more of that megaphone that's expanding a little bit more so. And that's just truly what I'm seeing right here from SPY. I think my line is actually a little bit, actually I think I may have even started mine right here on TOS. But you can start it through here and call it a megaphone if you want to. But you can see just overall, generally, we are in a nice, good downtrend. Got to get back through this downtrend line for the next move up. And again, then we start running into which a lot of traders are going to love. I just call them sandwiches, but old support become a new resistance. So this is going to be a new supply zone and right around 660, you know, maybe a hair over it. You can see the last time we tried there and we got ripped right back on down. The soul was taken from the SPY. Now back through that downtrend, if we hold and maintain, we might even see, you know, what I know Mr. Steve the Achieve does good drawings. I'll just do mine with the mouse. What you'd probably want to see is go up, down, back down test, then up, right? So what you'd look for if and when we do break, most likely what's going to happen, we go up, there's a failed attempt. We may even reclaim and come back in. Might be a false breakout, right? But if we do hold, it's a move up, sideways, bounce here, back off this area, off the downtrend, and then the move back on up and, you know, chop our way back up into where I know Michael Nauss wants us to go to, and that's what I'm saying for Nauss next week. For his long, that's what I would anticipate from Mr. Nauss. If we do get the move, would be not just rip straight back up to this level, but would be a move, break it, come down, test it, then move back on up. You know, so this time next week we've done all that, and now we're moving back up into the 660s. Mike D-Rider. I bet if you got Josh and Money Mitch face to face, 2 feet apart, when they are both hyped up, I bet we could see nuclear fusion forming before. Because I love it. What's up? All the guys, we're corner of the 60. There we go. All right. Love it. AREB, yes, Crow. That's funny that we bring that up. I mean, like I said, I always have the halt NASDAQ, if I can talk, NASDAQtrader.com and the current halts, right? We've seen a lot of those. I know Miguel brought it up. We've gotten a little spicier over the past couple of weeks. Finally, again, it was really slow in February, pretty slow to start March. Again, we talked about this, and I'll even bring up these plays, the VCIGs of the world. We thought we were back. You know, we had Battle to start the month. So first we go to Battle to start the month of March, right? So I'm like, okay, Battle, oil plays. We can't really help it, but we have Battle. Like, oh boy, here we go. Okay, I know it's the war, but here comes a small cap play. And then right as that's happening, first of the month, it's the first of the month. Wake up, wake up, wake up. VCIG, the second day of the month. And we are, if you remember this in pre-market, we're going, yep, Battle yesterday, VCIG today. Woo, let's go small caps. Oh, not so fast, my friend. Lee Corso comes in, stops you, stubs your toe, and I shorted this on the way down. Because I came into pre-market, I'm like, okay, I've already missed the boat. It's up in the 20s, 25. I'm like, I'm leaving this alone. This is already up from 7, 8, whatever to 20s now. I ain't touching this in pre-market. This doesn't give me that. I don't have that gap halt strategy edge. And so I'm going to get the backside move. You know, this is going to see a sell-off. I did not see this sort of sell-off coming at all. And so you have that. That then lulled down small caps for a couple of weeks, right? We'll just say, let's take it to about the 16th. Small caps are getting a little scurry right now, right? We're going, okay, it's slow. VCIG, holy molies of the world. Then you get W&W, and I thought it was on the 16th. I thought it was on the 16th. Then this play goes from, what, $1.82 all the way up to $13.50 to not only find its lows by the end of day, but then offering out the next day and head down to zero. Literally, look where we're at right now, team. Right now, look where we're at. Is that not absolutely bonkers? So, whew, that scared off again for the rest of the month. And then finally, my friends and family, we had Ugro say, oi, 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 to all the Aussie chicks out there. We had Ugro. We had ARTL and Mr. Artle, the Fartle, come in and have a little fun with us. And then we had the Elabotronius come in. So now we're getting this multi-day move, multi-day spike, multi-day groove. But now, Elab pulls a VCIG rug pull, pulls a W&W rug pull, And so that leads us to a 3-day weekend, and so today we're slow. Now, does not mean that, hey, new month, now we're going to be slow all of a sudden again. Could be, though. And I will call it 50-50. I do feel like we should take off and still run with momentum. Usually we do. Late March into finally April. It's kind of a little small hot period that we have in the small cap sector. Maybe we get April showers that bring May flowers. Well, we'll see. Arab, yeah, let's go back and let's just look at that real quickly, too. Can I pull that up, possibly, on the hourly here? Oh, yeah, baby. Oh, yeah, they let me pull it up still. I mean, dang. And to offer out, that is absolutely nasty. A little over, what, 10, 15 days ago now on the 20th. Yeah, that was a fun show. Like I said, it was back in, I want to say it was October, November. Had to have been somewhere in there. I can't with the reverse split. Before the reverse split, I could go find it when that one day where we were looking at it was in the threes. I know it was in the threes. That's obviously far gone now, that with all the reverse splits. But it was fun to bring that up. And Michael, Nauss, and Mitch, and having fun with that. And me and Kevin Avery, we're just that was a good old fun day. Just 30, 20, 15, however many minutes. It's a minimum of 15, 20 minutes of just having fun with that. It's been a busy day. I traded Sky Q. There we go. Saddles, RDO. There you go. Must have D-Rider. Kelly B said, Kelly B. What happened to Kelly B? Is that thing still around? Is that thing still floating? Because I was hoping Ugro would get another move and run. It just never got the move. It's still setting up for possible squeeze overall as we get that liquidation sweep down today, back up off that 50. You can see this is why I use that 50 moving average, team. This is beautiful, beautiful, beautiful to see here. Different time frames. Love to use that. Kelly B. Oh, this is one I got to bring up regardless. So Kelly B here. Kelly B. Oh, did this actually try to pop up today a little bit? We're going to get rid of ELAB real quickly. Oh, yeah. Very low volume. Crazy spike in pre-market. So we'll go back to Kelly B here. We're going to go back to... we're going to go with edit. We're going to go with this time. Go. Can I do? Is it day? No, I got to do year. Year? But then is it going to show me yearly? I don't know. We're going to find out. We're going to find out here. Apply. Ah, dang it. Yeah, that's not what I want. That's not what I want. Darn it. I got to go back in time here. Let's see if I can go 4 hour. I can only go back, how far in the 4 hour? The 1 year. Dang it. I want to show y'all the daily on Kelly B. So Kelly B, back in 2020, was the first time I saw Kelly B spike. 2020 was nuts. I don't even know if Kelly B even put out a PR in 2020. It went banana joes. It went crazy in 2020. A lot of plays did. I don't know. There's one that you can even pull up anymore. Wins is another one. I mean, there's another weird ticker. It's called Wins, and now that hasn't been a ticker. Yeah, I can't find. That hasn't been a ticker in forever. But there were so many just random plays that would go crazy. But Kelly B here recently, you can see this one was pretty nuts, and has been and can be. So Kelly B, boy, I've got some memories with Kelly B. Kelly B, baby. Let's see here. What we got there? Josh. What's the Tradecaster? The Tradecaster. That was what I used to stream live on. TD. What do you got there, Steph? TMDE. I will take a look at TD or TMDE here with the oil plays here. So we'll go back to it. We'll go to a 3-minute time frame at this point. If I had to put lines and levels in Miss Steph or Mr. Steph, I don't know if it's Steph Curry. I think we've talked about this before. That's one of those ones where I'm like, man, dang it. Is it a boy? Is it a girl? How do I address this? But yes, I used to stream live at Tradecaster. So Tradecaster, that's where I used to stream live. That was one of the places that I streamed live forever. Is that what you're asking about, Tack? We'll go there. All right, so we'll get back over this 50 and the 155, kind of support resistance area. Watch for a pop back into this here to start off with, Steph, at 160 into this 165 corridor. Now, I almost put a line in there, and you could. There's going to be a little bit of resistance through there. And then the real strong resistance starts to pop up really around 175 into this 185 corridor. So, the main areas, though, to trade, in my opinion, would be up top here. We got this 185 resistance. Doubt she sees higher than that today. And then the main thing is under 135. What do we do back at 135? Can we get another 20 cent bounce, or are we going to get a 20 cent reversal back down to 115 most likely? Ooh, ooh. Still tight. Battle. Speaking of battle, I know you talked about battle there. Speaking of battles, what I meant to say, boy, tight right here with the SPY team. Super tight. RCAT will make the. Oh man, I remember it's RCAT. Yeah, it's RCAT. Like it was. I when I first started doing one-on-ones. I don't know if I can go far back in time, whenever that was, but I remember there was at least one trader. It seemed like there were a couple, but I know there was one that was. They were big into like I'm going to hold this. This is a when I start doing one-on-ones, it's not often, but every once in a while, some people have bag holders. They're just holding on to something. It's at 3 cents. It's at 6 cents. It's at this is the next this, or they've got these contracts with the government. I remember that with someone that had RCAT or one of the drone companies. And I was like, man, let that go. Like if they did, these plays did finally come out of the gutter, etc. throughout the years of drone plays. But I remember there was I can't remember if it's been so long, but if there was one or two, but they were big into the drones, and one day it's gonna pop. I'm gonna hold this one forever. This is gonna happen. And a lot of people do that. Early on, I tried to do that. Like this is again the one I always jokingly talk about. It was NAKD. You can't even look it up anymore. NAKD was the ticker. And Heidi, it's an Australian company, and Heidi Klum was doing some modeling for them, and they're going to merger with Bindon, a company named Bindon, and get bigger. And I'm like, okay, Naked, they're called Naked, NAKD, Naked Wear, right? Cool, I got the name, it makes sense. Okay, I get how it's catchy. Here, my dumbass, as soon as that news comes out, immediately, and however much I looked into it, yada yada yada, which wasn't much. It was the day like that first kind of PR was released that I'd read. It wasn't like I did a bunch of background reading at all. Until that day is my point. So I got in, this looks great. There's no reason this doesn't go up, and blippity bloopity blop. Bro, it's, I don't know how long I did hold that. I held it for too long. That was my first bag holding experience where this is going to be this is going to be the next that. And I finally got out of it, for decent sized losses. It never popped back up. I got it in the mid twos and it never got back up. I'd get a little in the green, get up to like 280. Some days it finally popped back on up, and then it finally just go back down to 2. Go in the high ones, back in the 2s, high ones. It just never would. And then it would reverse split. Then I finally got out of it, and then I would always see it because now I'm starting to become a better trader. This is like 2019, 2020, and I'd say I would rather run around the block naked than trade NAKD. Right? I was always trying to be cute and goofy and chat, and I was like, I ain't touching that. And it would just be a reverse split after reverse split, and I'll never forget. I think it was in 2021 somewhere, wherever in there. They finally the merger went through, and we were looking at it one day, but it was after reverse splits, and now it's up in the 10s. So I'm like, I don't know what I can't remember. I'm like, okay, finally now after all those years of bag holding, I would be finally profitable. And again, that was after reverse split, so I can't remember how much I would have been up, but it's not like I would have been like killing it. Is my point. Anywho. And I think a lot of people do that early on. They get into these plays and do a little bit of background and a little bit of study, and maybe it's right there on the day of and go, yep, okay, I read enough, I like it, let's buy. This is going to be good. You think you're going to know it all first, I guess. You think everything is just, yep, this looks good, should go up, and you have it, which is kind of, I say missed for a while, I missed it, but I have it back now, but you miss that confidence because the point being it seems like a lot of people have it at first. Oh yeah, and then they get humbled by the market. Cuts you down to size, and then you're just this. Like I work with so many people, and that's one thing I always say: just to trust put your lines in and trade them. But the trust issues that I see in traders, it's more confidence, I'm sure, than anything. But they just don't trust what they're seeing. They see the chart, but they won't trade the chart. Oh yeah, and they won't trade it. They'll talk about it, and it works out. And then they'll finally a lot of the trades they do take. It's not the A+ trade that they really liked and they got scared to trade. It's now they've missed a couple of those and they've called a couple out, and they were on the sidelines watching them, and then now all of a sudden they're going to take one that's not as good as a setup, and they maybe more so jump into a trade and chase after they've watched 2 or 3 plays go perfectly without them, and then they lose. And that's what happens. OCRX 150 up from the lows. All right. A little slower mover there too as well. It's just, again, one of those days. Again, half day here. Or half day, my bad. I wish. If it was a half day, I wish. Like, we'd be done after the call-in show. It'd be awesome. I like half days. I don't know, I feel like a kid at school. Me and Steve would take it in the closing bell. That'd be cool. Love the half days. I'm like always, even, you know, as a grown adult, I've transformed, and like I try to tell traders, treat, you know, stock trading like you're going to school, especially when you're doing the one-on-ones or whatever it is. You know, you're the teacher though every day for the most part, and you've got to be a good teacher. What teacher are you going to be? You're going to be the substitute. You know, you're going to be the linebacker, the football coach, the linebacker coach for the football team, and he just puts videos on all the time. You're not learning anything in that history class. I had one of those. It was a very easy history class. It was boring, but it was easy. Or you're going to be the teacher that really pushes you and motivates you and assigns all the homework and make sure that you're doing it right. And if you're not, you're going to, you know, like you're not going to get down on that, you know, that student. You're going to, you know, address them and say, hey, what's going on? And let's fix this. Let's tutor you. Let's, you know, and you got to tutor yourself, you know, and you got to do the homework. You got to sign the homework. And that's the day in, day out grind early on that I think a lot of traders don't do. And they don't do the teaching, essentially. They don't, you know, they're at their own classroom. You know, each one of you ever out there, you're in your own, like, this is your classroom, you know, and I've transformed that into myself, right, to my trading journey, to where now as I feel like I'm in, you know, 10th, 11th grade. I got this down now. Yeah, I kind of got this down. I know what I'm doing. You know, I know what I'm doing. Whatever grade, 8th grade, 9th grade, whatever. You know, you got your rhyme, your rhythm. You know what school's about now. You know how to approach it. And now, you know, you get there, you know, so to speak. But that now I'm like, okay, I love my half days. You know, I love Fridays off. You know, I feel like it's school, to where I'm like, oh, man, I wish it was a half day. You know, I like to get off, you know, get out a little early. Yeah, it's like, it is. I mean, that's what I was saying, because how slow it's going to be. So don't forget to keep saying that. Tomorrow we're off. So usually on these days anyway, we start to slow down. Usually most of these days as we head in, you know, to lunch and power hour. And already out of the gate, what we're getting today, you can see that. You know, we had some pops and some fun earlier. This kind of reminds me of the SPY. And now next thing you know, we're just channel mode. Getting some good bounces though. You can see here, this is a nice good consolidation area right here at 60, right back on up to 63. You know, this is what you're trading, and eventually it's going to break or crack. You're going to crack under 60 and you're going to head back on down. I do like when the 50 and the WAP merge together, especially when I see this little small consolidation zone before we went for more. That'd be your first quick dip back on up. Of course, a safer one. Old resistance, new support. Just put orders in down low. If you get filled, you filled. You don't, you don't. And typically, these guys like to run in $5 increments for the most part. Where it'll crack to 55, it cracks 55, it goes down to 50. If it goes to 50 and cracks down, it goes down to 45. Just generally just runs in $5 increments till you get to about 75-ish or so. And we can start popping in the 10 plus, you know, category. And then when we get over 125-ish to 150 especially, then we start moving in like $25 increments. Of course, we not get those too often, but the TCGLs of the world, if you remember that, obviously, and all the ones we've seen that do, QMs, etc. Yeah, Tesla down big, and I know that's, and Money Mitchell's all over that. I mean, you have the rest of these plays that popped up, and you think about, let's just go back real quickly to the SPY, and look at that move. I mean, it's a nice, good ascending pattern. I could see why it could have squeezed regardless, but not this big of a squeeze. That's why I was like, holy moly, we just popped up 6 points. And so we popped 6 points. That's a big pop. And when you go look at Tesla over here, at that same time, nothing, nada. Just maybe if that was during there, I think it may have been right around that, but just nothing. Right back on down. It's choppy, nasty, down 3%, 4% on the day. Yeah, traders usually leave today for sure. Yeah. There are 189 trading days. Oh, thank you, Tack. 189 for the year. Gotta make them count. Gotta make them count. Today's call-in show. Hopefully Steve is good. Earlier he said he had some issues. Oh, Steve, the Achieve. Call-in show will start up here in about 15 minutes or so. Once to get Steve on here, we'll see if he wants to pull up some charts and talk about some stuff while I get the call-in show going. Hopefully a little less struggle from than we had last week. Last week, you know, just a little bit of struggle. First time me and Steve doing it together, me hosting and kind of getting the background stuff together. And then, of course, you know, Steve with the mic issues until we figured it out. Thank you, Ayush, and anyone else in the background trying to help us out as well. You know, we struggled and we landed the plane, as Steve would say. You know, it was a little turbulence, but we did end up landing the plane. So, almost said swims. Plays for the rest of the day. Swims for the rest of the day. Swimmer, SWMR, on watch. It's two I would say S plays for me. The other one I'd go over to, which I know Mr. Michael Nauss wants this higher. It's just starting to flatten out with volume. You can see here, really starting to flatten out and even get lower. So Saddle, I like SATL. That's a good one to watch for the rest of the day. I know a play here that my man, hopefully new man, Mr. Miguel here brought up. Miguel with the good alert on GV still holding up. Love to see this. Old resistance what team equals new support. Now, we're not fully getting down into those candles, but you can see what we're talking about. Sky Q was the other one this morning. That was the other one. I'm surprised someone in chat did not say, Josh, Sky Q. That was the one that didn't do squat for the day. Now we are getting some small bounces on the way down, true, but they're nothing crazy. Now I do finally see a nice good return back on up. If we can make an inverse head and shoulders here, hold this 430 mark, get back through 470, then we have a chance to really maybe pop back on up and see maybe a cup and handle form. We went over this yesterday on the lunch recap. We saw a lot of cup and handles over the past week or so. Other than that, BDRX was your other one. Keep your eye on. So BDRX. It's BDRX. It's a BDRX. You can see that's really tight wedge. That's a tight wedge right there, friends and family. So BDRX definitely on high watch there, just to see if we break the wedge. Now, again, what are we missing? Starts with a V. Anyone have an answer of what we're missing here? And it starts with a V. And I'm not talking Val. And I'm not talking Violet. I'm talking volume, baby. Boom. And it was yesterday, I think. Yesterday, the day before. Because maybe it was on April 1st, and it wasn't an April Fool's joke, obviously. Val Kilmer. It's been a year since Val Kilmer. I mean, all these people that have passed here recently. You know, James Vanderbeek came through the ringer, right? And I was like, oh my gosh, it seems like he was in that ringer of people that passed. I forgot that's been a year ago since Val Kilmer passed. Guys, it's been rough here in 25 and at 26. 2020 is just knocking them out. 2020 has been rough since COVID onward. We just... All right, SPY, flat, out to the right. Man, that's tight. No way SPY stays this way for the rest of the day. I mean, obviously, it's coming soon. Probably going to happen on the call-in show. Talk about getting tight. Look how tight the SPY is in this little wedge. Beautiful wedge right here. So, SPY, tight. Very tight right there on the SPY. Go back over here to IWM, same thing. Right, look how tight. Just any of these tick right there that kind of deal with it. Go over and just check this out. We'll go to the bottom side of things and just to look at the top side of things. We can go anywhere around the board here, and we are seeing that tight wedge. So I am high watch on this for the make or break coming up soon of this move. I'll appreciate it there, Tack. Come on over. Hey, are y'all going to join the call-in show today? Again, call-in show. Why did you get into trading? Tack, Smoke Tuna, Steph, Mike D. Ryder, the Crowman, Shaw, Michael Anthony. Coach, where is Coach TB at? Why'd you get into stock trading? Why? What was it? What intrigued you? Was it for money, financial stuff? Get away from the 9 to 5. Your pappy used to do it. Florida Joe, Florida Joe, yeah. Good work today, team. Good work today, team. No, nobody like Val. Val's a good guy. I'm still going. It's a 1A, 1B. I got to go Christian Bale just because those movies were a little more dope than the two that Keaton was in. But I'm going to go Christian Bale, a 1A, 1B, Mr. Keaton. And yeah, if I'm having to put one in the second spot, I mean, George Clooney, I mean, I think he jokingly said he was the best one. He was absolutely terrible. I mean, I don't know what they were doing there in the 90s. Just it's like, all right, who's going to be Batman next? You know, it's like, what are we doing? But Val was good. Val played a little bit more of that serious role of the Batman. It was they were fun though. But I like Val Kilmer. Good guy. Obviously, come on. It's just good guy. Good guy in the 80s. You know, in the 90s. What was the other one? Gosh darn it! Because I always tied them together. And now they're both unfortunately passed. God, who is the other one with the Ghost with Demi Moore? God, what's his name? He was in Dirty Dancing, right? Was he in Dirty Dancing, right? What's his name? That was in. He passed back in the day. Gosh, what's his name? So Josh, where do you think the opportunity will be? Today is a relaxing study. Oh yeah, for sure. Yeah, today today's a no trade day for me. Today is a no trade day for me. I like some bounce play opportunities or like saddle early. As well, I'll say no trade for the rest of the day, right? I should say usually I'm like, hey, like yesterday, I'm like, watch. I was tooting my horn going over to the TTP stream with Steve and Power. Going, Elab told you guys, Elab. That I don't think we're getting that today. I just think it's just one of those days where, yeah, you need to pack it up and go enjoy the 3.5 day weekend. I'm as soon as I get done with the call-in show with Steve, I'm going to, get a little break, get some lunch in my belly, go to get my hair cut. Got to get a little, I grew my hair so long, been wanting to grow it out. So I grew it out, finally do something different. Anywho, I got to get it trimmed though. It's getting crazy long. I got to get a little trimmings. Then I'm going to go to Hogs Meat Market. Decently nice day out still. It's not super cloudy, but it's 75 degrees, perfect weather for the Jeep. Take the top off, doors off, windows down, whatever, right? Oh man, it's one of those days for me. I'm already into weekend mode, honestly. I'm already I usually do that on a lot of days like today. I kind of coast into the, boom, I'm already into weekend mode, right? It is a half day, so to speak. Yeah, Swayze, that's your Patrick Swayze. Thank you, Ted. Patrick Swayze, that's it. Yeah, Patrick Swayze. Yep. Oh, Swayze, him and Val Kilmer, because those were the studs, and they're two. Well, I say there are a lot of studs in the '80s, but Avery's up with all the dogs because it's challenging and I love it. Kind of same as trying to learn Iron Maiden to go. Oh yeah, for sure, yeah, for sure, 100%. Yeah, Swayze. Yeah. Hurts. I mean, we're getting that way, though. We start to get older. They start to anyway. But yeah, the Swayze one back in the day, I was like, yeah, that was a hard one. That was a hard one to swallow. Finally, SPY getting the action here. Starting to get a little bit of a sell-off here. If we went in and we want to put a trend line in, I want to clickety and go the stickety right there and go boomy, bam, bam. There's your uptrend channel. And we are now cracking out of that. Finally, I knew this would not last much longer. I wondered when this would break, and we are breaking down. This looks like it had an earlier bounce potential here. I don't think it's going to happen at this point. I think we come right away down to this. We could come all the way back down and soak into the breakout point. And all that really for nothing in the end. We get that good squeeze from 51 all the way up to 58 almost. And now we're going to probably come all the way back down. Now, again, the key is going to be, can we soak back in and hold this on a higher time frame, which is going to be right there around 53.50. I like that 53.50 mark for large caps. 250, 350, 5s, 750, 875, whole round numbers. Those tend to be good support resistance areas, right? So I like that 53.50 mark. It's going to see if we can soak into that, hold it right there. SWMR here, still challenging this. About speaking of pullbacks, back down to 60 here. Back down to 60. SWMR, speaking of plays that are coming back on down, watching SWMR as well. This play, satellites just dead. That could be another play here coming up soon that we could be looking for a pullback. Why? No volumes coming into these plays. 100% could see a pullback back down. I love this 615, 620 area for a dip opportunity. Now, this would be maybe you are looking to trade still today. You want to get that repetition in, even on a slower day, and challenge, hey, I like an area. I want to push myself to make sure I put orders in and I trade them. Even if it's a slower day, I want to make sure I trade them. And this is to be the safer one right here, right around the 615, 620 mark. Surround it with some orders. BIY. Bye. Talking about the SPY. This is going to be the key area. I think we do. If we candlestick confirm in this, we go to a larger time frame, 5 minute, whatever you want to talk about. I like 3 and the 5 minimum when you're talking about these large cap moves and holding areas. If this holds 53.50, she's going to then really, in the end, she's going to do this. She's essentially just going to, whoopsies, do this. Got to yell at my dogs every once in a while. Don't worry, Ish. I mute the mic first. So when I'm looking back, I'm yelling at the dogs. So this is what we could end up doing, right? Look, yeah, see, right here, we're confirming right there. So there you go, BIY, Mr. Buy, or Mrs. Buy. Is that a dog? What is that on your profile picture? That's why sometimes I wish I could see. I know TAC is some kind of TAC. What is that? Is that Asian? What kind of Asian literature is that? Is that Japanese? Is that Chinese? Is that, what is that? But this right here, wow. So we're not dumping yet. Frenchies love it. Frenchies. I thought those were dogs. I was like, those look like dogs, but when things are so small, it's like I can't hardly see those. Can't hardly see them. Beautiful. This is it right here. We're in a channel. We're channel mode right now. I like to stick in with the bodies of the candles. Now, if you still want to come in over here and put the downtrend line in, I'm fine and A-okay with that. You know, A-okay if you want to go ahead and put that line in too as well, just to see which one we respect. Maybe we respect both. We come up, candlestick confirm into this, but wick into that, right? So we really do end up respecting both of them, essentially forming this, but down here. So we body confirm here, wick into that. That's our channel right now. We are 100% in a channel. Yeah, I got a few in here. So here we go. We got Great Dane. There's Margot. There's Rue right over here, right there. And then we got Queenie right here. Hey, Nene. Got a slew of them over here. We have 14 dogs. 14. We loved it when, you know, when we were younger. Even in the last 3-4, it was fine. Margot, what are we doing and who are we growling at? Who are you talking trash to? Who are you talking trash to? Yeah, I'm talking to you. I'm sorry. I love it, but I also am like, dang it, why do we have 14 dogs? I want to travel. Just like, don't talk crap, Dad. Yeah, it was all, we loved it back in the day. Avery was all, we were always busy, but now the fact that anyway, when we want to travel, there are just times where having this many dogs is just, oh man, we love it, but there are times where we're like, oh no, why do we do this as we've gotten older? Maybe should have stopped getting them, you know, because what would happen is one would pass and we'd get another one, or one would pass, and, you know, so we just kept up. Once we haven't had less than 12 for a long time. We've had a dozen dogs since, 2018, 2019, and we haven't had less than a dozen since. Steph, have a good weekend. Traders back on the next week to watch the market crashing, maybe? Maybe? Hate long weekends. I love them, TAC. I absolutely love them. Love them, love them, love them. Love them. Can't wait, brother. You get to do things I don't get to do during the week. Get the call-in show coming up soon. Get the call-in show. Why did you get into trading, TAC? You didn't get into trading because you know you like to lose. You like stress. You like to see red in your trades and make your heart race. So why did you, TAC? Bye, Steph, if you are out. Ted, Mr. Osborne. Anyone out there? I know we've got some listeners. Anyone want to join in? We'll put the link out there soon, whether you're on X, wherever you're watching, Instagram, Facebook, wherever we're streaming live today, all across the globe. Waiting for Steve to join in. Why'd you get into stock trading? Since we're literally right on the cusp of it, a couple of minutes away. I'll tell you my Jenny. Well, I'll wait for Steve. We'll see if Steve joins. So I know Steve earlier was messaging me saying he was having some issues this morning. Some internet problems at the moment. He says, all right, so Steve's coming in. Heading right now just upstairs, double checking my router situation. Seems good. Thank the Lord. So we'll see if Steve comes in here soon, and then we'll talk about our journey. But yeah, let us know. Why did you get into stock trading? Investing? Was it... I'll even just real quickly, I mean, the first time I'll never forget. I see it, right? You see stocks... I remember it was back in the paper, this is it. So it's back in the paper days, newspaper days, when you truly would get a newspaper. Like anymore here in Arkansas, we have the Arkansas Democrat Gazette across the state. And they only deliver, I think, on Sundays now, and you have to pay extra for it. And otherwise, they have tablets. Truly, a tablet is what you get if you get a subscription. You have to read the paper on a tablet. Oh yeah, sure. Come on in. Yeah, more dogs the merrier. What the heck? Sure. Now more come in. Hey, how we doing, Groot? There's our biggest one. His head's as big as mine. What's up, Groot? I mean Merlin. Merlin. Groot was the last one. That was my son. This guy's an owner surrender. Hey, how you doing, guys? Y'all smell like you've been outside. Yeah, you smell like you've been outside. How we doing? Oh gosh, how we doing? Margot? No, ma'am. We are not talking like that. Gotta talk to your kids. Gotta talk to the kids there. Okay, we see it. Good job there. Good job, guys. We love you. I know. Hi. Oh my gosh. This is literally, it's like having kids. And then we got Emilio down here. Comes Steve. Hi, Emilio. How we doing? Hi, here's Emilio. How we doing, guys? It's like everyone had to come say hi to the stream. Steve, there you go, Steve. So Steve's about to join in. There we go, Steve. So we got Steve. We got the dogs joining. I've got Avery in here. I'm wiping off slobber off the hands. It's a whole family affair. To Avery, you want to get on the live stream and talk stocks?
It's a party.
It's a party. It's a pizza party. Hey, it is. It's getting close to kind of that pizza party feeling. I was saying earlier, Steve. I bring in the likeness of school to stock trading. So like the learning, you got to be your own teacher. You got to sign your homework every day. Yada yada yada. Right? You got to track your own blah blah. So you got to teach it, keep it like school. But I love days like today. I'm like, oh, I'm off tomorrow. I'm off tomorrow. This is awesome. I get a day off from school essentially. Oh, it's a half day today. I get to get out early today. So to speak. So it's definitely school-like. And there you go. Avery, if you would shut that just fully, I would love it. What? Can you shut my door fully?
Yeah. You hit on the topic of a half day. I had a mandatory half day here. I just barely got my internet working. This is the dumbest thing I think I've ever seen happen. The window was left cracked, and
Right.
it rained overnight. Water somehow seeped into my actual router, which was brilliantly placed under an open window.
Brilliant.
Brilliant. So I'm plugged into the mainframe here. I'm right into the wall. So nobody else in the house can use internet, but that's their problem.
I love
We
it.
are
You're like,
we are live.
this is my internet and my internet only.
I am the master of my domain today. Oh, that's kind of an internet pun, right? All right.
Cool. Yeah, I'm getting the Google Meet pulled up right now.
Awesome. What a wild day. This price action overnight and into today, just
Yeah, if you want to share your screen real quickly, if you wanted to, I have the SPY up because that's really because small caps have been so slow today. That's what I was actually looking at was the SPY and this beautiful channel that we're in right now, consolidating. I thought we were about to get our sell off. Nope, we just whipped down to 53.50 to just stay right here overall. It seems like in this channel.
yeah, I'm loading in here. So to me, I have trust issues. I have trust issues seeing it drop that hard, seeing it rally this hard, and now in this flag. I mean, yesterday was a really good example in the power hour of one of those flags that just failed relentlessly. That being said, this one does look better. We could be entertaining that double bottom, but just going into the weekend, I still have hedges on. To be honest. I know, what a day off. It's a brutal it's a brutal one to not be trading, guys. But hey, is what it is. It's the weekend in my mind, so I'm gonna hang out with my buddy Josh and forget
I
about missing
appreciate
these
it.
trades.
I'm sending you the call-in show right now information,
Awesome.
and we'll go straight through this like last time as far as like what to mute and all that stuff. So let me know that you got that email, and then yeah, come on over.
Cool. Open
Come
right
on
now.
over. Come on over, baby.
There we go.
There we go. Thank you, AOS. I was gonna say, if you want to get that banner up for us. Boom! Shakalaka, bam to bam. All right, so let me share my Google Meet. I'm gonna share this. All right. And then mute yourself. Don't forget, mute yourself on EVMux, and I'll get you pulled over to EVMux right now. Boop. Not yet. I don't have you on the live stream yet either. So I'll get you on there in just a minute, which is fine. Share. Boop. All right. All right. Go ahead and talk, Steve. Okay. All right. Yeah, cool. Yeah, should be good to go. Good to go? Cool. I don't hear any echo. You sound good to me. If everyone can hear Steve on the live stream.
I see. I see. Okay. I apologize there. All right. So yeah, I can hear you just perfect now.
Cool. All right, sweet, sweet, sweet. Let's get into it. Oh, and I will get into ours first, but yeah, join, ask, call in, at least attack, at least type it out so we can talk it through it with you. Why'd you get into stock trading? What was the reasoning for it? You know, was there someone in your family that used to do it? Was it somewhere along the line you just got intrigued by it somehow or another? To me, it was that. Oh, I hear a little echo.
Oh, you are now?
Yep,
I just fixed it. Oh no.
just a little bit.
Let's see. So this is the first time where everything sounds perfect on for me. So you're
good.
hearing me echo?
No, me a little bit. Oh, I'm good now, I guess.
Okay.
Yeah. It's on Steve's side?
It's on my side. I apologize.
Yep, echo, okay.
Okay, so I'm muted in the top left corner of EVMux. I have my mic on the mic icon in the bottom of EVMux.
Yeah, mute
that
both of them. Bottom left and top left. Yeah, make sure Google's you have your Google unmuted, right? The Google Meet's unmuted. You're good. You're good. We got it. We got it. We got it. It's all good. Yeah, so essentially, Steve, make sure you're unmuted on EVMux, or no, unmuted on Google Meets and on EVMux. The bottom left hand's muted and the top left hand's muted. So that top left hand and the bottom left hand are both muted. Right. I don't hear anything. You sound good to me. I hear no echo now.
Okay, so in this case I'm going against what Josh is saying and I'm unmuting on EVMux. Is this sounding good to you guys?
Yep, I can hear. Can you hear me? Come on over. I'll keep singing some Christina Aguilera if you want me to.
Okay. Apologies, guys. We're doing it live.
Love it. All right. Admit one guest. He's coming on in. Admitting. You should be able to come in there. There we go. And there he is. Tack is calling in. What's up, Tack?
Hey.
Yeah, right? Yeah, it depends on where you're at in the world. Where are you at again, Tack?
Now I'm in New York. I'll be in California, and then I'll be in Atlanta in the next, I guess, 2 weeks. I'll be in college.
Oh.
So, I need to go look at
You want to make sure you got no you don't have any. Yeah, you don't want. Well, so you don't have any squatters in there. That's for sure.
Oh, no, not me. I'm a little too nasty and too good. They all know who I am. So no one gets messing with my time.
Love it, love it, love it, love it. All right, so yeah, just how did you get into stock trading, my man? Well, how long ago was it? And then again, if it was long ago enough, talk about.
Gosh, my mother was a bond trader, so I kind of followed in her footsteps. He's possibly the best bond trader that I knew anyway. And she had such a great course. She ended up leaving Lehman, Rockwell Lehman. She left in 2006 when she kind of figured out in the the securitization area, that a lot of those loans. Oh, can you hear me?
Yep, I can hear
We
you.
can hear.
Once she found out a lot of those loans were going belly, were going to go bust, especially in the housing market, she cashed out and she left. In 2006, I will never forget saying, "Why did you leave? Why did you want to go?" She said, "It's time. It's time to pack it up." If he moved to California and bought up a bunch of houses. So that's why I got to go out to California. But in any event, so she was possibly the smartest person that I knew that was a bond trader. And my dad was on the totally opposite side. He worked for law enforcement. He worked out of Florida for the DPA. So he was the total opposite. So they didn't get along too well.
That's funny.
That was funny. That's funny. But anyway, so I started out in like this in the 90s. After I finished school, I had a double major in math and economics, and I was a bouncer a little bit before that for about a year and a half, 2 years.
Where at?
I was tired.
Where at? You're a bouncer.
A few strip clubs in New York, which is kind of rough for someone so light like me. And but anyway, I held my own, and I had no problems with that. So after I graduated, I kind of hung around for a little while. I got can't remember what certification I got, but then I applied for a job and I went for an interview, and they said, "Well, the only openings you have right now for this are in out of or overseas." I said, "Where?" "Japan." I said, "Well, I speak Japanese." So the next thing you know, I'm leaving the country, and I worked out in Japan for about 3 years, off and on. After the long-term capital decline, and I think it was at 98, I headed back to New York City because I had to prepare. The traders, still in the bond area, for the .com. So I was a trader at the beginning, solely for bonds, but then I kind of moved to other things. After the .com, that was a very specific event.
Wait, so
Minutes what's going today in the stock market, but those are really largest companies back in the .com. They were horrible companies.
Talk, I had a quick question. Did you say that you were in Asia during the Asian financial crisis over there?
What was that? Yeah, yes, I was.
Wow. That must have been wild. Yeah, yeah. You must have had so much to share back stateside. Going into the .com bubble, like you're saying, that must have been a wild time to be involved.
And that's why I guess they kind of brought me back. Because you have to rotate anyway.
Mhm.
And something with my visa and all, so I ended up staying. So I worked for who was I working for back then? Was it Fuji? I worked for 4 Japanese institutions and capital markets. It was kind of like the whole gamut of finance. You go from originations to structured finance. Um, it was what we call hold on a second. I can't remember the name of it. We did something called a Gucci. Gucci. I can't remember the last word. And then it was a rotation of staff. So they would have you go into different areas of, if you worked in the trading area, you got in the bond area. And then after that, I went to the rates desk. And then, I'm sorry, before the rates desk, I was on the agricultural desk. And I wasn't being used properly. And yeah, it was horrible. It was horrible. And the most fun I had, though, James, was actually in the interest rate area. Just before the financial crisis, where I actually got a chance to see grown men fight each other.
Oh, jeez.
I mean, two sides of the deck, let's put them just great. They were actually trying to hurt each other. They were trying to hurt each other because they both, they were trying to hedge. And, and it was just pandemonium.
Wow.
So different traders in a few different areas. So I ended up retiring. I really couldn't take the game anymore. I just kind of gave up after about, I guess, 27, 28 years, which is not really a long time in the business for somebody younger than me. But after the financial crisis, I really couldn't take it. I mean, I remember going home with someone, think of me, 52, 245, going home and literally weeping, after the housing crash. It was, we made a lot of money, but people lost their lives, literally.
Yeah.
So as far as me trading for other people, I was kind of done. So I ended up leaving, I guess, in 2015, I think it would be. 2016, something like that. I need to look at my notes. Because I've been finally on my own for about 8 years. And I ended up trading. So when I left, I took my huge 401ks and pensions. And I rolled those into self-directed IRAs, which I was asking them to do, as they start getting a little older. And they, as they leave the companies and you have a 401k, I'm sorry, get a 401k, take it out of that because the 4CPs will kill you, and roll it into a self-directed. If you're younger, if you're in your 20s and your teens and you have a job, open up a Roth IRA. It'll be the best thing to do. It's money always stays, and really money spent is the best thing. So when I left and I home, I remember sitting down, talking to the wife, I said, what the hell should I do? She said, well, why don't you just manage your account? And I went, okay, that's not too hard. So I started managing my account.
Talk, I'm really sorry to interrupt you. I'm really sorry to interrupt you. Josh, I just want to make sure you see that message. Talk, you're not audible, unfortunately, and I believe...
Well, no, Kevin texted me and said on YouTube it's good. So Kevin texted me, yeah.
All right, I'm so sorry to interrupt. I just wanted to... I'm really enjoying this story time, so I just...
So yeah, I'm getting like mixed signals here. I'm like, is he good? Is he not good? We did everything like last time. So he's in the background. So if people can hear him, there's nothing I can do differently, other than I know Tack. It's maybe audio from his side, but from my side, I can hear him. I know it's not. It sounds a little different, but the only thing I could say to do.
That's not good. That's not good because that means I got to do 2 pirates all over.
Yeah. So start back. Go back about 10 minutes now.
I don't know if can you hear me better? What? You hear me better?
It's just low a bit. Okay, it's just low a bit. Yeah, I have him. There's another. I mean, I have the screen shared. It's the just like what we did last week. So I don't have anything differently I can do on my end. Yeah.
That's horrible because I have it on full volume. I have my phone on full volume.
I thought technology was supposed to make things easier.
Yeah, right.
Yeah. So my phone is all the way up. If you can't hear me, then I guess I'll have to call back another time. Can you hear me?
I can hear you just fine.
I can hear you. Yeah.
I think it's just on for whatever reason on the streaming side of things when you're coming through, it's not nearly as good.
Is this Kevin?
Who on the line? You're speaking with Josh and Steve here.
It's Josh and Steve.
Okay. Got it. Sorry, guys.
No worries.
All right, let's try this again here. So yeah, callinshow. I'm gonna go back to this. Let's go screen share. I just.
Just put me on pause. Okay. It's not even a big deal. There's nobody here to bother me, so I kind of found a safe spot.
Okay, try it now. I just redid the audio, so let's see if it doesn't sound.
Hello, can you hear?
Yeah. Yes. Can we hear Tack now on the live stream? So give us let's know.
I can definitely hear you.
Awesome.
When I left my last job, I was working for Geopolitical Securities, and I left there. As I said, I was just full. I was just kind of tired and worn out. At that point, I'd been through four financial downfalls, probably 4 or 5 of them. I was really just kind of tired. So So managing your own money, I guess, is probably the next step that people should do as they're retiring. I'm still young, I'm in my 50s, but managing your own money is probably the best thing to do if you have sort of an acuity for it. Um, and as these young traders are coming up, these younger people, this is such a great opportunity for them. I mean, I never had anything that was electronic. I mean, I used to look, I used to get barons on Saturdays and have to look at the stock, get the New York Times and get the Wall Street Journal. I mean, but now everything is electronic. So, I mean, this is fantastic.
And we have the information at our fingertips too. It's truly a wild time. Yeah.
I had to go and buy barons.
I was gonna say, how hard did you have to go look for that information? It's just thrown at us. It's a wild world.
You really have to search for it.
Hmm. I believe it.
You really have to search for it.
And I mean,
Search for it.
I, and not just that. I mean, just waiting. You know, like I remember hearing stories about. I know you're not this old, but like reading quotes in the newspaper. You know, like imagine that having.
No, that's the biggest change I remember to the stock market was when we went to whole numbers. I remember going from quarters and eighths.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Kind of like told, was that in 2000 or 2001? I kind of figured that was huge. But I would never have figured that you guys could trade on your phone.
So wild.
Can you imagine? So, you guys are just lucky. It's great opportunities. Don't throw them away. It's lucky. But you got to do it the right way. You just can't, that's why I'm on this channel here, because you guys never, trade the stock, go to this, trade this. You got to come with knowledge, because we have different people doing different things in life. Not just buy this stock, no reason why, of course there's always a place for that. But you like to explain things and why you're doing this and why you're doing that, so it's just such a great opportunity to do trading. The only advice that I could give for traders is that, if you want to trade this full time, you have to take it to serious business.
Mm-hmm.
You need to get people to review your trades. You need to get your risk reward together. You just can't trade blindly. You have to manage it almost like they're managing a job.
Absolutely.
That's
Yeah.
probably the most important thing at the time. And like Josh said earlier, having multiple revenue streams. Real estate, and this, you deliver paper, if you deliver food, your wife is working. You always gotta make sure you cover your revenue streams. And other than that, it should be a fun time. You guys are in a great day. And I'm sorry you can't hear me too well. I'll get off the call back in a minute.
It's all good. I've heard you the whole entire time. We've enjoyed your story time. Yeah, I think they can hear you, but for whatever reason, I have no idea why. Because I've mic'd everything up and turned everybody up as loud as I can, and yeah, for whatever reason, it's not coming through. So at least clearly and loud. But man, it's always good talking to you. You sound a lot like Baron when Baron calls in. You just have such a good psychological mental mindset when it comes to trading. You have that it factor when it comes to that, man. So I'm glad you did call in.
The biggest change that I see now, and I'll get off after this, is teaching, because I do teach for the school system,
Nice.
finance. And the biggest change that I see now with the kids is they all want to learn about stocks and finance. They all want to know. They all want to learn. Not spending their money services, which is fantastic. So I'm just going to tell you thank you. I appreciate the channel, and I'll call back in when you guys can, work through this issue.
Yeah.
Or for the body. I apologize, all right?
No, you're a pleasure. Thank you for calling in. Love it, man. Thank you again. Have a good Easter 3-day weekend and safe travels to you out to Cali.
Okay, bye-bye, gents.
Take care, man.
Zach. Good stuff. Yeah, I didn't know all that information from him, so that was really cool to get that in and hear that journey. I know some of you may not have heard it as well, but yeah, from the 98 and Asian crisis market to then coming back over to the dot-com bubble. I'm just like, imagine being an investor / trader and being on those floors and stuff like that back in the day compared to, that was just back when it was different. It's way different than it is now, and so I can't imagine what it was like back then, So it's cool to hear that journey.
Absolutely. Truly wild stuff. I mean, like he was saying, people were, not to make light of it, jumping out a window. Like it was one of the most insane sagas of financial history
Yeah.
in history. And yeah, to be there for it must have been insane, honestly insane. So hopefully we don't live in quite as interesting times here, Josh. I don't want to see that bad, but
Right.
I think that having these conversations with people who've been there through these real crises in the market, it really gives you perspective, and it allows you to kind of just recalibrate about what is possible, what you could see, and what this job constitutes at times, at least.
Yep.
To
All right,
allow that.
got another guest coming on in. Who do we got? Oh, I thought I noticed that. I thought I noticed that 336 number.
That sounded familiar.
You sound good. I mean, we could hear Tack really good too as well. So that was the weird thing that I have no idea why. I don't know why exactly we couldn't hear him that well. So, yeah, anyone that's still listening, let me know how you guys can hear Kevin. But we can hear you just fine. We heard Tack just fine too as well. So that was weird that it wasn't coming through clear or loud enough for you
Well,
guys. I have no idea.
Josh, quick update here. AU Show producer is saying that Kevin is not audible on his side there. So the mystery continues. The plot thickens.
It says can't hear very well. The streams are, the streams are. Yeah, I am I'm lost on it because I have the screen share on, which I'm supposed to do. Share the screen, and then put that on the layers, and then have that on the Josh share, the Josh Smith share screen, and it's behind me and Steve. So it's yeah. No, yeah, I mean, yeah, everything's on. EV Mux is not. Yeah, everything's just like last week. Very, very weird. Like, I'm like, do I have to pull you further up on the layers board? And I pulled it up further to where it's like it's not, not you can't see it, but it's like right behind me and Steve. And I like when I click on it, boom, I see it. It's on my side, so I have no idea.
I feel like the internet gods are punishing me for that router situation this morning. I think this is on me, guys. All right, everything on here, switch it off on EVMux. I can do that. All right, I'm back on EVMux, so we should be audible now. So, real quick, just wanted to give people an update on SPY. That flag that we talked about half an hour ago, it's just kind of withering, just drifting down. So just keep an eye on it. Looking at the daily candles trading into the trend line makes me a little suspicious that we might need to come back just a little bit. I don't know, but I'm just noting the failed breakout of that flag. So unless we get a big reclaim, we could see a little bit of drift down.
Ghostbusters, yeah, right. That's so funny. That's weird because we did exactly what we did last week. It's very simple. All you have to do is pull up the Google Meet. You share the Google Meet on, you share your screen and you share that and put it in the background. I did exactly this last week, and so it's kind of weird. We had beautiful. Once we figured it out last week, it was smooth sailing. I thought today would just be just that. Like, oh, it'll take 2 seconds. We'll get it going, and wow, it's really odd. Again, maybe we'll have to have like one, like Kevin will join next week and do this exact thing. Okay, y'all have it set up right, and then we'll get going. And then the following week I'll do it again by myself, and then we'll have issues again. Gotcha. Yeah. Right. Yep. Kevin's trying to pop in here. So Kevin, you can look at it too as well. It's like, what is going on here? What is going on? But yeah, I did this just like last week. Right now, last week it was, Steve, bottom left-hand corner, top left-hand corner, mute those. And then I get the Google Meet going, and then we go from there. And we'll have Kevin look it over for the time being. Yeah, Kevin, you do what you want to try to do in the background. We'll talk for now. Yes, I do. Yep. So we were echoing. Yeah, I have it muted right now. Yeah. Yep. Yep. So Steve, tell me, why did you get into stock trading? What was it for you? What was the when was it? I know we've kind of talked about when, but what was the reasoning why? What did you want to get out of it?
Well, I used to be embarrassed admitting this. Now I'm proud of it. I was an ape, Josh. GME, GameStop brought me in. I was aware of stocks before. I was, on Wall Street bets, not posting, but keeping tabs. Like, what are these crazy guys up to? What are they whipping up here? And it was more of a spectacle that I was observing for a while, and then just seeing that narrative build up, the inertia, and seeing the whole community come together and try to take the hedgies down. So, looking back, it's silly. But what I did resonate with was the sense of community that retail can have when they band together. And what I also learned from that is that just because you have a sense of community does not mean it is a community worth listening to. So, so it showed me what I was looking for, and also showed me what I was not looking for there. But what I really did see was normal people like you and me, well, at least like me at the time, who didn't really know all that much about the market, and we were able to really secure some financial independence for us, to very different degrees. I did not make a killing off it, but I turned a little bit into a decent amount, and that was enough to really spark, or kind of plant that seed about what's possible. So for me, I always look at the market as a method of transferring wealth from unknowledgeable or impatient people to knowledgeable or patient people. So it's almost like an arbitrage on information in a very direct way, where if you put in the work, you will get rewarded for it. And it's eat what you kill. There's nobody to blame but yourself and those market makers, those hedgies, of course. But so for me, it was really it was like one of the only things in the world where I felt like there was no uneven playing field. It was like the most even playing field ever in some ways. Of course, institutions have certain tools that retail doesn't, but at the end of the day, there's very few opportunities to transfer skill into profits in such a direct way. So that's what lit the fuse for me. And Josh, I was just seeing everybody around me. You know, I grew up in a not amazing neighborhood. I saw a lot of people struggling, and I saw some people being able to just funnel a little money away every month and see that. And as they watch that grow, it was kind of like watching a light bulb turn on in their head too. Like, oh, this is my way out. This is how I can escape. I can compound my money. I can stop, being just uh, so depressed that I'm just like, whatever. I'll just buy some alcohol, buy some video games, buy something that'll distract me. And instead, like it provides a framework for escaping whatever your material situation is. So for me, I think I think it's literally like what we can do is be like Robin Hood here, and kind of steal from the rich a little bit and give to people who could really use it. And so that's what I'm in here for, to try to just chip away, do a little bit of my part to tackle that financial inequity, which I think is a massive problem today. So that's my elevator pitch there.
All right, I love it. Elevator pitch. That's a good one. Some good stuff.
How about
bro.
you, Josh? What
Man, yeah, that's funny to hear. Say funny to hear, but that's crazy. I never would have pegged you as a Reddit turd, so to speak, or a GameStop, degen. I was like, wow, really? That's what brought you in, huh? Okay, well, hey.
It's been a long time. I pretty quickly moved on to another Discord or Reddit community, and I think it was like Wall Street Bets OGs, and then they had a few other names, but they actually focused on commodities trading. So I was trading steel while everybody was making money in the 2021 COVID rally, and I'm sitting over here going, why aren't materials rallying so much? Well, I learned a lot. I learned a lot in that process.
Oh man, yeah, that's awesome. Love it, love it, love it. And yeah, thank you for everyone trying to sit with this through the day. We're gonna get this Cullen show figured it out. But Derek, Stay Contact, Coach TB, Kevin Avery, Jay, thanks for the love again on the NBA Jam shirt, and everyone from earlier, Larry Boyd. Jay says, asked, been trading for almost 10 years, just joined Trade the Pool. Do the same rules apply to the test and live accounts? Yeah, so eval and the live are exact same rule skis. Exact.
And I love that, right? No funny business. If you
Right.
can pass an eval, you can pass another one, as long as you get in the right headspace, you know?
Yep. Cool. So, and then my journey, well, why I got into it, mine's actually kind of funny. Mine's kind of like coincidental. So I've talked about this a few times, like just the first of it. But yeah, I mean, worked overnight radio stations, at the radio. What was I say? It was radio stations, but Cumulus Media. So Cumulus Media owned there's the Wolf, some country station, had ESPN, had the Ticket, had about 4 or 5 stations, and it was right next to where the Dallas Mavericks play right there in downtown, next to American Airlines Center, etc. So regardless, I had to fill in time and to get more hours for them and to get more money. Obviously, when I first worked, I give me as many hours as you can. Like, hey, we need someone to fill in Friday and Saturday nights. I was like, oh, great. So I guess I'll do that for more money. I was like, hey, that's, quick 8 hours. If I do it both nights, that's 16 hours. So that's really bringing in some more hours for me. So sure. And that got boring real quickly. Now, it's fun at first, right? You're the only one up there, and you're like, oh, all this, it's cool at a radio station by yourself at night. Of course, they're in downtown. But then after a few months, you start getting bored. One night before I went in, I don't know if it was a Friday or Saturday night, and some nights I didn't do both. I'd just do one sometimes. But regardless, one night before I went in, of course, it was always saddening to be sitting with your girlfriend who's off, and she gets to go to bed. Now here I am, I get to go into work, at 10 o'clock at night, which was hard to get used to because you usually are already getting up at 8, 7, whatever in the morning. Now you got to stay all the way up to. So a lot of the times I'd be up for almost 24 hours on those shifts because your body gets used to it. But it was definitely tiring, and to fill those hours though, before I went in one night, Avery's watching TV, and she used to love, she's still like a lot of girls, love watching Bravo. That's like one of their favorite channels to watch is Bravo and all the shows that come on it. Well, she watched it's called Below Deck. It's a yachting show. And it was the second time that Tim Sykes was on this show. It was a rerun, right? And of course, Friday. Anyway, so I'm like, oh, for whatever reason, it hit me. And it was, I think it was a second. It could have been the third time that he was on it. At least it was a rerun is my point. That we, of course, girls are too. They were watching. I'm like, how many times are we going to watch the same episode? But he was on, and he's giving his stupid little schmirky, spiel of, hey, if you want to really make money, come over to penny stocks and let me teach you this, that, and the other. And for whatever reason, because I wasn't making money, and of course a lot of it, and I was like, you know what, I'm gonna, for whatever reason, I just, it got into my brain that night. Hey, let's look into stock trading then. Let's see what this is about. Supposedly if you can make this real quick money in this amount of time, and sure enough, first few videos I pulled up, immediately I was enamored of like, oh wow, I can make $200 or $300 in these small, like boom, you don't need much money, $100, a few $100s, a few thousand shares, or hey, if I can get $3,000, $4,000, $5,000, I can make this work. Essentially, is what my brain was saying. And then I can make 200 quickly here. Or I can make 200 there, 100 here, and 50 there, whatever. But it was going before I went in one night to work overnights. And Tim Sykes. Let's see here. You can hear me, right?
I can hear you.
Yeah, I was making sure. I think that was
might just be you and me in the void, but hey.
No, I think we're good on the I was just making sure we're still good on the TTP stream, which I'm sure we are.
Real quick, Jay Profit. Yeah, we do have a forum, Discord room.
Yeah.
We'll get that link over to you in just a second there. But you can also just search Trade the Pool Discord. It's really good. We have book clubs. We have just a bunch of events constantly, and live traders almost every day in there, I see. So check it out. Yes,
Larry Boyd. And then I think Ayush or Joe, someone will get the link out for you soon. All our links here toward the end of the show here. But yeah, that was just it. It was kind of funny. I don't know why, whatever reason, it stuck, that day before I went in. Like, all right, you know what, Tim Sykes, then I'll look up some of your videos, and I'll look this up and Google you tonight on YouTube. And that's how it started for me. And then those overnights, and I can't remember if it was during the week too as well. Yeah, I know Kevin was talking about this earlier. Well, I think we've muted that because what was happening on EV Mux, we're getting echoes. If I unmute EV Mux, then we're getting echoes. Or unmute Google. So I think we're just done for the call-in show for the day. I think that was we're gonna put that one on pause until next week. And then we'll run through this just the way we'll figure it out before we do the call-in show next week to make sure we have this down.
Yeah, I'll pop the charts up here and then we can get into that if that works. All right, we do have. So let's talk about. So let's see.
Anywho, but yeah. So my story, and again for financial freedom, for obviously for most people's sakes. I mean, it was hey, I hate the 9 to 5. I don't want to work for the man, yada 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 kind of thing anymore. So it was just one of those things where I got that intrigue, from Tim Sykes. So I always go and then I joined his room. And it was kind of one of those things at first too when he joined his room and he's never even there. And it's like, why did I join this? But then you kind of like you do, you get to Wall Street Bets. That was kind of me, and the GameStop was going over to Tim Sykes and thinking that this, guy was gonna, would you lay down, Margot? Was gonna save my journey, and like out of nowhere, like I think anyone at first you think you're just gonna immediately you're gonna get it, you're gonna start making money, and that just wasn't the case. You got to. There's a lot of time that goes into it, and you don't think about that at first. And again, that didn't take me for a while until I started to settle in. And like, hey, if you're like we've talked about, hey, if we're gonna, this is gonna be, you got to take this like a job. You got to take this like you're trying to get you're trying to build a rocket to go to outer space. I mean, there's gonna be a lot of trial and error in this. And if you're trying to, like all those guys that are building rockets and at SpaceX, this, that, and the other, they're putting a lot of time of back testing and trial. They're in the studio. I say the studio. They're in the lab or whatever they are, whatever they're putting all these equations together and trying to figure out. I was thinking Big Bang Theory when I think of that kind of stuff. I'm like, like that's the stuff you have to do. Where most people think they're just going to come in and sit in front of the screen and kind of like play a video game and they're just going to press buttons and get it. I'm like, that's just not going to happen, really. So, but yeah, just it was funny how I never would have thought myself as a stock trader. I think the first time, and I was saying this earlier when I thought about stock trading when I was a kid, was my dad worked for back too, which is so funny. I worked for Cumulus Media, but he used to work for Cumulus Media. And we were at breakfast one morning, and we always get the paper on Sunday, right? And I would want the sports section while we're waiting on our food. It was funny. I always remember going to Jane's Kitchen and getting the newspaper. And then whatever reason one day, though, I forgot what exactly and how I even asked or I asked or whatever. But I just remember looking up, hey, look up Cumulus's stock in the paper. And so that was back when every day, you could go to the paper and look up the stocks. Essentially, this is like what, 2002, 2003, something like that. And just looking up what Cumulus and all the numbers, and I had no idea any of that what it meant. And even moving to like 2010, 2015, when you'd say, oh, you watch the nightly news or whatever it is, market crash in this week, or back to 2008 when the market did crash. I mean, that meant nothing to me because I didn't really look into it, and I was never going to worry about stock trading. I was going to be something to do with sports, whether I'm a broadcast journal, something. It just wasn't could do anything with stock trading. So it's crazy how I did a really a 180 where I'm going sports. Whether I'm a journalist, I'm going to be on-air talent, just something to do with sports and talk and get my, get my opinion out, and how it flipped from stocks or sports, I should say, because it's the same amount of letters and starts with S and ends with S. But I go from sports to stocks, and love it. Absolutely love it. But yeah, it was funny. I never would have thought about it, and for whatever reason, that's why you never know and never say no. When those doors kind of open, or if someone asks you for an opportunity, I forgot what. Kind of motivational speech I heard the other day, but yeah, just always say yes. Be yes man, so to speak, like the Jim Carrey movie. Don't say no. No is never going to get you anywhere, but yes is. And give it an opportunity and give it a chance. And I luckily did that with stock trading. And again, thank you, Tim Sykes, wherever you're at in this world, and saying how there is money to be made there. And then I just started looking at videos and that's how it all started, my man. It was, it's because I still think back, I'm like, I can't believe just watching Below Deck and Tim Sykes, thinking back now as an older, more, as a more of a gentleman now, and I was like, what was I thinking? I can't believe I actually gave that a shot. Thank God I did.
No, absolutely. It's funny hearing you come from sports, and it's funny for me. I used to play a lot of video games, and when I started trading stocks, I just stopped playing video games. It like scratched the exact same itch in my brain.
Yeah.
And previously before that, I loved sports. As a kid growing up, playing, watching the whole nine, and I loved the statistical element of it, the analytical side of it. Like I thought Moneyball was the coolest thing ever. So like. I think there's a certain kind of personality type or something that it's like a cluster thing where if you like these, you probably might like these too. So, I wouldn't be surprised if there was some correlation there. Sports and anything that I think where you have to apply game theory is really the crux
Right.
of it.
What's up, Mr. Larry Boyd? Thank you for coming to Brandon Key. What's up, B Key? Oh, Brandon Key. Mr. Keel, how you doing, Mr. Brandon Keel? Joe. But yeah, Keel, I was on the phone last night till like 2, 3 in the morning. I forgot what time we were talking to. I was talking to Brandon. I haven't talked to Brandon in years. How about where's Hudson at? I figured he would be wanting to call in today. I don't know. We're not doing the call-in show now, but we kind of expired of that one. But
He's doing well. He had a couple really good trades this week. He caught the I think on whatever the day where we had the really low close into the, was it 2 days ago? It's all
Right.
blending together.
Yeah.
Whenever we closed under for 640, I think he bought a bunch of SFIX and then sold it the next morning. So I think he's been doing well this week. He's definitely been posting a bunch of research in my community. I've been reading some of it. It's been a lot, but I can tell he's diligent and doing the homework. So next week, if I'll see if he wants to come on and we can
Yeah.
chat it up, see how the progress is going.
Well, yeah, we'll get this rocking and rolling by next week again for sure. Because yeah, like today, I don't know, it was weird. It was Ghost for giving us some issues today.
Celine girl has a good question here. So, would you say trading is harder for people who have never played sports or video games? That's you. Seems like it's taken you longer to learn. What I will say is that this is just really hard in general to learn. So I don't know if it's taken you super long. You could be right on track, you know. So don't beat yourself up. It's a very hard skill to learn. If you're making any progress at all, you are on the right track. I do think that for me, just growing up from a very young age, I was playing soccer like, I don't know, 4, 5, 6 probably, and baseball soon after that, and just all through high school into college a little. I think it just changes how you look at certain things, but it's not something that's unique or mutual just to sports. For example, you can learn the same kind of diligence and like just kind of grit or strategic thinking. You could learn that from a lot of things. For me, it was sports, and for a lot of people, I know it's video games too. Just because it's your brain's firing a bunch of different decisions off every minute for a lot of these ones, and that's a similarity to the complex machine where there's so many inputs to a stock market that it's I don't know. It's a lot to keep track of, and I think that can help. I don't think that it's a prerequisite by any means, though. So I'm sure that the best thing I think would be to kind of figure out what that kind of applies to in your life. Like where did you learn those lessons, and then you'll be able to have kind of those synapses firing and connecting there, I think.
Yep. Yeah, I think it's one of those things that helps your brain out a little bit in the end from the mindset of being in sports or video games, because like you're saying, your brain is having to immediately think, and you're nonstop, but you're not really like sitting back and thinking. You're immediately reacting to what the situation is, right? Like any sport I ever played, it was never well, should I do this? And I'm second guessing that. Well, that could be it. And well, maybe we do this here. And like, no, we knew you reacted right away to what was going on. I mean, you just think about just think of football. Like, downside hut, I get thrown the ball and I have the ball. I'm not immediately like dropping it. I don't just sit down. I don't take my helmet off. I get the ball, I immediately run up field where I have to go, and then I avoid people that are trying to tackle me, and I don't want them to tackle me, right? It's not like, well, what do I do? I don't know what I do. It's like immediately what to do. And so I think that helps out a little bit. And then, like I've said, the psychological mental side of things of having those really good, maybe guys that were good gamers or definitely the good athletes of the world that I follow and pay attention to, that mindset that they have, and they build up this strong mental state, and noticing that if they can and they repetition the same thing all day every day, that, oh wow, okay, this is how you get good at something that takes a little harder for most to do. You just have to then think about too the statistics of it all. How many people are in the NBA? How many make it to the NFL? How many people make it professionally to game and make $1 million plus a year? How many people are successful stock traders? All of those would equal a very low percentage, right? There's a very low percentage of that. So if it's a very low percentage that actually make it to that success level, you have to tell yourself this isn't going to be something easy. This is going to be hard, and I've got to put a lot of hard work in to get there. So I think it helps some people, and I don't think it's no. I mean, because there are some traders I work with. I don't know, I can go through the ringer of names and people I work with, or even people I know. Like Kevin Avery was very open. Kevin Avery was a towel boy. He played with Barbies as a kid, So, and I just never knew. I'm just kidding. That's Kevin. Kevin's in the background.
Punching air over there somewhere.
Yeah, right. Exactly. Yeah, leave them alone. Yeah. Hey, he got me once on the TCGL. He got like, that little bit anyway. But yeah, I don't think that really matters. So yeah, if you didn't play video games or you weren't a gamer and you were playing with, dolls as a Avery out there. I thought I heard noise. I was like, what is this noise? Avery's making some goofy noise with the dogs. But yeah, I think it helps some people, but overall you can build that psyche up. That's not something where, oh well, I never traded or I never played video games, or I didn't play sports, so now I can't get this. No, you can build that mental mindset up. Go watch the videos. Go watch documentaries on all the great athletes, or some people that and learn from how they motivated themselves and how they push themselves, and that's all it comes to in the end. The fact that I think that you fired off decisions quickly did help me. Whether it was basketball, football, baseball, usually more so basketball, football, to be more firing off decisions real quickly. Gaming, I love video games, whether it's I'm playing sports games, I'm playing first-person shooter games. So that, I think, does help. Helps your hands because you're quick. Your brain already is you're moving at a really quick, fast pace, and so you can slow things down if you need to. So it does help, but I don't think it's a make or break now. It's a good question, though. It's a really good question, though. Or at least a good thought process of you to go, like, okay, I've noticed this. You guys talk about that. Is that why I'm struggling? Again, I would love if someone could do like a Michael Nauss backtest AI, whatever, Carl George, or whatever all those different systems are. They can go back and backtest all the people throughout the years. I mean, no offense, Warren Buffett doesn't seem like someone that played sports or video games as a kid. I don't think video games were around when he was a kid, but
Josh is over here talking about Warren Buffett like he's some nerd. He's getting a swirly. He's like, this guy. Oh man.
Hey, I'm just spitting facts, okay? I'm just seeing what I see, okay?
All right. Oh, by the way, thank you very much, DJ 2AM. Always with the kind words. That's an OG right there. He's been around since the beginning, so I appreciate you, Nick. Always good to see you in here. Josh, I'm going to run and grab water. 10 seconds.
Yep.
Sorry about that.
Good. Yep, Kevin the champion. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I love it. Yeah, Brandon. Yeah, we were talking for a minute last night, brother. And at first, most of our money. Okay, there we go. Love it. DJ Atari, man, that's how I talked about this on. I think it was yesterday, in the lunch recap. Yeah, I had the hand-me-downs at first. Sega was my first one I remember getting, like, as a present, at Christmas, getting a Sega Genesis. But had my brother's Atari, the 8-bit, had the Sega Genesis 8-bit. Yeah, so I've been gaming for a minute. Had the old school, Pitfall, in the old school Atari, joystick essentially that you would play with the one button up top. I think that helped. I mean, even when we had our first computer, my first game was, what's the movie? It's a flying game. Freddie Prinze Jr. They did a remake of it. Now I have to Google that real quickly unless someone beats me to the punch. Freddie Prinze Jr. They remade it. They're out in space. Is it Space Commander? I think it's Space Commander, right? Space Commander, isn't that it? Space Commander. That's it, right? Isn't that the movie? Yeah, Space Commander. That's it. Yeah, this is the one. So Space Commander, that was like the very first game that I played back in the day was Space Commander. I think was it. Yeah, isn't it called Space Commander? Isn't that what it's called? Anyway,
sounds right, but you're older than me, so
I'm older than you. No, don't be throwing digs at me now, like I was throwing digs at at Warren Buffett.
So Josh, what was it like to grow up with only Pong?
Right.
The two pixels bouncing back and forth. That was the only video game, right?
Wing Commander. It's called Wing Commander. Commander was the name of the video game I played as a kid. Wing Commander. That was it. Video game series. Oh yeah, bro. That's some old school stuff right there. That was fun. I mean, I had Pitfall. Pong was another one. But I had Pitfall. I played more so than Pong. I had about 3 or 4 Atari games. I can't remember what they all were. And then, of course, never had Nintendos. Always had the hand-me-downs. So when I had to play Nintendo or Super Nintendos at my buddy's house or my friends' houses or whatever. And then eventually I get in the Sega Genesis, like I was saying, my first one ever, which I loved that. I loved the big cartridges, back in the day, and getting the boxes, that they came in. And those are the good old days. I miss that, going into your gaming stores or rental, your Blockbusters or whatever, and picking out stuff. And those are the days.
Josh, you're going to spin me out. I'm going to spend all Friday being super, like... that like weird existential, it's not depression, but it's like nostalgia. Like it's basically, I just want to live in a Blockbuster, and that's not a reality anymore. A Blockbuster or a GameStop. I know there's still GameStops, but it doesn't feel the same, I want to relive going in and meeting other people, like playing like the Madden display or something, and then you take your allowance and you buy like 3 awesome PS2 games or something, and then your week is set, your month is set. It's simpler times, but I do still get that same feeling when I collect free shares of investments of stocks that I really like. It's like adult Pokemon cards in a way. It's
Adult Pokemon cards. Okay, I like where you went there.
Which are I'm gonna Ooh, Pokemon cards are also adult Pokemon cards. I'm still I'm not a Disney adult, but I'm a Pokemon adult. I'll say that much.
Now that well, hey, you know what sounds good about a Poke Bowl? So Pokeball or Poke Bowl, something like those things are so good. Oh my gosh, oh my gosh, oh. I haven't had that in a while, but that fresh, get some tuna and the rice and the peas or whatever, all that stuff they throw into
Yeah.
those things.
Oh, it's
Ooh,
so good. And yeah, the sesame seeds, and then
yes,
I like the spicy,
yes,
yeah, with that spicy mayo.
yeah.
Killer. So I used
Oh,
to work right next to one at a farmer's market, and they'd always hook it up with just the fattest bowls. What if what if we start synthesizing here? All right, so you handle the poke station, I handle the card station,
okay,
some poke action,
right. I like it.
I think that this
Dude,
is
you come in. It's called Pokemon Bowls. I don't know if we could do
oh.
that, but
Oh,
you come.
yeah, and you got the Poke Bowl?
Right. And so and on your side, you're doing the cards, and you come to the right side, and you got the food. And then you got tables in between where people are
Okay.
trading cards and eating at the same time.
Hmm. And you know what? They're all in bowls, so it's not a very messy food. They have the containers, it's contained. I think
Right.
it's healthy too. We're doing something good for the gaming community. I'm in. I'm in. Somebody call Shark Tank.
Okay.
It's happening.
Michael Katz, let's get it going. That, and we're going to also come up with my trade the poo. That's right. Trade the pool trader setup. So that's right. If you have an issue where you're always having to run to the bathroom, we have a bathroom setup that we are going to put on sale, brought to you by and customized, and we have the patent for here at Trade the Pool. So we'll get that going. I'm telling you, man, the Pokemon bowls seem pretty gnarly, and I think especially like in Cali, we'll get one in New York, bro. That would hit hard.
Josh, you can't just speed run your way through trade the poo. I'm still trying to process that. Hold on, man. Give me a give me a second here. I feel like the joke would work just as well. Like, if what if you just enjoy the pool and you want to trade in the pool? Come to trade the pool. We had to we had to take it to a whole nother level, which I'm here for. I'm here for.
I can't believe, yeah, you haven't. I don't think you've been on the stream when we were showing off the. Oh my gosh, I don't know if I can find the picture of it. Let's see here. That people in chat have seen this before, so I'll have to show this before we're off the air here. So I'll have to find this. Let me find. I know I've got it on my computer somewhere. Oh, bro, this. Wait till you see this setup. So if you've never seen the bathroom setup before, and
No.
oh yeah, here's the
Guys,
call.
just because you can doesn't mean you should. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying.
We've shown it off before, so let's go ahead and cancel that screen share here, and we'll go to share the screen, entire screen. There we go. We'll go share one. All right, Ayush. All right, come on, Ayush. Put that on there. Let's show off to the traders of the world that trading setup right there. There you go.
Oh,
Brought to you by Trade the Pool. That's right. It's called Trade the Poo. And this is actually Joe was on the live stream. He might still be out there. I had no idea what these monitors were actually. This is it's an electric drumming station, bro. So that's a
no.
drum. That's a drum, that's a drum, that's a drum. And then he set the monitors on top of the drums. And you could tell then he like screenshotted and like he put these up there. I don't think that's really what's on his monitors like that. I think this like think or swim. I think I even maybe did the think or swim thing up there.
All I have to say is this guy and his wife either have the best relationship or the worst relationship in the world. Is he hiding in the bathroom, or is his wife that cool? I don't know. It's one or the other.
Oh yeah. Hey, look at him. He's hardcore. He's gaming. He's got he's got the gaming going there and he's trading. He's a serious person. And listen, he's a clean
Yeah.
person too because he's also got the soap over here just in case he makes any messes. He's got a bar of soap. So I respect him at least for that fact.
Who am I kidding? This guy's not married.
Yeah, just so you know that. Yeah, this guy, he's lucky to have even talked to a female in the last month, let alone or male, whichever he's into. But
I
he is.
I won't even bash him. All I know is this guy is living on his own terms, and this
How do we not
screams
know this isn't his
masculinity.
room? This is in his room at his parents' house. His parents have completely moved him into the bathroom, and now he just is a bathroom person.
Bathroom person. With a new-
Okay.
It's like there's
You're
a
good. You're good to put Steve's charts back up if you want to.
we've got our fill of the the poo cam.
I'd show it.
Oh
I'll
God.
never forget forever going. Someone showed that to me, and I'm like, "Who in the world? Where did you find this at?" So I saved the picture. I'm like, "Where did you even find this?" And now I've tried to find it. You can Google it, and every once in a while it'll pop up. stock trading bathroom setup. I forgot what I had to Google it as, but
Oh goodness,
that's
that link is staying blue,
yeah.
Josh.
So I didn't want to skip over that too fast. Be like, hold on, did you say trade the poo setup? And I'm like, yes, I did say trade the poo setup, and but I would say it was 2021, 22, somewhere in there, where someone shared that when I was on one of the previous chat rooms I were in, and yeah, everyone was just laughing their butt off. Like, what, what? Is this real?
That is that is something. All I'm thinking of is the anybody seen Succession, that like, I love you, but you are not serious people. It's like,
Yeah,
get
right.
out of the toilet. You need all actually you need all your resources. I guess he has all his resources there.
Yeah.
As long as, yeah, I don't know.
Love
I don't know what to think. I'm having an existential crisis over that thing.
Yeah, love it. Love it, love it, love it. Catch you back up here, Joe Commodore. What's up, Joe? There he is in chat. B, what's up, Brandon? Of course, Brandon in chat. Pokeball's the best. It is good. Coach TB. I'm glad I got to make multiple people laugh that have not seen that before. So we got Steve, Coach TB. Haven't seen that before. Love it.
Get it out of here, Josh. I'm trying to be I'm trying to be a professional. You got me laughing at poop jokes. What can you say, guys? I don't care how old you are. I think I'll be 100 and still laughing at fart jokes.
Well, that, and especially, like, I mean, I don't know how many times I've watched Dumb and Dumber, and just like that movie that I laughed the same stuff as a kid, I'll put that on, and especially when you haven't seen it for a while, and you will just laugh your butt off. So that, just like you were, like you did as a kid. So
that is the quintessential. Yeah, that's the Platonic ideal of this idea. Dumb and Dumber is exactly where my head went. It's,
yeah, right.
It's
Exactly.
still hilarious. It's still
Exactly.
hilarious.
Well, thank you all for coming over. A great Thursday. We're wrapping up the week here. Tomorrow, no live stream, right? It's Friday. The market's closed. Enjoy your Good Friday. Steve's taking the week off as well for doing his little lessons that he does. What do we call those again on Friday? What do we call those?
Webinars.
Webinars. Yeah, webinars. I call them lessons. Same thing. He's teaching, he's teaching and preaching, and you're just got the ears of perking, baby. Tomorrow we're taking that off. Steve is anyway. But tomorrow night, Kevin and I will be hosting that Friday Night Live. So Friday Night Live tomorrow night. That's right. Stocks on the rocks, baby. As Ingrid Osuchik, I like that. Stocks on the rocks, baby. Yeah.
Josh, if that open invitation is still there, I'll be popping it too.
I ripped it up and said, nah, I don't want you to join.
Right. I didn't like your toilet setup. That was you, right? That was your bathroom. The truth is coming out.
Yeah, here, let me take you over there real quick. Let's go to my bathroom.
This is the weirdest episode of MTV Cribs.
Yeah, right, yeah. All right, guys, so here we go. Let's take her on way over here, and then we'll go to the bathroom. And that would be funny if I did that at the next house. I would almost, because when we do build our house, I do want to do one of those MTV kind of Cribs, goofy, kind of like, like where we go through and the wife or whatever, and we just do a goofy post. That would be honestly funny to have that in there. Like, all right, let's do like I put a setup in one of the bathrooms at our house. And I'm like, all right, let's check out the stock trading bathroom.
Well, when you gotta go, you gotta go, and those trades don't stop for nobody. So that's just being about your business.
Well, and you've seen that though, honestly, throughout the years. Not that I'd ever say have a stock trading bathroom set up, but I've seen that. You've seen that. I've seen that so often throughout the years where traders say, "Man, I missed that trade. I get up and leave and have to go." You have to go to the bat, whatever it might be, and that's stock trading for you. I mean, it just shows you how. And then back to what Saline was saying earlier, where you just have to have that fast brain mental mindset. Of you're gonna miss stuff. You have to be faster in the stock market. So again, just back to that. I think it does help, but is an overall thing that's gonna put you back or make it longer? No. I mean, you gotta think about how long it's been since I was a serious gamer. I mean, I do game now, but it's not like I used to, and how often I used to, and I haven't played sports in years. So again, does it help? Yes, but how much? I don't know. I don't have that Michael Nauss kind of study, so to speak. And thank you there, Trade the Pool, Ayush, or if that's Joe, either one of you beautiful souls out there. Florida Joe, hopefully all's going good with the eyes and the surgeries. Ayush, thank you again, my man. You have a great, safe, blessed, food-filled weekend. Thank you for always helping us out and sticking with our struggles here on the Call-In Show. But I promise you, I ain't going 3 strikes. Ain't happening. So next Thursday, that Call-In Show is going to be butterific, baby. Beautiful. I'll tell you that, my friends and family. Tack. Love it, love it, love it. Steve, do we get non-farms tomorrow? No, market's closed, so we won't get any data releases, right?
Yeah, we get nothing.
That's
we get nothing. You get relaxation, and you better like it, guys, because there will be plenty of volatility next week. Take care of yourselves. Enjoy it. Spend it with family. Go eat some. What'd you say? Go eat some ham. Go eat some ham, guys. You deserve it.
Get some deviled eggs, some baked beans. Come on. It is Good Friday tomorrow. It is Easter Sunday. So you guys have a beautiful, happy Easter. It's my mom's birthday, so everyone give my mom a little birthday love on Sunday as well. If you,
Happy
you know,
birthday, Mama Josh.
yeah. And yes, we are Steve. And yes, Steve for sure tomorrow night. Joe, if you want to join, yes, Friday Night Live. Always open invitation for any of you guys. So Derek, Larry, anyone that joined the stream today, we do Friday Night Live here at 9:30 Eastern on Trade the Pool every Friday night. Now, me and Kevin host it. Well, we kind of host it because you guys come in and you're hosting it with us. And so if you want to join in, anyone can join it. It isn't just us streamers. It's anyone, traders alike. We used to kind of goofily call it at first of the year, Traders Anonymous, and that's the thing. Any trader, you come on in, anonymously talk about your stock trading week journey, where you're at. Have a drink with us. Have a glass of tea with us, whatever it is that you like. And we'll see you though tomorrow night. I'm gonna wrap it up right there. Like you, I'm gonna enjoy the weekend. I'm about to go get my hair cut. It's getting a little long back here, Steve. I'm trying to catch up with you, buddy. It's getting long.
Okay. I just cut it off. I just cut it off. You got to get the mullet. How about we do dueling mullets here over the next
All
couple
right, look
months?
at it. Look, it's coming in, man. Hey, we're getting there.
You got the little curly going? Yeah. Does yours get curls too?
Yeah.
I had to take care of that. I was looking like a
Yeah.
caveman. So.
That's what Avery said. She's like, I kind of like because I haven't never hair
Yeah.
since we've been together. My hair's really never been this long. She's like, I kind of like it. It's kind of got that baseball, player kind of vibe look, whatever. So
I think that's it because my girl was saying the same thing and she loves baseball. So there's something there. But
now all we need to do is, hey,
voice.
bro, you wear it. Let's do it this Halloween. Let's dress up for the call-in show. You be a Yankees baseball player. We'll get the hair grown out because what I usually do, no shave November. I start in October by growing my mustache out. So my mustache it's really thick come November, and so I will do mustache, long hair. Let's do it for our girls too because Avery same thing. We put some of those tights on. We put a baseball uniform on. Our girls are going to be in heaven, my friend.
That's like a nurse outfit or something. It's like
right.
a police officer. Yeah, all right, I'm in. We are getting off track here, but maybe this is right where we should be. So,
Well, hey, many a podcast coming from Trade the Pool for sure. I say isn't that just that style of talking, my friend? How about stocks? What do you see here? Small caps are done. They are.
Yeah.
The air has been let out. It's a very slow rest of your day in small caps. Don't worry about that, Steve. As we head into the rest of the day and Power Hour, because Steve will be back for Power Hour. Correct, Amundo?
Oh yeah, they just can't get rid of me. I'm gonna be completely honest, guys. It's my weekend at this point. I will hang out with you. I will tape read. We will play call, but I'm not sure if I'm taking a single other trade this week. Well, if you caught the move, beautiful. I was catching some flack with my internet service provider. So for me, the trade's done. What I will say is we have this downtrend line. We got a significant surge. I'm not sure what this was. Seems like maybe a tweet or something, but who knows? What I do know is we're back testing, trying to form a higher low. If we can hold this low, you can say, all right, look for a retest of this pin here. That's what we're kind of looking at into the next hour or so. I would be surprised if we made much traction over this. I would be surprised if we made much traction under this 650. So maybe to the downside, you get a scalp to 650, a few bucks there. Maybe to the upside, we pop the collar of this shelf and then trade back into it. 655. Pretty straightforward on rails today, I think. Going into the long weekend, we are going to have to, consider the potentialities for some de-risking behavior because we got a lot of it overnight. We mean reverted that. We might send it right back down. Who's to say? We'll check in again in Power Hour and see what's new.
Love it. Good information there. Love you guys. I'm out till next Monday. We'll be back on the lunch recap to that next. Well, no, of course, I keep forgetting Friday Night Live tomorrow night. So do join us there. But as far as in market time, I will see you guys back with the lunch recap with my man here on Monday. Don't forget, though, 1 hour and 53 minutes from now, Steve back for Power Hour. So come join Steve.
Good stuff. All right. What is up, guys and gals? It is Steve Teilmann here, and it's that time already. We have Power Hour upon us here in the market. Quite a little bit of whippy volatility in the past 24 hours. We had the big move up yesterday, completely reversed, well, just about completely reversed. And what we saw are buyers stepping back in force today. What are we seeing? Well, that's the question. We were kind of expecting this move down a little bit deeper perhaps, but we did get a decent pullback here. Gonna pull up our Fibonacci ratios here. And we can see just about the 50% transacted. So we got just about a 50% pullback. And that is going to be enough to at least attempt a push higher. So now we are in the consolidation phase. We're watching these 4-hourly and the hourly candles, at least I am, to chart the trajectory of this potential right shoulder that we're seeing in an inverted head and shoulders pattern. So right now, looking pretty constructive on the hourly, especially in the past hour or so. We will see where we close out the day. Bulls would like to close above this hourly pivot to show a little incentive, little sign of strength into the weekend. That would be looking like a close over 655 and change. Bears probably want to see it below, ideally the last hourly close, that last hourly pivot at 653 or so. The bigger picture, though, looks pretty constructive, to be honest, until proven otherwise. That being said, going into the 3-day weekend here, we have a lot of potential for headline risk. So I could see this playing out a few ways. Let's talk about it. This is our first path. We're just going to amend it to show the speed that we went down here. And then it would look like probably a break of this wick high before pushing on up to clear out 670. So that would be the kind of bullish path here. We'd want to see the push up, a nice surge on Monday, Tuesday-ish, to clear 666 to 667. Just like that. So that's what I would look for a bull path. What bears would like is stuffing it before it can break this high, or maybe it clears this liquidity but doesn't clear anything on the left side here. Then a sharp sell that would need to break this low. That's the thing. So it's going to be a little tricky. If it did this, it could even be filling out a megaphone even more before a move up. But we're going to have to watch the low today. That's going to need to break before any significant downside happens. If this does break, I would be inclined to believe that we get a flush to new lows through these clusters of recently made lows here. So that would be the downside first kind of flush target. Sweeping this, back testing and rejecting. I'll draw this out. Up, reject. And then this would probably start a bigger flush. Kind of the two paths that I see playing out here. What I also want to mention is just that we are transacting this big downtrend line. You can see it even better on the daily. There we go. A rough diagonal there. And that's what I'm seeing. We kind of head bonked here, and that's also this yellow 21-day moving average as well. So between the two of those, there's definitely a wall up top, and we would have to surge above, backtest, and push up with force. Those are the two paths. Getting into what we're seeing intraday here, especially in the past hour or so, we are doing our best to form this double bottom. One bottom there. Higher low here, and make this basically a cup pattern and push on out of it. So you see this neckline's been drawn out here. This is the pivot right at 655, and you can see us butting our head against it and trying to transact. Still so far finding sellers, and I think this looks like it needs to renegotiate the bottom of the range, and personally I could see this potentially being the start of a fail. Still too early to say. I'm just speculating over here, but we're going to keep an eye on it as it develops today. First level where sellers could kind of push down to and still hold is this kind of uptrend line. I'm starting to get the feel that this might be a little bit of a bear flag action, just on the 1 minute. So just keeping that open as a possibility. That being said, the 5-minute, 15-minute charts are looking relatively constructive here with the tightness of this pattern. So after the big surge, this is pretty good for consolidation. You get the 1, you get the 2, the higher low there, off of on this 5-minute, the 50 moving average. 50 minutes. Sorry, yeah, 50 on the 5-minute chart. So decent basing action here, but we need to see a surge through here. Otherwise, these top wicks can start to play out. So we're watching a 1-minute bid play out, and let's see if they can get the volume needed to pop this level. Still low volume except for on the move down. So we will see if the volume picks up here. It's a good sized candle so far. This is the start of what bulls would need to do to break this zone. Yeah, I like the jump on this candle, but we need to see it stick, and this is still low volume so far. Moving around the horn, we got to check out oil as well. Crazy big ramp up overnight. I'll switch to a 15, or let's go to an hourly chart. We'll check back in with SPY. So here we have USO doing the thing potentially. One of these charts is wrong, right guys? Because either SPY needs to cool the heck down while USO ramps on up, or USO needs to fail this potential range breakout here, continuation breakout, and that would give SPY the strength to bottom. The fact that oil is so strong, and the fact that we haven't seen any significant, meaningful news headlines stick or move, you know, stock move off of those headlines stick, makes me feel like I'm not 100% sure that we aren't going to make another leg down. Because if oil can just ramp up here, it's kind of spooky. This is the daily chart here for USO. Absolutely powerhouse in a move here. And you get this pullback, you get further continuation, and it still is just surging on higher. So the first time that it was offered at this 9-day moving average since this first initial couple shakeouts, I mean, they're still buying this. This breakout is still valid. And I would even say that this is, you could look at it as kind of two patterns. First is kind of a megaphone here. See that expanding volatility pattern there? And we just broke above that. These can often be very explosive. The other one is just a more simple, you see the flat level of resistance and support here. So this was resistance, resistance, flip it, support, big push. Either way, I can't fade this chart. So one way that I think it might still be a good way to play the downside on the market and the upside in oil is AAL puts. So this is American Airlines, one of the weaker stocks in the airline space. It's a little bit risky, as all of these are, which is why it's a hedge for me, but I'm just not sure that this is a bottoming structure. I think this very well could be a bear flag. And when I look at how strong AAL is today, it still is down on the day, don't get me wrong, just intraday. It seems relatively strong. And I look at oil, that seems relatively strong too, right? It's big hammer candle, big hammer candle. This one is, AAL is above the opening price. But for me, I'd be more inclined to think that this one gets faded than this USO move. And so I think that there's a potential that this is a really nice short entry. And it kind of reminds me of the Hood short entry we took about a week or two ago. Let me talk about that. So Hood, we were playing a flat bottom breakdown here. Just about like that. And this was the day that I got a nice signal that I thought the trade was going to work. And so I did take a position, but then we got this wick up. And I was like, well, that feels kind of bad. You know, I shorted the bottom of a range and now it's bouncing. Am I just wrong? So I waited for the daily to close and then I added at the end because I was like, this is a big top wick into this moving average. So it reaffirmed that while there were buyers here, the sellers were still here and they were hungrier here than they were up here. They're pushing that price down. See that? So compression, compression, compression. A lot of people want to see this name bounce. That could be just fuel for the fire to the downside. So we got the break, we got the back test, and now I think that it's going to do the same thing and close. I don't know, it's only got 40 minutes, so maybe it doesn't close much lower, but still rejecting this 9, so I'm still in this trade short. If it starts posting a candle over this previous close yesterday, over this falling 21, then probably have to change my tune, and this will probably be the first short I cut because it is stronger than my Tesla Z, which is my other big short position. These were not fun to hold through yesterday, but you know what? That's why you size them for hedge. This one just absolutely no bid today. I think this one goes a lot lower. And one more that Talk put me on. Shout out Talk in the chat for putting MicroStrategy back on my radar, because this one also quite heavy today. Although I am seeing, it looks like it did bounce towards the close here. So let's take a look at that intraday. Nah, still looks weak to me. This looks weak to me. Maybe it tries to bounce and test this downtrend line though. I could see a fake breakout there. Everybody's like, oh look, this is a nice little flag that it's pushing out of. And then it just bonks its head in this low volume node at 122. Let's see if we get this into the close. Little one of these. Something like that, maybe. We shall see. So I'm still holding things short. Do have longs. I didn't add yet, so don't know how to feel. Might be getting left behind a little bit, but I'll add into strength and I'll take the shorts off if I get the confirmation that I need. Still not seeing it. I'm looking for a close over this downtrend line on SPY that we mentioned. It's also the 21 EMA. A close over that would probably mean that I have to exit most of my shorts and start, either entering longs, looking for positions to enter into those moving averages as they break above and retest to the downside there. So I don't want to just buy the initial breakout if I'm not 100% sure. And, it's a decent potential bottom on SPY, but I'm not 100% sure. Really not. Qs and SPY both looking pretty decent, though, here, pushing up into the levels we had marked out. I'll mark it out on Qs as well, the top wick of these little areas right here. So we are attempting to break the W base on the 1 minute, 5 minute charts here. Let's see if we can, or if sellers do step in. So another story today, gold. Nice, relatively strong today, intraday, but it did take quite a header down here, and I'm wondering if I'm going to get a buy entry or if this is maybe failing a move off the bottom. So let's pull up the daily. We were talking about this at the monthly previous high, saying, hey, it either needs to hold here strongly or it's in big trouble. And lo and behold, big push. I should have taken the trade. I took silver a little bit and gold the tiniest bit, but not nearly enough. Just enough to make me mad, to be honest. Just enough to make me mad. So we get the pop into these moving averages, still pushing us down for now, but I'm seeing a lot of buying just like from where we enter to the intraday high here. It's just showing the intraday, when this thing is offered at a discount, there are still good buyers. Still good buyers under this 9-day moving average. So it's a weird structure here, right? I don't know what to make of this. It could just be this is all it needs for the higher low, and it's off to the races. I'd like to see a little more chopping with maybe gaps down overnight and then strong bids intraday for another day or two to form a higher low like that, kind of, to push up off. Got to check out silver if we're looking at gold. Weaker for sure, lower in the base, but I think this one is starting to look, kind of the same look. And this one I think is a little more valid for a higher low already. Again, closing very strong after that, so I like that. And still think that longer term, these are going to make their move and make their move nicely, and it's just about waiting for confirmation so you do not get too caught up in some drawdown, because, this was a base that we played, and we trimmed some here, not enough, had to get stopped out, break even. So at least we protected ourselves, made a little money off it, but it's so easy to just ride this all the way down, especially if you're in shares and you're like, oh, in my mind, this is the low. After this big move, this is the low. But sometimes it needs to take a little bit longer to develop there, and we just got to trust our key closes over key levels. Meanwhile, we said this is the big level. So far, head bonk. So far, moving averages below catching, but I wouldn't be surprised if this is the start of a little intraday de-risk. We shall see. I don't think we have it in us to run the high of the day. And I think we're in the middle of the range since then. Let's take a look at that. So it would make sense if we need to chill out just a little bit. If we can't push over the key level, then cool it down. Yeah, see, you put this range from the swing high, the impulse move high, to the impulse move low, just where the intraday flag, the selling did stop, and you'll see the 50% is the level, the line in the sand that needs to be cleared to get us back into bullish momentum. And it's literally as simple as this, guys. When you have a new range, when it's below 50%, it's on sale. When it's above 50%, it is trading, at a markup, essentially. It's like I don't know. It's like some Pokemon cards or something. You can't get them at market price, right? You got to go to eBay, and they're more expensive, right? So if you're up here, you're in eBay, You're in eBay. Some scalpers getting over on you because they bought their inventory down here, right? It's all about inventory. What this chart is telling us, this range showing clear rejection at equilibrium, nobody's marking this up. These are selling it. The spies are selling at fair value right now. In fact, they're selling a little bit on sale in this current range. So if something keeps going on sale, more and more and more on sale, at what point do you go, is this really a sale or am I buying junk, right? So that's the same idea. It's more on sale here, more on sale here, more on sale here. At some point, though, you're like, oh, well, if I break this range, this isn't really a sale anymore, is it? It's kind of a premium. So we're always just thinking about in terms of inventory and in these ranges, whether we are accumulating, whether most people are buying and adding in here, or distribution, where most people are selling in the top of the range. While I've been yapping, SPY's been crapping, just falling on down to this 50-minute, and you can see this is where we broke off from. We had the 3 cluster moving average, surging, riding the blue 9, failed the blue a couple times, so it needed to reload at the yellow, found a seller, and now these are not enough to support us anymore. So we have to test back with the level that we broke out from. And you can see this is a very repeatable pattern. 3 moving averages cluster, and particularly when you break through that 50, it'll be explosive. Right here, coiling under the 50, 50 is flattening out. When you break through, you get a little explosive move. Right here again, coiling under the 50, when it breaks through, explosive move. We can do this all day long, guys, right here. Coiling again, flattened 50, explosive move. You can play these flat top candle breakouts for 1-minute scalps and get really nice little moves. Let's find one more for us here. In the open, look, flattening 50. When it surges through, I did shake you this time, but if your stop's under here, you just get sweated for 3 minutes and then boom, expansion. Boom, big expansion. Look at that. So after the big expansion, what do? Well, you can't wait for the 50 anymore. If it's the high liquidity morning session, you got to say, hey, if it's bullish, it can keep being bullish right off this yellow 21 EMA. So that's your spot to add. And see the precision here, guys? It's precision because it's algorithmic. There's an algorithm buying. It's a buying program. And every time it interacts with this line, it buys until it gets a sell signal. So even here, this is okay. It's still going to buy under there. Still buying, still buying, still buying. Now it starts getting noisy, right? Now it's less clear. So that's why we drew out this pivot, because that was where we were pivoting around. And we set up a potential ascending triangle in this area of the chart right after the big pump up. When we failed that, you can see it. Big move down, higher than average volume, comes back. Once you see the expansion down and the pattern break, you don't have to chase it down here. You can say, you don't have to go, oh, I missed it either. You can say, all right, now we wait for our chance when it wicks back into these moving averages that it just lost. It's going to give you the chance probably 7, 8 times out of 10. The other 2, 3 times, don't worry about those. Just keep hunting the 7 or 8 out of 10 times that it gives you the wick back and the perfect entry to short. And then you know what? You put your stop right over that impulse candle. So say you get in right there, the candle closes here. You're a little nervous, but your stop's over the zone. Then, all right, next candle starts confirming. Great. So then this candle, you're not sweating. Your stop's over here. If it takes you, so be it. So be it. Doesn't matter because you're not getting hurt. Getting hurt tiny, tiny, tiny a bit. You can do that all day long. But very often it'll scare you and then fade again. Then you could even say, hey, if we fail this, close a candle below. Let's zoom in. So you enter here, scared for half a candle, starts working, scared for a candle, and then you're saying, man, this is failing again. Okay, so you're looking here for the break of the 9, this blue line. Okay, you get the break. Now you immediately go, okay, my entry is a wick back into this 9, and my stop is over this swing high. So then you can build into the position, right? And you get the big candle down. Personally, my thing is that I always trim on a scalp that I'm like sizing into like that. I always take off a recent add when it breaks a recent low. So I look at it like, hey, I'm already in my core position. It's just how can I best protect my core position? Well, I took an add here, took an add right here, and then within 4 minutes, I got the next little kind of check mark that bears need to make down. So I take it off there, and then if we get another one of these same failures into the 9, right here, I would call this one a failure, or maybe this one a failure. You could add it right back there a little bit higher. And even if you just take it out right there, small scalp, it just builds that cushion. And this whole time, my one initial contract that I got in from right here is just hanging out and accumulating value. And I'm waiting for a higher time frame target to take that out at. So there's a little bit of how I would trade that kind of thing if you're looking for quick scalps and whatnot. So now we are seeing, okay, sorry, I wish I had looked 1 minute ago because it did the wick up into that moving average again. And you're seeing how that can kind of play out, where once we got this rejection up here that we mentioned it literally as this candle was printing, that this would be a logical place for a little sell to start, a little de-risk. And we get the slide. Say we weren't ready to enter there. We could wick back, enter right there, wick back, enter right there. Now it's going to open another expansion candle down, assuming it breaks this downtrend line. And I bet you anything, it will leave a little hole in the tape. We'll have 1 minute to see. You could even buy the initial wick up if it gives a little bit more. I would have wanted the white line to transact. Ideally, somewhere up in there would be a nice safe short if it loses momentum up there. But so far, didn't even get that far. You can look for that wick back. We have 35 seconds for this fair value gap to print. I'm going to draw out where it will be initially. That is the little area we would like to see wick back into, although it looks like it is just picking up speed now. So next target is going to be this purple 200 minute moving average. Okay, now we're finding a buyer off this trend line. You could look for a short here. So the idea is we watch it go above or into it, and then we wait for the sellers to try to step in. So don't buy right here. We want to see sellers. This is still strong, so it is finding buyers here. Now, if it starts to get weak here, you could look for it. Not the worst, but it's risky. Wait for a candle to print, I would say. But technically, this is a wick back. It's just a pretty strong stick. But technically, if you did short there, would be working so far. You just got to be careful about the reclaim of this white. So that's what we're watching here. See, the bulls are trying to hold it there. I'm not sure they can, but they are trying. See, sticky. It's still sticky. Still sticky. So it's holding this, and there's a strong follow through there. Tricky, tricky. All right, so what are we looking for? We want to see if the bulls can break this above, but I'm kind of thinking that this is just another pop-up somewhere into a short, but we gotta wait for these to fail first, because technically we did just flip these moving averages, and it can keep crawling up. In a bear flag, you could even see one last gas push up before really starting to slide. We'll see if we get that, or if the bulls are still in control today and can just grind this on up and there's no real selling into the bell. I just, I don't know. I would expect a little bit of de-risk. Maybe the morning was all the de-risk we needed and overnight. Guess we'll find out. But so far, still finding sellers here. Another thing we can do is go to a 5-minute chart to get a little more perspective here and potentially see if we're missing anything. So the first thing I would say is definitely a bearish topping candle there, but this isn't so bad of a follow-up candle. This isn't so bad of a follow-up candle. So the buyers are still here. And we just got to kind of respect that and wait for... Okay, now I'm seeing something else too. So I'm seeing this is the real meat and potatoes of the volume node, right here to here. That is 654.44 to 654.62, that small zone. So on a 1 minute chart, I want to see how that zone is transacting. And I bet you that is the band that is going to make or break the story. Yeah, okay. So it aligns, yeah, right with our moving averages. Still from the major level, came down, tried to reclaim, and still holding under these moving averages for now. Not the cleanest, though, with this wick up here. So it was a little tricky, and we haven't broken the low yet, but I am still seeing the heaviness. Just a battle between these 50 buyers and these shorter-term, more active sellers. If they can get the curl here, then we can start to see expansion down as these buyers fail. So we're starting to see that. Now 10 seconds for this candle to print. Looks like it's going to print heavy, which is a good sign for bears, bad sign for bulls. Bulls want the wick up in the last couple seconds to save this and try again to push higher. Bad close. So initially or immediately, you see how that goes? I say bad close because I'm recognizing that bulls couldn't hold that one candle. So the next candle immediately bears out of the gate are going to try to continue that momentum and push down like this. So now we're waiting 40 seconds to see if bulls can step in here or whether they get another bad close and bears can continue to try to escalate the situation by going down. They are escalating now. That was a strong wick up attempt that got pushed back down with even more strength, pushing down further intra-candle after that initial impulse. A very good sign of weakness here. So now 23 seconds left in the candle and still bears hammering, foot on the gas pedal here. They were even trying to get this sweep on this one candle. Bulls did step in here, and now it's a battle for the last 10 seconds. I always like to watch these candle battles very closely when it's kind of inflection point. You know, either we flush this pattern, this bear pattern, or we can get a little mini squeeze going, just like we tried to get going here a minute ago. So no new low, bears fumble. These bulls try to squeeze it back up. New low, bulls fumble, these new bulls, and then we can expand down and sweep into these stops in the middle of the pattern. Whoops. Right in, oh my goodness. Give me my rectangle. There it is. Right here. So see, bears did fumble short term, but now we just got to watch the checks and balances here at the 50. 50 still rejecting. It's a battle. I think it wants to flush, but it's not quite ready to let go. But we got to respect the potential for the bulls to say, hey, I don't think these bears are strong. I'm calling BS. I think we can run it back up and retest up here. So far, bulls trying but not succeeding. With 7 seconds left, this is going to be a bearish candle by all very likelihood. Bearish candle confirmed. And see the initial try to push down. See how that works? As soon as they give up on the last candle, the next one is initially always going to be in that favor. Almost always. It's pretty cool to watch. And see now bears trying to get that low tick. Give them some time. Let them cook. They have 40 whole seconds. Hey, Mike, another beautiful day. Love to see it. Love to see it. Yeah, it's not Friday. It just feels like it. It just feels like it. I'm in weekend mode. I'm not in a trade, but I'm like treating this like a video game right now. I don't even care what it does, but I just want both sides to have a good time. You know, I want to see a good game. Let's see if the bears can run it into the end zone here, into the close. Get this pattern breakdown. Remember, it is dueling patterns, though. We are watching this potential bear flag, which does seem to be trying to break down, but it is in the context nestled in this potential W. The W couldn't get the breakout, though. So see how we're kind of dueling back and forth on one time frame to another time frame. In a higher time frame, on an hourly, this is just a straight bull flag, regardless of what it does in this little range that we have on our screen. So it's always about your time horizon on the trade. If you are following this little bear flag, your time horizon is 1 minute. You're looking for a little push down and you're monetizing quick. Your stop is right over here. We don't wait and see what it does up here. You know what I'm saying? If you're a bull and you got in yesterday, you don't really care what it does right here. You're more worried about if it breaks down here. because that could mean the whole thing needs to get retraced. It's all about your expectations per time frame. Mike talking some small caps. We got SkyQ. SkyQ popping off at 7 this morning, just like CYCN yesterday. Let's look at SkyQ in just a second here. Switching to the 5 minute. We'll put on SkyQ in the bottom right for y'all. Want to give Mike his flowers. Because Mike, not to put you on blast, I think you said you had a tough week last week maybe. So awesome to see you bouncing back in full force here, having a few great days in a row. Love to see that, baby. And wow. Whew. Heater, I know you're the only one in my Discord up at this time. Got a lot of West Coasters in there, and I'm either fast asleep or just getting to bed when I'm seeing you hit the yo in the chat. So shout outs to you early birds. Come join in the Discord and give Mike some company at 3 in the morning. Crazy expansion here. And Zoom, we gotta give this the full screen, and I gotta give this the 15 minutes so we can get some price history. I need more than that, baby. Come on. Give me the hourly. There we go. That's better. All right. So this is a multi-day mover here. You got the initial crazy move. It faded to, I'm eyeballing it, but want to call it 50%? Let's call it 50%. Bada bing, bada boom. See? That's the exact pivot. That red line. Fake breakdown through it. Big candle up through it. Consolidate into it. Big squeeze. The big squeeze. All right. And then we can do some more fun with fibs here. So we're going to take the same range. Going to draw it the other way. Just like that. And when we drag this on out, oh, look at that. Beautiful. So you surge above the yellow. Is the breakout real? Well, it has to close and follow through the yellow, right? So this one failed. Big top wick on that first initial surge, showing that there are sellers over this yellow line. It tried for the continuation, could not get the follow through. Second seller stepped right back in the exact place that it stopped the first time. Flushed it. Then where does it come back to? It's retesting here. So if you break above the past hourly range on SkyQ, I think you expand and look for that 6.78 with potential all the way up to 8. And to verify that, can't always just trust the extensions. You got to have some confluence. So we're going to go to a weekly chart and find some targets to the left. To the left. Well, there's your big one. And that's why we're up here, because it was reaching for this. So now we got to respect the possibility of this being all she wrote. It did the thing. It got back, swept over here. We can even look at a monthly, see if there's anything up higher. You ready for the honey baked ham, Josh? I'm so ready. Bring it on. Honey baked ham. I want some veggies. I think we're doing some snap peas, some snow peas, something like that. And I don't know. I need some. I miss my Thanksgiving string beans. That's always what I think of when I think of fattening myself up on the holidays. Yam, sweet potatoes, string beans, turkey, gravy, potatoes, stuffing, all that good stuff. But we get the ham going for Easter here. All right, so still showing a little weakness here. What you got to entertain as a possibility is this was the move, the big cup, and now it needs a big handle before moving on higher. Just a possibility. You know how these squeezies can get, though. We could call this a Palantir pattern, where, you know, Palantir started, IPO'd like $30, dropped all the way to $4, ripped back up to 30. Did it pull it back and make a handle? Did it pull back to 20? Heck no, it didn't. It said, we're going up first. And then we can go to, no, we're going up even more. You know what I'm saying? So it can always do one of these if the demand is strong enough. So we will watch that volume accumulation, and we want to see digestion into this and just tightening price action after a big move into the top of the range if we want to see that expansion to keep on squeezing. Meanwhile, SPY, are we getting our move? Looks like we're getting our move potentially. So this is what we kept watching, guys, remember? Just riding these moving averages down. Now we watch the development as it developed. We play called this candle by candle through this 50-minute, and we are getting the follow through down, it looks like. Still testing, still playing footsies with the bottom of this range, but to me, it don't look strong. It's improve itself mode, not improve yourself mode. prove yourself mode. So let's see if you get a wick back. This was an expansion candle. Ideally, you see this candle close like right here or something. It leaves a little window between those other 3-bar patterns right there, but see how it just ate it up? So this is very efficient price negotiation. So let's see if there's a rejection at this or if this is a potential attempt at an engulf. We can use some other clues to figure it out too. First off, let's check VIX. Curling is trying to curl, so we watch the moving averages on VIX as well, and I'm going to go to a 1 minute. I know it's VXX, but we work with what we got. Series of stair-stepping patterns trying to start, but let's see if this one fails. And whenever you get too granular on a 1 minute pattern and it starts not acting too right, like now we have 3 attempts, so there is still a buyer here, an attempt to reclaim these. You got to start considering, is this short-term pattern playing out, or were they trapping us 1 minute buyers looking for the bear flag? And is it going to maintain and fulfill the higher pattern and just push up? Still too early to say. I kind of am still partial to seeing this fade. But I'll respect what the market tells me. If this candle closes strong and there's follow through, then hey, that's telling us something. What I would like to see is this top wick and then a failure to push through these 2 top wicks and then just a flush. What could change my mind is the volume coming in. This was decent volume, but it's also on the top wick. So intra-candle, that most of the majority of the volume could have well came in the top wick. I wasn't watching it super closely as it developed there. So now back testing that cluster, and we are in wait and see mode. You start saying, hey, if it couldn't do the flat bottom breakdown, maybe it's doing a falling wedge to break higher. The failure of the breakdown often is the start of the breakout. We will have to see. So far, acting strong. This is follow through so far, but it has 15 minutes to print this candle. Seems like it wants to print strong through the neckline. But let's see. Meanwhile, we talked Sky Q a little bit. Let's talk about some of the other big movers today. Pull up 15 minute in the bottom right as we watch these potential top wicks or flagging basing process play out. Hey, Larry. Sky W was a good trade. Let's see. Are we on the wrong ticker? Sky Q? Talk, your comment just made me realize it's still on. There we go. I thought I was feeling a little too zen up in here. It's too much volatility. Too much volatility. I can't be this relaxed. Something's wrong. So let me pull up the other big movers. GV, 123% mover, I believe. Yeah, those numbers are real. Let's look at GV. No, not GEV. My brain doesn't know how to type just GV. It really wants the E in there. All right, we're seeing the top wicks. We're seeing potential rejection of these moving averages. Now we need the follow-through stick, though. Now we need the follow-through stick to confirm that these 3 top wicks aren't just about to get squeezed out. See, they're still trying to hold the line, but I think that with 45 seconds left, if they can't get a squeeze in the next 10 or so, this will start to peter on down and form a top wick. We will see. We will see. GV, on the other hand, this one's looking real nice. A little 5-bar, or sorry, 15 minute. So about an hour, 45 minutes of flagging really tightly here in a nice tight range. And this is after breaking the downtrend line, which it made after squeezing from a 25 cents to 55 cents, a 100% move. To me, this looks strong for more as long as it can hold these curling moving averages on the 15. Let's find some better levels on a shorter time frame, because when these move, they move fast. So by still trying to run these stops and get a little squeeze action going back to our target zone up here. That's what bulls want to see. I'm still a little bit partial to the downside, but willing to be wrong. Part of why I'm a little partial to that downside is these lows. They kept making new lows here. It kept showing an incentive to break lower. And I think this trend line might just be getting kind of retested to the upside here. But see how it's like an area of congestion, all of these cross pattern lines. So that's why we're seeing this kind of negotiation occur. So anybody telling you which way it's going to go, they're fortune telling. Okay, all right. So they ran the stops, and now bulls are in control. Room up to this high volume node here at 655. Let's see if they can test that, and more importantly, where this candle closes. Little gap down on the VIX there. So GV, I do think that this one could have legs, but it's too small for me to play personally, so I can't touch it. And also, just when you have a flag like this over the downtrend line, often it can be a little failed flag, and it can need to wipe out back to the top of this base. So maybe this kind of area. Renegotiate this downtrend line after breaking it to the upside. Well, you backtest it to the downside sometimes before pushing up. It's by deciding whether it can continue. Nice push higher so far. The bid is still here, and they want to run this next stop. That's where the next sellers might be. Relative equal highs there. Swept, strong close, or strong push here. Still 20 seconds to close. Reaching up to our zone. Next big target would be a tick higher. They could see an a head and shoulders here if there's a rejection. This is moving pretty fast, so we will have to see. Meta and Tesla can't get out of the way. Yeah, talk the Tesla short. Mamma mia. That's one that I've not been worried about looking at this price action. I'm like, do I want to close this? Nah, I'm good. I'll let it ride. I'll let it ride. Looks close to making a new low to me. And oh, head bonk city. All right. So guys, are we seeing that right shoulder start to play out? Are we going to get the flush? Was this the little fake out, see you later? Was this the, hey, yeah, we're back in the channel, just kidding? Or is this a violent back test for a continuation move? We will find out in the next 9 minutes into the mock candle as we anticipate what the market is doing for tomorrow. So we are retailers speculating on, institutions speculating on, Orange Man who's the president, and what he may or may not say overnight, and what Iranians may or may not do overnight. Still many moving parts. Anybody who knows the direction this market will close April at, even let alone the week at, okay, maybe this week, but next week, nobody knows where we're going to be in 7 days. All we can do is keep on reading these hints, little signposts. Oh, Microsoft News. Let's check it out. It's on my weekend list, by the way. I need to figure out how to amplify my signal or my my news intake here intraday while on stream. I need to get everything into one feed, I think, so I can always see these things very quickly instead of looking at TradingView and Twitter and X, Y, and Z. Microsoft trying to form that higher low. This is finally looking like a decent hourly chart, but we really want to see it break that neckline. So through 376, I think it's a buy, and I think you can trim at 400 and probably get a nice trade out of that. AAL, still holding tighter than I'd like to see. If it could just roll, this flag's a little too tight, so I don't think it's going to squeeze up, considering, so therefore it could reject pretty hard. That's kind of how I look at it. Speaking of rejecting pretty hard, there we go. Let's see. Now it's the big test back in our second zone here, where we pushed up and out of. Yeah, this was that high volume node, and you can see it on the white blob there. This is the standout area after it got rejected at this standout area. So we're just playing level to level. This one rejects. We can slide on down the mountain to the low volume node and these stops down here. But that will require these moving averages to flip. Still inclined to think that any wicks up like this are just buy ops, and that momentum and inertia will carry this down and below these moving averages. As we talk, it's happening, and get continuation. So we'll see if we get that continuation. Going on to some other small caps here, we have TMDE, shaken and bacon. Yeah, baby. All right, beautiful reaction to this 200 moving average on the, what is it, the 5 minute here. You can just see picture perfect transaction twice being the absolute bottom twice. This is where it broke out from pre-market, and you can see just how reactive that has been. See that purple line? This is very clearly sell, sell, sell. Oh, did something change? Well, yes it did. Backtest, confirm, boom. Backtest, confirm, boom. Very, very cool. example of algorithmic price execution there. And it's not just that one. Let's go to a 1 minute and then it'll be even more clear, I think. Oh, by the way, from talk via Bloomberg, Microsoft hits its Copilot target. What is that target? I couldn't tell you, but according to Mr. Bloomberg, they hit it. And so here's another example. The 200, see how the 200, this purple, is important on any time frame I pull it up on? So the 200 actually aligns pretty closely there with where the 5 interacted there. But you can see pre-market, this 200 was holding us up. Then when cash session hit, this candle changed that trend. Now it's resistance until when we reclaim it, you can see like the surging through. So it's not like waffling here and trying to reject it. It's saying very definitively like, hey, yeah, we may have lost the trend, but we want to reclaim it. And so, okay, we're over the 200. Now the guide is the 50. See, the white one's the guide now. As long as that's holding, we guide up from the yellow and the blue. Just one to the other, to the other, to the other, stair stepping. And SPY, get on down there. Like we said, any wicks above these moving average clusters, opportunities to short. Mentioned it there, wick down. Gave us another there. Now expansion. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful price action. Really nice stuff. Now, bears want to sweep the wick and test its. See the same thing on SPY here with the purple. Was guiding us up, up, up. We lost it, retest. When we reclaim it, surges. So when we lose it, we can also surge. See what I'm saying? When you reclaim, surge, continuation. When you lose it, surge, continuation. Because they're break points, inflection points. Wicks back into moving averages, especially weak like this. Do not be scared. There are opportunities to add. These are my favorite candles. Pop like right back to there, 654.50. Yeah, just add right back in. And then as soon as it wicks down, you put the stop over that swing high. Because the idea is you're jumping back in with the shorts who are jumping back in, and the only reason you're aggressive is because they are in control and proving themselves. So if it loses that area where you're jumping back in with them to push it lower, well, then they're not as aggressive as we thought. We can't ride with them. You know what I'm saying? That's the thought process there. Whoops. But so far, they're acting right. See, the boys are back in town right there. Bulls can try. Bulls can try. They can pop above it too, but we just need to see if it's above the incentive to send it lower, especially on those candle closes. 1 minutes are important. 5 minutes are more important. 15 is more important. You see how it goes, right? Okay, still nothing riveting. Still trading in this little box zone. Still trading in the bigger box zone. And just compressing into the close. Compressing into the close, we're waiting to see if this mock stick can get this curl pattern started. You see how they're setting it kind of as a binary thing, or how it could go two ways. So they could pop it here and it's a curl. You can see that kind of W pattern. So it starts to sweep, forms a midpoint, comes down, forms a higher low. It could curl up. But also, you could just be seeing some interplay back into this horizontal zone and this uptrend line before further rejection. So either way, it's going to kind of matter what this big candle in 2 minutes does, right? And you'll often see this into a candle that could go either way. You'll see a pattern that could go either way. And if you think, hey, I'm a bad trader, I can't read this, maybe that's the point. You know, maybe it's a gamble right now. Maybe it's not as high probability as it would be without this kind of inflection point of high volume that's going to come in. 2 minutes. Well, actually, 1 minute, 20 seconds till that stick. Hey, Michael, what do I think on RDW? I actually still hold a tiny bit of shares unless it came all the way back under 7 and I got stopped out at break even. We'll take a look. In the Roth, so I don't really look at it actively. Because I don't do as well when I look at those actively, to be honest. I think that looks like a really good chart. Ooh, it came close, but it did not get my stop. My stop was under, 637. Because my entry was, right about there, 650-ish. I think it looks really good. I think space is still a hot sector. I think that if the market can catch, these can rip like crazy. If the market doesn't catch, these still can rip like crazy because SpaceX is going to be bringing a lot of eyes and money into the sector. I do think when it does IPO, you get the heck out of these, at least for the short term, because there's probably going to be a big washout in all of them. I I don't know a ton about the fundamentals, but hey, Michael, you want to do the same thing we did last time and run it through my little bot fang? See what it says? All right, now we wait. Okay. 3 out of 5 on Cancelim, 1 out of 3 on Cullomagee. So what does it say? I'm liking the institutional ownership. So about 40% of it is held by institutions, and that is increasing. That's good. 12-month return to SPY is definitely underwhelming. That's not something I would worry about too much. Whoa, all right, big mock buy. Big mock buy. How about that? All right. I guess we have made our decision, huh? That's a power stick. That's a power stick. Let's watch where it closes, but I would not be trying to fade that. So there was that cup that we talked about being a potentiality. It did play out. We popped this level. Now we're coming back and we're testing. Testing. Let's see the strength. To me, this is still looking pretty darn good. Just with that big of a stick, you're always going to get some pullback. The fact that it's negotiating in this range probably comes down to this purple line, this high volume right at 655 proper. And that's where I would expect buyers to step in. Or if it rejects, it'd be pretty explosive at this point. But to me, it looks good. RCAT's still moving. Let's take a look at RCAT. That's a name I haven't heard of in a while. They're definitely one of the better drone names from what I've understood, but I still am partial to ONDS. That's just me, myself, personally. Look at that. Testing the 655. Now we watch and wait. VXX trying to form a bottom wick, but it's still early. Still early. I would imagine this has more juice to go higher, assuming it holds that 55, which so far holding. ONDS this is the most torturous stock. It just will not do anything. You know, won't stick a move down, won't stick a move up. It's just grinding. But always magnetizing back to these moving averages. So I don't know. Someday it'll be a good buy. I still hold some. Anti-disestablishmentarianism. Woof. Crushed it. That's a tough one to say, Mike. Or talk, sorry. Going blind. Oh boy. Separation of church and state. Hey, you don't have to sound like anything to say you miss us. We'll miss you too, Mike. But you know what? We're not going anywhere. You got the Discord. Hang out there. I'll pop in. I have to take mandated personal time on the weekends. Otherwise, I stare at charts all weekend too. And that's not good for anybody. I don't trade as well when I don't get that space. So I'll come and hang out. Then we'll talk charts on Sunday evening and get back into it. No. They don't think you lost your mind. They think, all right, some of them might have thought you lost your mind, but they're coming around. They're coming around. Now they know who you are, and it's all gravy. It's all peace, love, and chicken grease. SPY's still strong. This is looking squeezy. Can keep going explosively if it sweeps the top there. How much juice does it have? I think it wants to target these intermediary stops. I think that it wants to target these, and it can overrun them, and it can hit this fib. I don't know if it has the strength to go here. And I suppose it could get stomped here, but I wouldn't really expect that with the size of that candle and the follow-through being that tight. But hey, if it would happen, it would be here to form a lower high off that top wick. Negotiation still in effect. Seven minutes till close on the radar there. Is this the time to short AAL? Talk, am I insane? I'm not betting the farm on it, but I do have a position in AAL May 10 puts. It's after their earnings in a couple weeks. When I look at this chart, I understand that I could just be buying at the worst time, and this is actually carving out a bottom. It's not going to do the bear flag breakdown. It tried and failed. I understand I might be about to get smoked here off of peace news, but first off, that means the world is in a little bit of a better place. I can save money on my on my airline tickets this summer. My parents' Roth IRAs go up, so emotional hedging is in effect here. Don't get me wrong. But something about this chart makes me think that AAL could just hammer on down to $9 or so in the next couple weeks if there is not swift resolution that is better than what Trump gave us on the speech last night. That's not going to cut the mustard. Market said, I need more than that, brother. Okay. SoFi has entered the buy zone. Yeah, don't touch Delta. Delta is not one to short. They are by far the highest quality of the airliners, and you can see that in the chart. Look at that. That doesn't look so bad. That ain't half bad. What's crazy is they dumped out, but they came back and they have not given this back at all. Meanwhile, look at AAL. Just this chart's like waterlogged. It's like soggy. It's like heavy. It can't do anything. I'm not buying this green day. I shorted this green day into the 9, so I'm a little red. Maybe I get a chance to add here too. Probably got to stop out on volume through here, but just my consideration. There's the follow through on SPY. Cooking it on up. Cooking it on up. New winner, Mad Quant. I didn't follow this week. I've been so out of it. I've been on vacation all week. I'm not gonna lie, guys. That's what it feels like. I don't want to trade in this. I'm wore out. I'm tired, boss. Put me in next week, coach. Oh, Fabian, you won the players. Congratulations, man. What were your, if you'd like to share, what were your top picks? Either your favorite, best performing, or all 5 if you like. Welcome on in. We got a legend in the house. Haha. That was a fun one. I wish I'd spent more time on my team. I just kind of said, hey, I kind of want to slam some NVIDIA long and and let the chips fall where they may. But some of you guys put a lot of thought and effort into it, and it really showed. Paid dividends, no pun intended. And yeah, that's what it's all about. So you've been kind of lighting the way for a lot of traders, because I know those leaderboards, people are reverse engineering. They're going back and saying, what worked last week? What did these guys do that I couldn't figure out? BATL. Oh yeah, there you go. That'll do it. Yeah, see, small cappers, you had the edge because, well, your stuff does this over the course of a week. So you catch that move and bada bing, bada boom. Yeah, shorten probably from up around the $20 handle, if I could imagine. I think that when we started the competition was right when it started just puking its guts out. Like I think it was like 24 or something. So massive win. Great trade there. Great trade. And look at this. Just completely reverted this entire move. That's brutal. Absolutely savage price action. Gnarly stuff. All right, I'm going to go through a few of my other swing trades and see how they're cooking. Tyson, you gotta tag in on the chicken nugget trade. I'm a Peter Lynch investor, so I like chicken nuggets. I'll buy a chicken nugget company. Why not? When it looks good. So got in when it was breaking this pivot. Retested again. Seems to be pushing higher. Next target is 65. I'm in the 65 strike. April calls, following some flow there, like 120, I think. 115, 120 cost basis. So we'll see how those go. Those are Aprils, so I don't have too much time, but I don't have to get very far. Only 30 cents away before they're in the money. So that's a fun one. By fun, I mean kind of boring. But if you look at the high time frame chart, I think you'll see what I'm seeing. See what I'm seeing? You want to fade that? I think it might be time for the chicken nuggies to make their move. Can we see the push to 70 at least? I think we can get farther than that. Look at this double base on the monthly. This one can really cook. But it starts making me think, why are consumer packaged goods gonna put in like food stuff like this? Why would they be so strong? What does that imply for the market? If this pattern plays out, what does that tell us elsewhere? So that's what I'm starting to mull over in my head and think about my thesis going forward regarding these companies and how it fits into the bigger puzzle. But this is a chart that looks really good to me, guys. Looks like high or low, really nice consolidation and accumulation for the most part, especially recently in the past 4 months. just big buys, pushing it up into the base. To me, this looks like a Wyckoff base, and this looks like an SOS, the sign of strength, where it's consolidating near the top of the base before it makes its big push. Big push would be $73 just to test this range break, in my book. Measured move, we're looking at 80 to 89, 80 to 90. I think it's a good play. Okay, you're in ADM and Bunge, however you say that one. BU, I think it is. Added Mondelez, MDLZ, I believe. Whoa. Oh, I'm sorry, guys. That was the market right there. That's what just happened there. So we'll look at those charts real quick, and then we will hit the bricks till tomorrow. Well, tomorrow, no market chat, but we will be doing Friday Night Live. Kevin, Josh, myself, and anybody else who would like to come on in is welcome. We are going to be doing a little round table, talking about our week, talking about whatever the heck we want, talk about what we're drinking that night, just hanging out and vibing, because you know what? It's been a big, stressful week. Lots of big moves, you know? Either you made a lot of money, you want to celebrate, could have lost a lot of money. I know some people lost a lot of money this week. You could have been relatively flat but felt bad because you missed big moves. Either way, there's so much to talk about when so much is happening in the market. This is an interesting one. Mondelez here, this monthly kind of looking like a Wyckoff spring. You know what I'm saying? So the spring is when you do this kind of compression. In this kind of curling down pattern. And it's when it renegotiates into a previous big level. So maybe this opening like that. So starting to get interesting. How is this going to play out? I think it's probably going to want to come back up and get back up into these top higher pivots here. One more for y'all. Oh, they have trade desks. Okay, so they know what they're doing. I guess you kind of have to, right? This chart looks amazing. Holy moly, this looks good. Wow. Getting very, very tight into the pivot. I'm going to have to talk about this one potentially in my newsletter. I was going to just talk about Tyson, but all right, now I got to talk about more. Now I got to talk about the wider sector, not just that subsector. Very, very strong. So these ones are leading my chicken. My chicken is coiling under this neckline here. This is really, really clean, pushing higher. I see no reason to fade this. And where would I target? Pop a fib through the 50, 76, 75. Take a look there. Sweeps this wick here, 77, somewhere in that zone. Take a look for weakness, but I think this thing can cook on up to 85 plus. You're looking for the wheat trade? Yeah, I'm in DBA. That's how I played it. DBA, stronger than wheat by the looks of it to me recently, but I like both of them a lot. Really liked that yesterday. Oh, this is a monthly. What am I saying? It's like really liked that yesterday candle. I did like yesterday's candle. It's like that didn't look right though. The monthly looks crazy on DBA though, doesn't it? So daily this seems fine, scraping its way on up this moving average. Going back to the monthly though. I mean, man, if that ain't pretty, I don't know what is. If this flag moves, it will move big, fast, and in a hurry. Such a pretty flag. Then you got the Wheatmeister. Michael Anthony, you bought AAL? I sold AAL. I shorted AAL. So one of us is going to make some money. That'll be good. Let's pull up a daily on wheat here. So it's playing games. I think it's backtesting the flag breakout. It's hard for me to tell. It makes more sense to me in the context of all the other charts I'm watching and my biases on them if this is just a breakout backtest and it holds and continues. Not the prettiest chart there, but we had a lot of weird stuff in the past week which can kind of make these charts that are contingent on geopolitical news wiggle and wobble and look a little bit broken and then kind of reclaim and form and shape on up, Like maybe after this candle, you're sitting here going, I don't know, that's kind of whack. This thing might just go back down here. But then it kind of carves it out and then ends up having a really nice day on another macro event headline thing. And then bada bing, bada boom, you're up much higher in a week or two. I think that's what we're seeing here. Yeah, it's planting season. Wheat, corn, cotton, coffee. I don't actually know about anything about coffee, but I think it's doing strong. I can't check it on here, but it's part of DBA. DBA. I think it's got room. Anything else I'm in that I want to talk about? Nothing too recent. Oh, Next had a good day. I have some runners on this, which came back to life today. I still think this is a really impressive chart long term. This is going to be in the nat gas exporting space, and look at that chart. I mean, if Henry Hub can get off the mat, if natural gas itself can get off the mat, how's Boyle doing? Dying. Is this the start of a major breakdown? Hope not. Let's look at UNG. Talking about deer and cat as well. Absolutely, you get the dual play for all of the construction of the data centers too and whatnot. Equipment rentals as well. Okay, absolutely. What's URI do? Is that rentals? United Rentals, yeah. Okay. That's an interesting setup. So I'm going to really quickly, actually. I don't know if this is interesting to you guys, but I could do a little bit of DD on this right now, this URI. So what does URI's revenue stream comprise of? I just want to kind of get a feel for where they're making their money because I don't actually know about this company very much. Core business is equipment rentals, with a rapidly growing specialty segment that includes specialized equipment for specific industries. Okay, such as trench safety, power, HVAC, all right, or tractors, I don't know. Sounds like they're, I don't know, something like that. URI frequently sells its rental equipment, often 5 to 8 years old, to its rental customers. Okay, through auctions and useful life. Probably better if I bring you something polished, but just, it's really cool, guys. AI makes this really easy. Don't trust any one of them. What I do when I'm, behind the scenes in my Claude Code, I have a OPSEC one, which basically will scan, publicly available information, and it'll use different LLMs and cross-reference themselves. And I've kind of assigned them. It's like kind of like a council, right? So they all have different, not personalities, so to speak, but different kind of lenses in which to analyze this stuff to make sure that we're not missing anything too major. Because the worst thing about AI for investing is that if you give it a decent argument, it will steel man your argument so good that you'll be convinced it's right. But then you never ask it, hey, do the opposite. Steel man the opposite argument. Because sometimes you'll do that and you'll be like, well, shit, that's better than my argument. So be careful about that. But a lot of really powerful tools at our fingertips here. So keep an eye on it. James Willikers. Welcome, James Willikers, saying Netflix breakout incoming. It was so strong to the rest of the market. Wow, yeah, look at that. Absolutely impressive. I really wanted 85. I wanted this gap to fill. Going to load the boat. It did not give it to me. Do I chase it here? If I really want to own Netflix, yeah, I think I do chase it here. Maybe not like right here at the close on a big up candle. Maybe wait for a little pullback in the next week. But I don't think you sleep on this if it's something you want in your portfolio. It's a good price and it looks better than most mega caps, Got tons of bad headlines, digested, sorted through. It already absorbed that massively man, this was a 50% haircut. Netflix down here, absolute banger of a move. I think it's still a banger at 100. I think 100's the neckline. Soon you'll be going, man, I wish I bought Netflix under $100. That's what I think. Yeah, best deal for Netflix was no deal. Exactly. I will choose to burn my money elsewhere. How's Paramount doing, by the way? What I don't even, or how are all those tickers doing? What WBD? What am I doing? Looking at the W? I don't know. Yeah, okay. I don't know what I was expecting. That's going to be the least exciting part. Anyways, I think that's all I got for you today, guys. I think we covered a lot of bases. Oh, a few more here for you. Some swing trades that I'm either in or watching very closely. AA, I think this one's a very clean breakout on demand destruction, all of these facilities getting bombed in the Middle East. Well, we need aluminum more than ever, and there's less of it than there has been in a while. AA, very, very strong chart. AMD, yeah, let's take a look at that real quick. Yeah, this is a great chart too. I'm watching this one closely. I mean, heck, Soxel. I guess SMH is going to be clear, but look at this, big old base. I think this looks explosive and on the verge of a breakout, so we'll watch this one to get long too. I'm just thinking of some names that I'll tag in on if I need to have more exposure long, and I have to be wrong and say that we're not going lower. I still feel like we're going lower, but I think after a day I feel less sure. Let's put it like that. One other one that I was thinking of. What was it? It's a really nice chart too. I must be short. I'm both. I do still have short positions, and my short positions look better than long charts, than most long charts to me, to be honest. So that's why I'm having a hard time with it, you know. Man, I can't remember. I'll bring it to you guys tomorrow night, so be sure to tune into the Friday Night Live. Sorry, Friday Night Live chat that we're going to have here. All right, I'm fading, guys. My brain just turned off and shorted. Yes, AMD, absolutely very strong close. And you got to love it. I remember the chart, guys. There it is. Snapping back. ECO. ECO. I think it closed up here. This looks wrong. This daily close might be wrong. I think it's in a 4-bar or a 3-bar breakout from this 4-bar flag. I think this is a really strong area to be in. Tankers in general. I know they've ran a lot. I think they can run a lot more. So keep an eye on that one for sure. One more, Stealth Gas. I need to look into their business model, but whatever they're doing, it's working. Beautiful, beautiful chart here, and I kind of want to get involved as this base looks to break out and surge on higher. All right, that's what I got for you guys today. Thanks so much, and we'll be back tomorrow night. Not tomorrow during the day. Remember, guys, no market there. All right, I'm going to stop yapping, stop rambling. Let you guys enjoy your 3-day weekend. We did it. We made it, guys. Enjoy. Get some rest. Be good to each other. Eat some ham. Happy Easter. See you next time.